Fortnite fam, what it do, baby? You looking real good right now. If you just hung out with us in EU, you know we had to come on over, break things down here at NA East. I brought Reese with me. We'll say hello to him in just a second, but first we got to say hello to two of the most stunning chaps this side of the pond. That's right, it's Vivid, it's Adam, my friends. This is it, qualifier number 3. Last chance for a lot of these trios to either make it in that top 3 and qualify to finals, or hope to God they have the series points needed to hit the SPL hard. How you guys feeling coming into this right now?
Oh man, qualifier 3, a little bit bittersweet, right? Because this means we're getting towards the end here. We're going into the semifinals and the finals over the next 2 weekends, which is where all the excitement, all those really exciting games happen. But you know, it's getting towards the end, so that means the competition is going to go away soon. I won't have this great stuff to watch, but I'm really excited to see who can clutch it up in qualifier 3 and secure their spot in those finals.
Yeah, fellas, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling real good tonight. I can't wait for this thing to happen. I mean, as you both said, the last few weeks we've been kind of seeing our teams competing for those 3 top spots, but series points have been so pivotal as well. Hopefully, all of our teams this evening will do at least something, get their way towards getting one of those up for grab places in the semi-finals. There are a few teams that desperately need to deliver tonight, so hopefully they'll do it. But that's what this is all about: 6 games to see if they can get the points. Whatever happens, it's going to be amazing. I can't wait to get things started.
Oh man, we're going to be breaking down everything for your viewing pleasure, but of course, we got to talk about a few things first before we can jump aboard the battle bus and break down said action. We got to talk about, do you like watching what you're seeing right now? This exact thing? Did you also maybe want leaderboards though at the same time? Like, so watch while you're watching the game, you could be like, oh, what's going on? Wait, what is that guy, the placement points? Boom. Yeah. Hey, watch.fortnite.com. Great place. It's got us, what you're watching, plus leaderboards. Check it out, watch.fortnite.com. Okay, we're going to take a look at the overall broadcast format now. If you guys that have been here with us for Chapter 2, Season 7, you've leveled up. This is not scary to you anymore, okay? But if you're a first-time viewer, get ready to be terrified. Boom! Look at this graphic. It's crazy. I know. Look at all the numbers, the lines. Look, it's okay. Just follow my voice. Nothing else matters but qualifiers, okay? That left side of your screen. Semifinals reboot round, that'll happen next weekend. The finals will happen the weekend after that, but that's future us stuff. Right now, we're focusing on qualifier number 3, Vivid.
Qualifier number 3, we have made it. So how did teams get to the competition today? Well, there were 4 rounds. There was an open round, and then there was a quarters round, and then there was a semi round, which all happened over the past 2 days. We took those 33 teams that placed the best in that round yesterday, that round 3 yesterday, and brought them today to play in this qualifier 3 final spot. Basically what ends up happening is 3 people, the top 3 teams from today, will go ahead and automatically qualify themselves for the finals, and everybody else is competing for those series points, so that way they can go ahead and secure themselves a spot in semifinals where they will be divided up into heats, and there they can also have a chance to secure themselves a spot in the finals.
I just got goosebumps there. I've got the feels here, guys. The fact that we've come all this way, we're so close now to those semi-finals. Oh, I'm so excited. Exactly what Vivid said, the format here we have here on screen. These are exactly the way in which our teams are going to get towards those finals. And the points are how they get there in actual fact, because these are what separates the winners from the losers. You can see elimination points here, 2 points per elimination, which is absolutely pivotal. We've seen this weekend in particular so many eliminations left, right and center. Those points really separate our teams, but you can see as well standing points are incredibly important. 18th through 24th place, 5 points whatever happens, but you start working your way through the points chart there towards the top of the mountain. You can see a victory royale will get you 30 points, but only a few points separates our 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th place. So even getting into those final few teams, the 4 or 5 teams that really get major points, that is just going to separate those teams that could be in contention for a top 3 finish and making their way straight to FNCS finals.
And what awaits us at the finals? Of course, there's prize money on the line, but there's also the Axe of Champions. That's right, I went into space.
Oh, yeah.
I found an asteroid. I dug up the gold on that asteroid. I came back to Earth. I digitized it. In Fortnite, I entered, I met Jonesy. I said, hello, my friend. Carved the Axe of Champions and prepared it for the hands of our FNCS champions. None of this is true, by the way. But it's going to be a great time. An in-game pickaxe that only champions themselves can wield and defend going into the next FNCS. So a lot of cool stuff happening there. But we can take a look. We got a bunch of regions here in front of our beautiful eyes. We can talk about some of those regions right now. It's time for Middle East. We got to break down what happened over there. Earlier on in EU, we got to take a look at Asia. Oh my gosh, Asia and OCE. I tried to combine those two in my mind. That was crazy.
Yeah, that was great.
That's just how my mind works, guys. Middle East, wow, 171 points and 152 as well. So A lot of these trios, remember, this is qualifier number 3. So if you can make it into the top 3, you're just going to automatically make it to finals. So you don't have to worry about anything except showing up to finals. Everyone else, though, even placing 4th is fine, right, Vivid? Because you're playing for series points.
Exactly, yeah, and I would love to highlight here, you know, as Adam was saying, a lot of those elimination points have been going on, and as you can see here, the team that went up and took first place here, they had 39 eliminations, but they clearly had a little bit less in the placement points category. That doesn't matter because of how many elims they got. They secured themselves a 14-point lead there, so that just goes and tells the story about how these aggressive teams, the ones that are good at finding these eliminations, can secure themselves a high place up on the leaderboard just from finding these eliminations.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, placement points as well, really interesting. You see Corny, Hero, and Karita-kun there in 3rd position. They actually finished 4 out of 6 of their games in the top 6, which puts them again, above the rest of the pack here. But what's really interesting is look at the overall points as well. You can see 3rd place to 4th place. There's a 10-point difference there from 152 to 142. I think for the Middle East region, the last few weeks, that is without a doubt the biggest margin we've had so far, because each week it's usually 1 or 2 points here and there. But 10 points is pretty substantial. But there's no, doubting that top team as well. The reason that High Grounds trio got there to the top spot, 39 eliminations in their 6 games, which was better than a lot of the other teams there. So those, as we said, were a massive deal breaker when it came to winning ME this week.
Okay, I like it. I like that breakdown. That's pretty good stuff. Okay, now let's shift attention back to NA East for a moment. Okay, we got to take a look at what happened yesterday in round number 3, because remember, this is round number 4 of qualifier number 3. So we got to take a look at some of these trios, see what's going on, see how they're performing, because remember, we cannot stress this enough. This is it, okay? If the trio's first time making it to round 4 is right now, they're not looking good. They're not safe, and they have to try and hit as many points as they can by the end. We've got Creo here, Bucky, and Clicks. This team is looking pretty strong, Vivid.
Yeah, this team coming together after a couple of missteps between trios. A couple of split ups happened earlier in the season and ultimately led to this trio being formed. Really strong trio here, though. Obviously, Creo is going to be the IGL on this trio. However, I feel like Bucky and Clicks both are also very smart, and they are only getting better as time goes on. So a lot of fragging potential with Clicks on that trio as well. So those guys are looking really good today.
Yeah, another trio to definitely look out for: D-Roller, Charlie, and Speggy here as well. My actual pick last week, or my prediction, didn't do great last week, but they've had a really strong, yesterday with a Victory Royale, 14 eliminations right off the bat in game 1, which says a lot that these guys are here to try and make it all the way this week, not waiting for semi-finals. And you can see as well, Macwood, Tragic's, Illist as well, a great team. Only played 7 games yesterday, finished 2nd in round 3. I think they finished with the highest elimination average yesterday as well, of 9.14 as well, with a total of 64 eliminations in round 3 of this qualifier. So it's going to be a great team to watch. I mean, these guys are, we know that they're kind of north of Craggy as well. Vivid, they're a strong trio to watch, but there could be some contention there as well. It's going to be very exciting to watch unfold.
Yeah, Macwood, Tragic, and Illist, a really good trio. But as we saw last week in Qualifier 2, they were actually contested by P-God's trio at Craggy Cliffs. And lo and behold, both of those trios have made it to round 4 of Qualifier 3 here today. So we can expect some action up at Craggy Cliffs again. So I don't know if we'll be able to see a lot of end games from either of those trios, because they are ones to hash it out at Craggy Cliffs, because they do want to defend that drop spot.
Yeah, I love this, and you know what? I want to keep talking about this, but first I want to touch on predictions, and I want this to inform our discussion after this, because we got to talk about which of these trios we think could end the day in that top 3, move straight into the finals. MDF kicking us off, Vivid. He's got Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite.
Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, they're a solid pick. I do believe they will end up having it Sweaty uncontested today. They have done well from Sweaty before, so I can get behind that pick there. Excited to see what they can do. I went ahead and chose it Creo, Bucky, and Clicks, as is Reese. I mean, I'm watching Clicks today play the Solo Cash Cup. It's very clear how much of a smarter player he has become. So I'm excited to see how he can go ahead and throw that into his trio. And then obviously Creo and Bucky, the dynamic duo, they've been a duo for a very long time. So the chemistry has to be there within this trio. They just have to come out today and execute on it.
Yeah, I mean, Creo, Bucky, and Clicks as well. You think about, cast your minds back to week 1, where they missed out on qualifying in those top 3 by just 8 points, coming 4th by 8. It's so close, and they had a bad qualifier too. But they actually finished 6th yesterday with a Victory Royale. They had 5 top 10 finishes across those games they had as well. So really strong. But as you can see here now, I'm putting my hands up here, lads. Now, I love to take a bit of a, a bit of a punt every now and again, and I'm excited to see if Illest, Macwood, and Tragics can do it. Okay, now we know, as Zeke mentioned there as well, there is going to be a lot of contention. Okay, with P God's trio, Peterbot, TK, it's going to be a big head-to-head here. But the veterans now have had a chance here to do some homework. Okay, I have big faith. Okay, I've got a lot of faith here. I've taken a bit of a risk, but they could be in with a shout here. I think the big thing is here, the series points. Obviously, we're talking about series points as well. The last few weeks, all of our teams have been trying to work towards getting these series points. These two trios know they're going to go head-to-head. They may see each other in a heat next week, but I think if I had to put it down, I think Illest's trio, Zeke, I think they're going to do it.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay, I'm curious what your thoughts are on this, Vivid, because remember, like, this is going to be such a hot spot. Craggy is so, like, one of these spots in NAE. So, I don't know, like, especially with one last shot, that if I'm not extremely confident in this drop spot, if I'm not like, look, our trio can win this drop spot, it doesn't matter who lands here, we can win 100% of the time. I don't know that I want to do this. And right now, these two trios going head-to-head, if one trio starts to lose out, especially super early, it could just end their run there on the spot. So, Vivid, how do you feel about this? P-God, Macwood, are you leaning a certain way right now? Do you favor one of these two trios?
I would love to root for Macwood's trio because, I like Macwood as a person. I think he's got a really strong trio, but P-God's trio did seem like they had the upper hand over them last week. I think that they were playing the off-spawn better, so I guess it kind of comes down to how much preparation have each of these trios put into bettering themselves off-spawn against the other team, right? Because you can kind of learn patterns if you go back in these replays and see where the other trio likes to land, and maybe you can create some sort of strategy around them doing so, and just maybe you can go ahead and get like an early 3v2 going on if you do find an early elimination based on where these players are landing. So I would say that right now, I think that as of last weekend, I would give the edge to P-God's trio just because it looked like they were playing a little bit better. However, if Macwood, Illest, and Tragic go ahead and put a little bit more preparation into it, then I think that they can come out on top because I think that they are actually better players.
Why are you doing this in public, Vivid? Why are you doing this in public?
What am I doing?
I don't understand why you're rooting for the other team when you know that I've been supporting you all season long, and now you're going to do this to me. I can't believe this, Vivid. I thought we were growing closer.
The amount of banter you have given me over predictions.
One sentence.
I should be full on P-God right now.
You know what? We're gonna take this Fortnite fan behind scenes. Don't worry, we'll get this all sorted out. I do actually want to ask you guys about Muzz, Speedy, and Looter. This trio that's come over from OCE. And this is their first time making it into round number 4 specifically. So once again, another one of those like, hey, this is it. This is our last shot if we want to make it on through. Or we have to do something big if we want to at least make it to semis, right? If not semis, let's just try and go semis reboot, and then we'll get our shot. This is a very strong trio coming out of OCE. So how do we feel about them? Do you think they can hang with these remaining trios out of NA? Because remember, with every week, we're pulling trios out that have already auto-qualified to finals, right? So right now, the water's feeling pretty open, right?
Yeah, I mean, Muzz, Looter, and Speedy, there's a lot of weight in their shoulders right now. Basically, all of OCE is rooting for these guys on NAEs. Yeah. They did not have a successful Qualifier 1 or Qualifier 2, but they have made it through the finals here. So maybe they're kind of like learning the meta of NAEs, because I'm assuming that the regions play a little bit differently. So even though they were completely dominant in OCE, obviously they have to come over here and adapt a little bit. But I do think that they are going to have Lazy Lakes uncontested today, which is a really, really strong drop spot. So I would say that after having a bad Qualifier 1 and 2, and the fact that they made it here, and that they have uncontested Lazy Lakes, if they've done some homework, if they've adapted well, I have high hopes for these guys.
Yeah, me too. I think it's a great opportunity to showcase what they can bring to the table. They've got the entire OCE region, I'm sure, rooting for them as well here. So it's going to be real fun to kind of see, like acting like a cooler, if you will, to kind of see if they kind of change the game at all. Obviously Lazy Lake being uncontested is a massive advantage as well. But as you said, Zeke, this is a one-shot opportunity for them to get into FNCS finals. And it's a bit risky putting it all onto a reboot round. You don't know what can happen in those. But if they can qualify and have a real good head start today as well, this could be a really special moment for these guys. So it'd be great to see them in action regardless. Welcome to the family, and best of luck out there, because it's going to be very, very testing.
Yeah, dude, absolutely. They're just so different, right? And I think these guys absolutely can hang, right? I think you're right, though. They had to have this almost like trial period where they could kind of get themselves up to speed and kind of adapt to the meta that NAE has, right? They're just different regions. So we'll see though, because you know what? We got 15 seconds before the battle bus is ready to go. So Fortnite fam, you guys know what to do. Once again, if you like what you're seeing, watch.fortnite.com, another great place to watch. We'll be here breaking down the action between the games, but guess what? We're going to send you over to the hands of our casters. That's right, it's Reese, it's Monster D-Face. What more could you ask for, friends? Say hello.
Hey, and we will do just that. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Like always, this is about to kick off, and it's going to be an intense set of 6 games in front of us here, Reese. I mean, we have the honor, the pleasure of taking over NAE East, and week after week, we've seen the best of the best move on. Now we're starting to really get down to it. It's time to pull on the next chiseled few.
Yeah, definitely. It's good to be here so close, right? We get to watch it up close. We can see every single match. We've been here for the first 2 qualifiers. They have been so intense, straight down to the last moment, full of good storylines. But right here, qualifier 3, game number 1 is where it's all gonna kick off yet again for the final time in the qualifiers.
Yeah, that is what it is here, and I love that we did talk about a couple of draw spots that were going to be uncontested, like Lazy Lakes for the Team TNA, the OCE boys, the FNCS champions of OCE, the back-to-backs themselves, because when they first touched down in the region, they were playing off at the retail row. That's right, I've been following their journey since they got to the Americas, and they were having a hard time on the outskirts, being contested, trying to play off those draw spots, but it's interesting that they have earned the respect of the region, and now they have a place to themselves that they can call home. Here though, Creo Bucky Clicks, one of the, I'd say, community favorites, right? A team that we absolutely expect to at the very least make it through semis and whatnot kind of in the weeks to come. This is an absolute elite trio here.
Oh, absolutely. And in qualifier 1, they were 4th. They were in that running, if you remember, so close to be able to make in the slot. And it was tough, right? Not that many teams can make it. There's only 3 slots available to qualify through straight to finals. And unfortunately, they just didn't make the mark. And then in qualifier 2, they had a lot of storm surge issues going on as well. And some of them not being their fault at the same time. So it's good. They're back qualifier 3. You know, when you're talking about like top teams on the region, you've got to think that in this current qualifier, they've got to be number 1, realistically. Maybe some other teams you can put on, but right now I've got to say this has got to be the most talented team currently in the lobby.
Yeah, and you also have a couple of the other boys, right? Like an Elite Narwhal you saw there, and if he's gonna find one, Slick's gonna find one there too. So a couple of the other teams that have been very consistent in lead up. There's a few that are, you could just tell are a cut above the rest for Creo, Bucky, and Clicks. That's why there truly is no sweat, at least from us here at the desk, as far as what we think they're going to be able to bring to this competition as a whole. Yes, they are absolutely just ahead of the competition, and we kind of get to see their journey unfold here this time, just meeting no resistance at the steamy stacks. Now, we all know the pros and cons of this. The question for this team now is, are we going to see a repeat performance of last week where the surge is going to become an issue, where they can't rotate out soon enough and find teams with a chip in the armor, right? Like a cracked piece that they can actually enter into and take advantage of. On the other side, though, Illis, Tragics, and Macwood, Adam and I had a discussion about this team because we knew that this was going to be a fight that was going to go on and on week after week, but Adam wanted to stick by his guns and really believe in this week, Illis, Tragics, and Macwood coming out on top.
Bold. It's a bold choice. It's
Very
definitely a bold choice, we'll say, because looking at last week's performances, like, you know, although it ended up technically being 3-3, each team, right, managed to get a bit of peace. At the same time, that last game, we saw Peterbot's team disengage and land somewhere else and then get pushed instead. But right now, this is the first game we're going to see the engagement just as we saw before, as Illis goes to take high ground over Peterbot to try and get that advantage, try and pick up one of the players in this fight.
Yeah, and this is a very bold move by Illis himself to go for that high ground there. He's going to commit a lot of resources. P got naturally looking for the chop down here, trying to bait him out. Illis has got to keep on high alert right now. Yes, they have control of the high ground, but the team that is on the mountain this time around is going to continue to sweep on through. This type of playstyle, this threat that lingers on the mountain just outside the orchard, it's going to always be there for the teams that fight here in the Craggy Cliffs. You know, this doesn't change week after week. It just, the players change. And now when the players change, so does the styles, right? It really depends on what kind of teams those are in the surrounding areas of whether or not this is going to be a fight that is going to be relatively, I guess, left to, you know, run its course, right? We saw it unfold like that for the last weekend. It may not be like that this time, as that is Magnolia who's up there. Here it is.
It is, but Illust completely runs out of materials, gets tagged up from the hill. That is Magnolia indeed, and smart teams are going to push contested fights like this as he actually starts to get a player onto his wall with remaining 0 builds. Who's going to try to get out, but none of his teammates are anywhere close to him. But no, he manages to get out. That's a good way. But no, the third party still comes in from Magnolia's team, who's managed to drop him down to 111 HP. But the player drops into his box as he goes all the way down onto the bottom, just trying to swivel his way in and out of the builds, trying to get any right-hand peek that he can. But there's 2 players above. They chunk him down to 33 HP, and it is over for Illust.
And that's the worst spot to be in right there. When you're underneath an enemy ramp, remember, if you just tap that edit button, it is completely transparent. They can see directly through it. So there was no way Illust was going to get out of that one, although he is one of the deadliest when it comes down to just toe-to-toe gun battle. Right now, Macwood, Illust, and Tragics are effectively losing this draw spot in. It's a 2 or a 1v3 situation, so they don't even get an exchange out of this. They don't get a point off of this. This is a complete sweep, and it's a repeat, I would say, of last week, because Peter got TK and P-God, they managed to win this draw pretty dominantly, kind of like what we saw unfold just now, but also they turn these games into end games, which again, that is something you don't see very often. The difference in a team being contested and actually just putting themselves up on the leaderboards versus a team that gets contested and then their game's over. This is a team that has fought against that adversary.
It is, and you got to remember, when you're contested, sure, you win it. Storm Surge ticked off, you got the elimination points, but still, it takes time. That's time that you're not harvesting metal, getting your ammo crates, you're diminishing your heals as well. So they may have won this. It wasn't that slow, it was relatively quick, but at the same time, that slowed them down a ton. Sure, they don't have to focus that much on Storm Surge after this, but they still definitely do. The roughly 300, 400, 500 damage that they've done in that fight will not be enough to get them through the threshold. NA East is notorious for having very, very high thresholds for Storm Surge, so that's definitely not going to put them above. But hopefully, like you said, these guys capitalize on those games once they get out. They're able to make big games out of them, to get top 3s, get big placements, and hopefully they'll be able to do that today, because again, neither of these teams want to go through to semifinals.
Yeah, definitely. It's going to take a lot to go ahead and pop off there. And one thing I just do want to touch on, but before we get off the topic, was the fact that Magnolia's trio, they stepped into the fight there. If it would have gone a little bit longer, they would have been a trio that was going to commit to that battle. So keep that in the back of your mind, as this is just game 1 jitters getting put out the way. Once Magnolia and crew probably start to warm up as well, they're going to become a bigger and bigger threat, I think, this week. So yeah, it doesn't really look like teams are going to be playing fair. Remember, this is the last weekend to basically punch your way all the way through to finals. So if there's a time to pull that dirty trick out, or do that kind of play, it's now or nothing, right? You got to put yourself first.
Yeah, you don't want to be done dirty off spawn in this kind of game when you're trying to capitalize on every match humanly possible. And thing is, though, for Magnolia's team, they have such a huge area to cover, right? With Orchard split all the way over there. They have no real need to push in unless they know they have that exact moment. Right there, they had the distance. They knew that whatever team won would be able to heal up and capitalize. So wouldn't have been a good push. Smart by them to move out. Hopefully they can get to a good spot later on. But right now, Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite going up against Asian Jeff alongside all of our other trio here. This is an interesting one, because usually, we've seen Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite be uncontested, not necessarily capitalize it coming out of Believers Beach. This time, we're trying to see them not necessarily pushing north, but just pushing a little bit out of that. This is a very common area to get Storm Surge tags from, in particular for the Boney Burbs teams and the guys who are coming out of Sweaty. So this position right here, very, very standard for this kind of team, but there's teams setting up all the way around them, and hopefully they'll actually be able to hit the shots they need to keep themselves above the Surge as well.
That's the most crucial part of this all, is being able to hit those shots. You saw Gabe there didn't quite connect where he wanted to. And you saw that they also boxed up their vehicles. So they definitely used the vehicle on the early rotate here after cleaning up the draw spot, try to get involved with other teams. Naturally, at least they have a team just next door to them. They're probably going to wait to see what kind of tags they can bait out of them. And this is a very, I'd say, another traditional style of a hold here where they split up. Remember, if you date back to when Bizzle was landing at Sweaty Sands, he kind of, I'd say, introduced this style at a larger, or in a larger degree, where he was taking up these towers, right, on these little mounds here, alongside his teammates, of course. And Sprite, Tahi, and Gabe also exercising that same type of playstyle here, spreading themselves out, giving themselves more sight lines here to hopefully become more accessible for tags to other players. Now you have a second trio basing up just nearby. So Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite have a big decision to make here. Either they're going to move like they're looking to set up right now, or they can possibly wait to take a fight here.
I like it. They set out the car, they boxed it up early on. They knew that they wanted to disengage. They could have stayed to get tags a little bit longer, but they prioritize getting ahead because they know that if they get into the next zone using the card that they have, that they'll just be able to sit and box up. Remember, doing exactly what they are right now, they can still get tags as they move. That's one of the beautiful things about rotating using the cars and the vehicles, is that you can just shoot as you move, right? You can hit 2 birds with 1 stone. You can rotate, you can get your tags at the same time. And even if you get like a big headshot snipe, which we've seen some really nice highlight plays coming out across, that's Storm Surge, that's your positioning all ticked off. So good play. Hopefully they'll get a little bit deeper into the next zone. They'll manage to box up, hold all these players that you're watching who are not being as proactive, who are stuck here out on the edge. If you see the map in the bottom right, how many teams are surrounded in that congested top net near Boney area into the Weeping area too, just purely based on the way that that zone is pulled all the way down.
It's going to play into a highly congested zone on that northeastern portion, just the way the zone's kind of pulling hard southwest right now. So there's going to be very limited positioning down to the south and the coastal areas. Now, if you are ahead of the surge, those are the spots you want to kind of get to. If you're not, these positions right here, right now, are going to be the key and most crucial ones, because they're going to have to play the really long range tags right now. Yes, Slurpy Swamps is one of the, I'd say, prime position spots to be in because of the accessible material and resource that you get out of here. But look at how they are behind all the sight lines, right? The team on the mountain can see first all the other teams that are come through. It's effectively kind of like a stone wall set up back here. So for Divine, Narwhals, them who did find one of the first team elims, they should be okay to be this passively set up inside the base. But if things don't go their way, because for whatever reason the surge is extremely outside of their favor, it's going to be a hard position to play off of.
I mean, we've seen teams a lot, get 3 elims off spawn, and no, that's not going to be a huge amount of tags in comparison to other people, right? It says they're below, but we'll wait to see if that is actually correct to start with, because sometimes it takes time. Yeah, they're 700 above right now. They're in a good spot. Like I said, they got up here early. They've got those eliminations off spawn, so they should be fine. They're okay. What I'm more concerned about for them is the fact that they're relatively east on Slurpy Swamp, which is going to allow a lot of the teams, you can see, already start to rotate inside Slurpy. So many teams in these southwest zones rotate and just situate themselves inside Slurpy. They box up, they chill there. Now, because Narwhal is on that far east side, if it pulls to the southwest, far away from them, which chances are it probably will, they're gonna have to somehow rotate through everyone. So yes, they seem to be good right now, situated, chilling with Storm Surge, but I'm not thinking about now. I'm thinking about the next zone and the zone after that, and how they somehow get through an entire wall of people.
Yeah, definitely. As you see a couple of vehicles trying to make their rotates as well, you can hear all the chaos going off. It's about getting into this storm line right now, avoiding those other teams. So you really want to keep your distance at this point if you are sitting comfortably. There's Carrie, Fatch, and Pam up alive as well, still in this game here. Trap, Neon, and KJ Rob, also a team to look out for here, as we're now going to tune in with a team that is basically struggling here. This is the worst kind of position to be in here, just above the surge. Yes, they buy themselves some time right now, but that is definitely not going to be enough for this zone here. If any other teams get active, it's going to continue to go back and forth here, and this is a pressure. They are now sitting on the clock here. Last week we saw what happens when, especially even come mid-game, teams try to out-heal these zones. It just really never works out. Judging by their loadout right now, I mean, they don't even have an effective loadout to kind of sit here and go for the heal off, so they're going to have to take a fight. Unfortunately, it's going to be Mega Dubs and Rokan are going to be the closest team, closest trio nearby. This is a pick right from the caster team, so this is going to be all or nothing now as they dive on in here.
They managed to dive on and get big shots traders. They are definitely advantaged, but they have taken damage back in return as well. Only Zemo with shields remaining, but no, he's been tagged and picked up as well, and so is Tunti, as another team comes in from the side and picks up a big spray. That is actually, I think that was Quentin's team there up on the side. It was his Magnolia's team, actually, sorry, who was coming into the side and fully picked up 20 there. Big beams onto DeQuented, and now Zemo also picked up with, yet again, applying that pressure to DeQuented too. So the unrelenting pressure coming out onto DeQuented. He's trying to use any mats he can. He has plenty down below because of the amount of teams that were down there, but just look at the amount of markers that are down in this area. Look at how many players are stuck in this northeast side of the zone, all struggling for Storm Surge, all trying to get tags and heal up, get themselves into a good enough position, but are all just completely stuck here on the edge in what is a really shambles spot.
Let's not forget, Magnolia's trio did manage to pull a victory royale in the weeks leading up. This is something that trios, not every trio can say they have done, so that's a team that has that winning factor inside their pocket. But Clicks is going to open up with a massive snipe shot here. He needed it as well. Just take a look. That's going to put him comfortably above the surge right there. That's a 250 tag all the way through. That is big damage for the boys right there. In the feed, though, TK goes down as P-God is left to clutch up there. He's going to find 2 elims, make that 3. It's a full team wipe for him. So P-God lighting things up, giving a little bit of a lifeline for his team as Peterbot falls to Spade there too. So it seems like P-God is left as a solo to try and wrap this one up here. And again, that puts his team up at 6 eliminations at minimal from what we know. Think about it this way. That's 12 points, guys. 10 points is roughly a top 15 positioning as far as points go. So they're breaking past that. This is a great game, even if they don't pick up big placement points. But if they can get to the placement points, if P-God can clutch up, now we're talking about something completely different.
Fingers crossed, right? A point or two all adds up across 6 games. And there'll be a lot of teams you got to remember who've gone out this early who got nothing, right? Who got 0 points, and they've managed to get all of those elimination points, as you mentioned, which is all crucial, all gonna add up to every single thing. And if you notice, like Creo, Bucky, and Clicks, 1 elimination from that snipe, only 2 points, because like you mentioned, placement points haven't come through any point yet, so they could be in this situation. But obviously, remember, there's still the rest of the game for these guys to play out, whereas unfortunately for Peterbot's team, you know, like you mentioned, only 1 left remaining. Clutch needs to be made. But again, this rotate now, moving back, looking awfully dicey, given the amount of players here. They're doing a great job kind of tunneling behind these players, trying to keep hidden, using that line of sight to keep themselves hidden here, applying this pressure. Remember, all these little tags add up, in particular if they actually manage to get an elimination, which I think that was a knock. Yeah, K-Drop picks up 1. Well, it's actually not from Bucky's POV, so they may not fully commit onto this, but that's an easy refresh and easy storm surge for them too.
Oh, and upgrades as well. That's a legendary AR right there, and that's going to cap them off to be very, very comfortable here to finish off this rotate here. Remember, they managed to save tons of material. Now they're actually basing themselves away from all the other opponents here. They're going to actually connect all the way through here, and they have those chugs on the side to work off as well. Might be something to play into, but they're in between so many teams here. That was the one risk that they took, kind of leaning out to the side here. Luckily, though, they do get in. The other trios are now giving them a little bit more of a relief, I guess you can say here. But Creo's in the worst position here as his team has left him already. He's got no backup. He gets met by Pam and crew on the other side of the wall, and down he goes. The full finish is there as well, and it's Zucky who's sitting up above who gets the finish there. Bucky and Clicks are now by themselves here. They got some points, and look at this. They're going to go for the fight here. They actually want to finish this up. They try to take the surprise edit. It's looking good, but not good enough as Clicks has lost the shield as well. Bucky is boxed up in enemy builds here. Down goes Clicks too, and this is, again, all but over for a second now as Bucky has to reset here.
And I bet Bucky's not happy with that play. You saw they were situated there, but Clicks just made the edit. He wanted to get the greedy shot back off when both, I think, were trying to pop medkits. Both were trying to get up. Sure, they saw an opportunity, but I don't think Bucky was ready for that. Since he was popping that medkit, it seemed like a bit of an impulsive play, and unfortunately, Clicks was picked up because of it, leaving Bucky left alive as a solo. And that was Pamstu carrying Fetch as well, who managed to actually pick up their eliminations there. So they got at least, I think, 2 points out of that. I'm pretty sure they got the one onto Creo as well. So they've managed to get some more points. They got some more Storm Surge. Again, the rotate for that next zone is relatively close to them. So for Bucky's POV, a little bit of sweat off. You know, a little bit okay. But at the same time, left as a solo, not ideal by any means.
Yeah, at least placement points are being given out. That's the 5 divvied out to the entire server for surviving this long. The next cutoff is going to be within the top 17. That's 5 full trios that have to go down now. And we know this is where things start to slow down. Teams don't really get dropped at this point because of, again, how the zone dynamics just tend to play out. But teams are going to have to clash here. We're 6 above the surge threshold in about 30 seconds or so. As things start to reveal themselves, someone is going to have to battle. Multiple teams are going to begin to clash. Bucky falls there to Mars OW, so that means when Pamstu and company rotated out, Mars just solo clutched up against Bucky. Bucky's going to be upset about that one as he should have won that one-on-one. But hey, it's Mars who's on top right now. I mean, there's a reason he's a solo, you know, a young solo legend.
Absolutely, right? Like, this guy has put in the time to practice. If you've watched him across the last few seasons, definitely made a name for himself in many, many different attributes. So good to see him popping off, especially in a round 4 like this. And maybe, hey, even getting towards that top 3 when it comes to the end of the day, making it straight through the finals. That would be a good story to see and all the way through. But back down to Dubs, Mega, and Rokane, who have still situated themselves in a really good spot. Remember how scuffed in terms of positioning these guys were earlier. They were in that super congested side 2 zones ago, getting pressured from so many teams. And now look at the inventory that Dubs has. 2 eliminations across them, tons of materials, the launch pad to their name, purple weapons nearly all the way through. Those 2 eliminations are clearly super vital refreshes that they got, and now they're in such a good spot to potentially even make it all the way up to a top 3 and win the game. Like, this is a game-winning loadout.
Yeah, and so far, if you were weighing your decision, your picks off of yesterday's performance at the second of qualifier number 2, I mean, half of our teams from yesterday's top 10 are already knocked out of the competition here. We're down to just the last couple left. It just shows you, again, that the way this is kicking off now, we're seeing other teams really find their stride today. But again, this is just game number 1. One of the most crucial games to obviously setting yourself up in the right direction and, you know, kind of kicking things off with that momentum, which we would love to see from our favorites. For Dubs, Rokane, and Mega, I mean, yesterday was not a telltale sign of how they'd be performing today. They're stepping it up right now as they're looking to pop off here. Yesterday, they finished in 21st place here, right? So they had a lot of work to do coming into today. And I mean, Surge, they've done well to at least effectively stay ahead of that now.
They have indeed, and honestly, I don't put too much emphasis onto the round 3s and how that's going to carry. Sometimes it's a good tale, but a lot of times when we focus on, ooh, these players have won in the round 3, it doesn't necessarily carry over as well into the round 4. It's a different situation with these being, you know, kind of stacked lobbies in terms of custom set lobby, the same teams every single game. The strategies are definitely different. I am interested to see Beef, Lupian, and Zugi, who did win yesterday. They're in a really good spot in terms of the overall for today, right? In terms of like the spot there at Kai Corner, they're uncontested as well, all the good stuff that you want. So maybe we can see if that's not true or not, right? Maybe we can see if they can carry it through from round 3 all the way into round 4 and do the same thing.
Well, look at this. One of the most important thresholds have been broken into. We are now officially within the top 17. More placement points being given out to the rest of the lobby. This is where everyone can, you know, just let go a sigh of relief. You've really earned yourself a fair amount of points so far, just off of placement points alone. Now is the Fortnite endgame. What can you do here? For Crypt Cold, they're going to set up for the high ground hold. That's a very, very bold move here, as again, it is so early. This is just the first full moving zone that's been revealed here. Pose, Felix, and Sparebow are alive. Keep an eye out on these guys. They do very, very well on their custom unique settings like these when they were just the best in, again, simulated situations round after round. So again, a couple teams I'm looking out for is definitely Pose, Felix, and Sparebow, and now this high ground team of Crypt and Cold, but they're getting landed on.
They've been playing out of their mind throughout the entire kind of the FNCS2, but they are indeed, that is Magnolia's team who's been consistently making their mark in this team, going for high ground, and they have managed to claim it. They have pushed off Crypt, Elite, and Cold as well, down to second height now. We're gonna have to see if the retake comes back from them, but so far, Magnolia's team has been playing this incredibly smart, and they are situated with so many materials too on that top. In the bottom right, you've got Dubs, Mega, and Rokane with tons of materials still left, but back up to Magnolia. Such a good position, but they are getting pressured from down below.
And this is rough right now. This is another surge warning about to go off. Luckily for the high ground team, there's nothing for them to worry about, but they are so off in the air here. They're gonna have to be careful to go ahead and rebase up. And there it is. The lightning bolts are officially active. 13 players have to go down now. One of our teams there was Sprite, Gabe, and Tahi. They get basically clipped off from the backside of zone, and they were below the surge. So is Mega, Rokane, and Dubs now. They were doing so well in lead up, but the problem was going ahead and catching up to them. But now, again, it seems like things have kind of settled themselves out. Mega's going to get pinched from multiple angles here. Great shots, but not enough to clutch up. For Rokane, though, he's going to break into top 10. This is very, very important for him to continue to stay alive here and steal away these points now.
This could be a big solo clutch for him. If he had some med kits, he could almost definitely make this a top 3 situation. Still with his 63 builds remaining, he has. But every single ounce of that he's going to have to use is going to be important. He drops down the layer, gets onto such a good spot away from the players remaining behind him. But dropping down into the water is a dangerous part because there is sharks in this area, and he knows that. So he elevates himself, gets back up, and has to try anything he can to stay away from the players who are around here, but still not get focused while using that wood, because that is going to catch eyes from other players.
And listen, we must be watching history right now. This zone is pulled so far west, it is completely off the water. It left land such a long time ago. It is continuing to pull at this point. 10 more seconds until the next max rotate. But Rokane is still going here, managing to stay alive. A player slips behind him. He barely catches him in the peripheral, swings back around. Colazo goes down. Here comes the follow-up. Can he get the tag? Yes, it's a body tag. It's not his floor. He breaks through. He's still fighting. So close, yet so far was that next siphon there on high ground. No, it is free pass to the end game right now as Magnolia and the rest of his team are sitting comfortable up here. 3 elims, part of which was a part of Bucky, Macwood, and their trio. Remember, caught clicks there just a little bit ago too. So just big points here turning around, and they have the heal condition. Look at this. They're setting up for the heal off. There's no way they lose this one now, Reese.
they have the slurp cannons, they have the medkits, they have
Everything.
the floppers. You can see them all being displayed up on high ground here because they're all going to go to one
wait a
player who's
second.
going to play heal off.
He left it.
They've left them in the storm.
Okay.
Is that Floppers still in the storm? That could be a choke, but look who's down below the TNA trio. The OCE boys are still up in this, down on low ground 2. As right there, that's another one. Elimination down onto post. Sparebow goes down into the storm 2. Felix still up. There's Chaos down on the low ground. As we see the top teams of Magnolia's team start to drop down, they start to apply that pressure, but no builds left remaining on Duran right here. He's going to have to try and do something to pressure the teams down below.
And not only that, they throw away that win condition here, but that's the sign of pressure in the end game. You have to have a full strategy mapped out and planned out. K2G is going to jump on down and finish things up with a quick one onto TNA Speedy, who makes an end game, showing up for his first appearance here at the FNCS Finals, the NAE stage, making things happen. But of course, it's going to be your team of Magnolia and crew who takes the victory royale there in a very spectacular fashion. But let's just talk about that slight bit of inexperience kicking in, that pressure, that FNCS pressure there, making them forget the heals in the zone, Reese.
Yeah, leaving the floppers behind, I'm not sure if it was intentional or maybe threw it and just couldn't pick it up. It's a tough one for them, right? You've got to understand the pressure is there when you're at this round 4. You're on height. They've been through height the entire of the moving zones too. So they're sitting thinking this could be our win. This could be our victory, our ticket to the finals at the same time. But look, we can only break it down so much. Let's throw it back to Zeke and the boys, see what they think.
Thank you guys so much. Okay, so I'm liking this first head-to-head matchup, right? These two trios coming down to the wire. We're looking at Magnolia. This is Durant and Swish, even though they've decided to be L2 and R2. I don't know why, because branding apparently doesn't mean anything in the world. But they placed 13th last week, right? So they're looking for that redemption story. And then the question that we asked at the top of show, can the TNA trio that came over from OCE to compete in NA East, can they hang? Right now, Vivid, I feel like the answer is yes. Game 1 to hit a second place, it's not a victory royale, but still, it's very, very good.
Oh, absolutely. They did phenomenal that game. A really good end game for them. I saw them getting a bunch of elims in the feed. And yeah, they just came up with a solid second place there to finish off. And huge shout out to Magnolia's trio as well. Nothing like putting your name on the map with a victory royale to start off the round 4.
Yeah, starting off, with any victory royale at this point in the competition, when you need to get those 30 points, it is insane. You can see the difference it makes here as well. There they are, Magnolia's trio straight to the top of the leaderboard there. 7 eliminations, 30 points, 44 in total. But look just behind them, Divine Slim, Nard as well, 17 placement points, but 13 eliminations. Look at that, double digits off the bat. What a great start to proceedings from them. 43 points, only 1 point behind them, Vivid. I mean, that is a very close tight-knit start to proceedings for those two trios there.
Oh yeah, the margin here is insane. That trio in second place there, Divine, Slim, and Nordwall, they actually got 9th place. But because they got 13 eliminations, they're only 1 point behind the people who got the victory royale. So that was a crazy performance coming out of them there. As you can see in those placement points, they only got 17, but those elim points, they rack up. And as we talked about the OCE trio here, Speedy, Looter, and Muzz here, 34 points. A solid game for them. Yeah. They keep it up, no doubt. They'll go ahead and finish top 3 today. And a huge shout out to Felix, Pons, and Sphero. I want to keep an eye on this trio throughout the day because I think they're always a solid trio that you can rely on. Felix always has these trios. He always leads trios, so the end game has solid end games. And as you can see here, the consistency will show today for that trio as well.
Yeah, we mentioned at the top of the show as well some of the trios that are trying to get as many points as possible to remain in. We saw their Slickmons trio in 6th position there. One of those trios fighting for points to be considered for the semis next week. So a great start to proceedings from those guys to get those points to try and get themselves qualifying for the semi-finals. But look at the top 11th through 20th here as well. We can see major teams here. My trio that I chose, wow. Wasn't that a terrible start to proceedings? P-God, Peterbot, and TK there. You can see a 14th position there with 5 placement points, but 6 eliminations. Not bad at all, despite finishing in 14th, 17 points off the bat there for those boys. We can see that Pamsto, Carey, and Fachi Fishy, another trio who've had an amazing last few days. I really want to highlight as well. Definitely ones to look at as well. Currently coming in 12th position as well with 12 placement points and 4 eliminations, 20 points off the bat here. It's early days, but still so much to play for, so much excitement, and that's only just one game out of 6.
We got to continue this early trend, right? Let's take a look at how things went in the early game, because there's a bunch of these matchups we kind of were teasing at the start of show. We're starting things off with the Clicks and his trio, so break it down, boys.
Yeah, always want to take a look at where everybody is dropping at the start of the game. As you can see, Creo, Bucky, and Clicks having an uncontested sweaty sands there. Over at Believer Beats, Spray, Tahi, and Gabe, you know, this trio always puts up big numbers from this drop spot. So excited to see that they are uncontested from there as well.
Yeah, we see Boney Burbs here as well. Rocane Dubs, Mega, they're landing in an area uncontested as well, which is great for them. We saw they had a actually really good first game as well. Uncontested is so pivotal in these situations. I don't know why I've chosen a trio who's contested every time. Silly savage, but still, you know, whatever. We learn from our mistakes, chaps. But you can see here as well, you know, Lazy Lake as well, a great opportunity to land uncontested in an area. You know, trios that we're used to seeing there, like Saf's trio, already qualified, not there. So therefore, it's all yours, all to play for. Fantastic start. I'd also like to cash this in, by the way. I won free, can you see that? One free voucher, prediction change voucher. I've had this for a long time. I'd like to do that if I can, if possible. That was a really bad start for me, so that would be pretty bad. Thank you very much, production team.
There you go. I think you have one as well, Vivid. So production, we're gonna need to work on that. We'll do that between this next game. So for now, we're just going back and forth the battle bus. Reese, MDF. I'm sorry, you guys don't have one. They have one. So good luck with your predictions.
Don't worry about us. You know, we come second, and it's totally fine because we get to watch the games here front and center. We're on the battle bus with the pros right now. It's game number 2. I mean, that game was a hefty one to really absorb in right there because you had other teams keeping the point threshold close with other monstrous games. Not what we quite expected for game 1. And especially what's most impressive about this Magnolia trio is what I said at the start of last game, Reese. They have the options, right, to actually third-party Bucky and or the Macwood versus P-God fight that's happening at Craggy Cliffs.
Yeah, I already mentioned how smart they were playing it too, right? They didn't overextend into that fight when they didn't need to. They played it super calm, slowly as well, just trying to do anything they can, actually, just like this. I've not seen this as a Storm Surge strategy yet, landed straight on the turret, going for players out of the sky. It's pretty common to land on weapons and try the exact same, but I don't think he managed to get any tags out of that. But look, every single bullet you hit from that turret is big, so clearly they've got their strategies laid out, right? This is clearly a calculated team. As silly as that may look, landing on the turret and going for it, that's planned.
Yeah, definitely planned here as the strategy is, again, just all starting to come together and connect for their drop right now. It's a widespread split. We talked about this just briefly before. It takes a lot of time to go ahead and finish up this type of route. But if you can be quicker than your opponents, if you can make it there just in time, I mean, there's so much opportunity for them to just honestly create damage for what's going on around them. And just take a look at the map there. Up in this area, that is the only contested drop spot that we can actually see from our perspective here. I don't see another drop that actually has any major conflict like this other than the ones unfolding in the feed, and even those are very, again, quick and just filthy drops at other like satellite style stations. This time around looks like Spegu's gonna go on and win the drop here. He was the I think he was a part of the first, I'd say, collateral damage to fall in the last game. So again, contested drops always pretty rough.
Yeah, they pretty hardcore 50-50 their drop as well on the kind of catty corner. We've seen that week to week pretty much, and even in the Cash Cup's doing the exact same thing. So we've seen that pretty repeatedly, and you know, it's tough to try and win a tournament when you're contested and 50-50ing off spawn, right? Because there's only so many times you can win it, right? You got to out-aim them, you got to out-drop them. But unfortunately, we've not managed to see that so far. But again, Magnolia's team doing exactly what they do. This kind of shows the full area that they've covered. They've managed to get the full of Orchard uncontested, up north of that as well, up to the dish spawn, which is obviously why we saw them push into P-Gods kind of near that fight in the last game. Like, honestly, this is going to be one of the biggest loot paths that is available during the game right now, because usually you'll have teams take one side of this, like maybe Orchard or maybe up in the north dish, but no, right now they managed to claim the entire of this area of the map.
Yeah, definitely. They have this all on lock. And, you know, it makes sense too, right? As teams start to qualify through these other sections of the map, you know, they start to open up, right? This is a drop spot that was notoriously claimed by DJ Agers and Skittles, right? They kind of had all that to themselves. They then decided to move on down to the crops, right? Just because they were that dominant, wherever they wanted, they could take, right? And that's just kind of how it ends up working out. For this trio, though, once again, we get to watch this glorious fight go down again here. P-Got, TK, and Peterbot, you know, again, play this passive style. They wait inside the buildings. They continue to farm while Macwood, Illust, and, you know, company sit up top, right? They kind of get ahead just by these little micro plays here.
They do, and every single build adds up. Every single bullet. Remember, all these teams that are dropping here, well, both these teams in this situation don't have that much ammo. You know, you can see P-God does actually have 80 AR bullets, but if they're going to keep spraying like Mako's team is, applying that pressure from the outside, that's going to run out very, very quickly. So every single build that you can harvest up adds up big time. Actually, as we see the gas can coming out, or the Firefly, they're starting to burn down a lot of the buildings, which is going to use some of those materials up that they're trying to make sure that they have, as we see some shots trying to be traded. But no, unfortunately, nothing's going to connect there. So interesting play right now, because we are going to have to try and see who's going to win it. Is it going to be the outside team applying the pressure, or is it going to be P-God's team, who's more solidified, being pushed but playing slower and potentially a little bit smarter at the same time?
Yeah, but they got to be careful. Macwood and company are already rotating up, so if they don't jump on this opportunity quick, it's going to backfire here. And you can see P-God really trying to play this lurker position right now, trying to see if he can catch Macwood off guard with an over peek or something of the sort here. Peter Broad has a sniper as well. This kid's dangerous, man. He's really been on fire lately. So again, this is a trio that's had so much momentum. They've won this fight so many times before, and I like what they were able to do. They got 17 points last game. Yes, they were taken out a little bit earlier than they would have liked, but 17 points to kick things off is still not that bad when you consider first place only being about 20 or 30 points off of their current positioning, right? So again, still a solid game to start it off. This time now, though, Peter Broad goes for the snipe. That was a close one. That's Magnolia in trio.
Yeah, I don't know if that's the team you want to be sniping at either, because they're not necessarily the team contesting you. They're the team third-partying in here that aren't going to be pushing in too hard. They're going to be holding you. So they particularly have gone for the shot into Mako's team, or even just waited for it. But I think this is a smart play, right? They understand that this is taking a long time. They understand there's a stalemate from Mako's team sitting holding on the edge. So they're just going to disengage. Sure, they may get tagged up a bit here, but they get out alive, right? They've managed to actually get a ton of their materials up a little bit. They got the ammo, they got the weapons, hopefully still have enough shields too. The biggest issue for them now is where they're going to get their metal. They may go to the blue steel bridge here, but metal is so difficult to harvest anywhere on the map, and usually you're going to get it in your drop spot for the majority of teams. So while they're disengaging here, we're hopefully going to see a big focus onto grabbing their metal. Yes, exactly as P-God does. Going for the fences, going for the small amounts, the little bits you can get in this gas station. Maybe going for the hill, but at the same time, I think they may just want to get away from Mako's team. They're not looking to elongate the game by sitting and fighting, taking their time. They want to get that metal. They want to make sure they have materials set up for that end game. Maybe, you know, go for a fight later on if they need to, but draw spot taking a long time. Clearly P-God, TK, and Peter Bull have an understanding of the game, and they're not going to be doing that.
And here's the thing. They have effectively won the drop again, right? They got the most loot out of it. They got to farm the most because they sat down in the low ground kind of doing that. They weren't just falling behind. And then they rotated first. They got to the metal. They got to these key positions where, again, that's loot accessibility. And even now, they're ahead of the curve right now. They get to touch all these, again, leftover loot areas that can at least net worth them something here, right? As opposed to sitting behind. Even that right there. That's ammunition. These are bandages. These are things that they're picking up before any other team, especially Macwood's team, who also has to just basically follow up behind them. So it's these little things, guys, that we talk about who has the lead here. It's them. They're playing quick. They're playing on their toes. And yes, they're being stubborn by continuing to take a contested drop spot here, but they're top 10s in all of these weekend qualifiers. You saw the fly in there. I mean, the stats don't lie. I just could only imagine a team playing this good this season, what they could do if they weren't being contested. So take a look out for them if they can make it to finals and get Craggy Cliffs themselves.
I mean, the story of many teams who are just unfortunately situated in their drop spot they chose, you know, if they are chosen, you know, sometimes teams are contested because another team just goes, there's a little bit of RNG, but where'd you go, right? Someone else will just be contested. You might as well stay in the drop spot that you know, rather than try and do anything else. As we go over to the teams, who was in second? Not Nexy's team that we're looking at right now with Larson and Crumble, but actually the TNA boys, the OCE boys are the ones who they're kind of situating themselves up next to. And I don't think either team wants to take a fight here. Both these teams just trying to get themselves set up in this mid game, trying to get themselves situated with a good high ground, good position for Storm Surge, which this location is very, very common to do so from. And they're looking good, right? They're looking good, trying to continue that legacy from the last, in particular with the TNA boys.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've done so good so far, but again, the clock is ticking right now, and not a lot of teams have really gone down. We've seen the odd knock or two here, but no true big finishes. Nexybot goes for the snipe there. That's a missed opportunity, a little too high on the flick. It could have honestly given him a lot of much-needed surge here, as things are really about to get interesting as the clock continues to tick on right now. For Nexy, though, this is, again, very, very crucial. The fact that he has the sniper and he's taken this shot already is going to put a red flag on this positioning, which means teams are going to be less likely to even look in this direction. So that's one of those other things when you play the card, right, of the sniper so early, you don't even tag someone with it. You're setting yourself up for failure in the long game.
Indeed, indeed. As we see, the next zone is pulled to the northeast. A difficult zone for a lot of players. This is pretty much the exact opposite we saw last game. We saw a southwest. Now we're going for a northeast. And basically, there was, what, 3, maybe 4 teams currently situated in the zone. So pretty much the entire lobby is going to have to try and rotate their way in somehow. So we could see a lot of players start to drop off. But you know what I've just noticed? 95 players still remaining in this game.
That's what I said.
Incredibly slow. You know, I'm slow. I'm picking up. Don't worry. I'm behind the pace here. But
it makes sense now. It makes sense now. Look, there's 32 teams still up. Like I said, there's been a couple odd knocks, but no one's really been finished off. So I don't know what it is about this second game, but I'm thinking it's because it's the last chance to punch your way straight to finals, right? I think reality setting in for teams that were taken out early in game one. Things didn't go according to plan, and that means we're seeing a lot of adjustment happen inside the Fortnite world right now, which excites me for the outcome of this game right now, because when all the teams decide to be more passive, play differently, it really just opens up a whole new can of issues for all the other teams that had a great game one, right? Because no one's going to be playing the same this time around.
Yeah, everyone's going to be slowing down, doing completely different things, and that's what's difficult. Even this fight, like I already mentioned for P-God's team, you know, they disengaged. That's something completely different they did from game number 1. They won the fight there, but now they've decided to switch on over. Actually, as this engagement, they've managed to get in. They've managed to completely clean this up onto Brutal's team very efficiently, and that's the refresh that we need. Look at that, 150 builds for all 3 members, completely stacked, as we do see the other team start to pop up, and I am worried about Player's team out here, right, in the background. What if they are one of the teams who, remember how many people, 92 people remaining, who are very far underneath the Storm Surge. With this far rotate, this could mean very dangerous things for P-God's team. Actually, just thought how interesting it is that this was a north pulling zone and how far they have rotated south, almost like past the halfway mark, and now they're gonna have to start going back up to pretty much close to where they dropped.
And that's right. That's just what happens. They try to get in, get a dominant hill here, and instead they meet resistance on the way. They take the fight and they win it, so even better for them. You talked about this team might be very far below the surge, and they are. They're kind of teeter-tottering on that line here, just again swinging their way back up. This just depends on what teams go down, what teams stay up here, and how things unfold. But you can see slowly but surely that clock is ticking there. So they're going to have to choose a team and choose quickly here on their way on in. It's not going to end pretty for anyone here. What's this? 22 players have to go down. That's a lot of players there. We don't ever really get to see this kind of unique situation where it's this steep, the curve of how many players have to go down. But pay attention to the feed, man. You're going to see some of your faves. You're going to see, everything kind of unfold soon.
True, and you know, I've been in a lot of Storm Surge games, not like this, none like this, because look, I'm nowhere near the player that these guys are. But when you're starting to get below the threshold and you're not in a good spot, exactly like these guys are right now, the panic does set in. And you know, for me as a player, I'm more unexperienced, and for some of these teams, it's their first time making a round 4. They're going to be in the same boat, right? They'll never played a game this stacked. They are never going to have to deal with the situations of rotating this far with this many players still in the game. And they're going to be bricking it, let's be real. They're going to be nervous. They're going to try to make any plays they can. And we could see some big mistakes coming out right now. And honestly, from the team we're watching right now, we're seeing some good tags. They're doing a good job of rotating, getting shots as they go. But again, they're being held in Storm now, which is going to allow all those teams boxed up on edge just to continually tag away, hit them as much as possible. And this could be wrapped. But they're actually deciding to use the launch pad to get out. And that may be a good idea, but we'll see when they land and if they get fully focused.
Yeah, definitely. And one important knock I saw on the feed there, Macwood onto our number 1 team. That's Magnolia's trio. That's the second time I've seen their trio end up in the feed. One was a knock. That second one was a complete finish. So our team that was in the lead might just be having issues here coming into game 2. And they didn't have that much of a lead over the rest of the competition. Here's Rehan, Clover, and Wanted right now on the outer edge of the zone, just barely above the surge. One of those teams that, again, are just in that deadly kind of pinch here between all these other trios that are continuing to not only now have to fight one another, but focus on the lobby that's looking inwards at them. And that's the problem with these fights. There's so many sight lines onto them. We have gone from 90 to 70 that quickly, like literally between a POV to a POV. All the fights are finishing up now, and the teams are wrapping up their battles. They're committed at this point. You might as well finish up what you started, and that's why the numbers continuing to cut down now.
I literally can't even keep track of the Elim feed in the top left. I do keep seeing Peterbot's name though, so they've definitely managed to pick up a good few eliminations. That, given the fact, this is actually ends up being what happens when the games are so stacked, is that when Storm Surge starts coming through, everyone panics and so many people get eliminated. And honestly, from here on out, this game might be less stacked now than game number 1. That first threshold of Storm Surge just wipes players out, and another player wiped out, this time by the gas can is actually Magnolia as well, and his teammate's super low on the white HP. If he even goes close to that fire, that could be it over him. But our number 1 team currently left as a solo going into game number 2.
Very rough right there, and you can see that he's got all the shields and stuff to work with, so it just meant that an unfortunate turn of events as they tried to rotate back into the zone, basically overcompensated from their draw spot and found themselves in more of a congested area than they probably would have liked here. A lot of risk involved stopping right now to get these heals, but hey, you got to get what you can on these type of rotates here, so it's going to end up playing out. You can see players in the distance. He's in no position to shoot at anyone, right? He's got to keep a low profile, get these heals off while he can, and honestly extend this tournament life. Luckily, they are going to be breaking into that placement point threshold here already. If they can continue to get to top 17, this would be a very, very good game for this team right now. But otherwise, I mean, it's not going to be easy.
Not going to be easy at all. And trying to pull the medkit, I think this could be a difficult play. Well, I mean, let's be real, it's always going to be a difficult play. He's a solo left alive, third zone. He's got a far zone. He's on the congested side. This is going to be difficult regardless. But going to sit in Storm, tank a little bit so he can get that medkit off and try the best he can. But as we move over to Furious' team, we just saw getting picked up there. Says Lucky down in the feed there as all of the teams around, like Zlem's team, Narwhals and Divine, start to power pressure in. Remember, this team in the last game got 13 eliminations, and they went out relatively early too. None this game so far. I was kind of hoping we'd just see them and they'd somehow manage to pick up like 10, you know? They just put on an absolute show or something. But ooh, Zlem actually gets hit by a snipe at the exact moment there too.
Now, luckily, though, they do have the chug cannon. They can definitely use it a little early right now. When you have someone that's this low right now, I mean, a couple options in place, right? The whole team can technically open up the builds here. They have to use the chug cannon, or they can anyways. No, instead they're going to go in and dig into the heals here. But I was just going to say, it wouldn't hurt to go ahead and take a little bit more risk here, because you know that chug cannon can heal the entire team, right? So if you're going to use the shots, try to get as much value out of it as possible, but not this time around. Here comes the rotate they have to make, though, Reese, because they're on the outermost edge right now.
They're on the edge, and they understand that, and they know they need to get here quick. So they hit the little short pad, and hopefully using the tree to stop the line of sight, which is really good. Marking a nice high ground hill position, which is a good idea for them to be set out, but at the same time, a lot of the lobby's going to see that these builds are getting freshly built, and the pressure could come out. But no, actually, no one decides to start shooting them at this moment. They've managed to use that single launch pad to get themselves in. I imagine they still have more pads remaining. Now, because they went early and that pad's there, they may be able to get tags on players who are going behind. That's exactly what they're going to do. People who are reusing that pad, they'll be able to go on tags and then not bodies. So they've at least managed to get one tag out of that, but potentially more eliminations on his teammates as they start to rotate through as well.
And the crazy part, they marked their own launch pad as well to break it in the distance there. You see the cone on top of it, so it seems like the team did not get to recycle that one going on foot. Now becoming victims to the rotate. They're perfectly done for them, showing why they are in the lead right now, or looking to break away with that lead here as things are setting up. It looks like our Magnolia trio is still alive as a solo. K2G right there, up still standing. Asian Jeff still in this game right now. And again, this wide shot is really just going to set up the stage for us. Who is up? Who's trying to make a better game out of this round right now than the last? Sparebow still in this round too. Where is Felix? Looks like they've lost a player on this rotate right now as well. So again, a lot of duos we're watching kind of in this mix here.
I love these wide shots. They give such a cool idea and gives you so much information in such a short time of who's still in. I saw the TNA boys. I'm going to keep talking about them all day because, let's be real, I want to see them do good. They're the team I want to do well the most. But also, Bucky, Creon, Click still in it too. This is a zone that is favorable to them. Actually, almost very, very similar to a zone they had in Qualifier 1, which at that moment, they'd already actually had Bucky sniped. So he'd been lost. They ended up picking up a good few points as a duo. However, now they're in this almost exact same zone as a full trio with good materials. They managed to get the Llama, given they have the Chug Cannon in there too. Chilling on Storm Surge right now with pads. This is such a good spot. If Clicks, Bucky, and kind of Creo do not manage to capitalize on this and get a ton of points throughout this match, at least, this is going to be a big choke, I've got to say.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, listen, they have a lot of ground to catch up on right now. They are Again, slipping behind here, only 14 points. Another slow game right here in front of them. The last one, they had a couple elims. They were looking okay come the mid game, but one false edit, one bad rotate, and all of a sudden they were in just a world of focus. Here comes their early launch pad now. They're trying to do something completely different than the last game. Get there early, get a dominant position most importantly, and then play off of that. Here goes Clicks. Love that he switches to those soft masks because he wasn't commit to any of those builds there, and now gets his trio here above the mountain, right? This is all starting to really shape up for this trio here.
It is an interesting layer decision because they're still relatively low on this hill, but a ton of the players will probably end up boxing up on top of him, right? He is over the players who are down below the hill, but anyone who boxes up on top of the hill will probably build over him, which may block the launch pads that they want to take for the first moving if they decide to use it. So potentially a little bit one more layer up could have saved them, but I think given the fact they went so early, no one had really established here, it could have been a bit risky to get them focused because they had more sight lines on them, and now they have such a good place, right? They could just sit and hold back. But Aspect, Kaz, and Hoofishy, one of the real top picks, I think, for a lot of people in this day, situated in one of the best spots.
Yeah, definitely. Mac was going to fall to Clicks there with a quick knock, and the finish comes through from the rest of the lobby as someone sees the opportunity and takes advantage of it. It's actually Creo who gets the finish there. Nicely done for them. They already know it's a 2v1 kind of situation here. The team below is also shooting too. No cone on top of them. That's the elite boys. That's Divine, Narwhal, and Zlem there. They can see in. Gabe Tahi and Sprite seem like they have managed to sneak up and snatch up the loot there. So again, these are all little micro plays right now. These are refreshers that are gonna start swinging the tide in the favor of some fresh trios right now that desperately need it. For Divine, Narwhal, and Zlemdo, I love what they're doing. They're keeping such a low profile here. They are comfortable with the points that they have, and they just want to make an end game. They're not trying to force their hand here. They want to play consistent. Slow and steady can get them to finals.
And I think they know that, like you said, but once they get into endgame, we know they're going to frag out. Exactly the same as they did last game. They're going to apply that pressure. They're going to pick up so many eliminations. They have that fragging power, and they're waiting on the bottom left to try and hit that launch pad. They've already marked the zone. They've marked both edges of it on that bottom left. You can see, which just shows exactly where it goes, right? They're going to mark those positions. That's the max pool. That's the minimum pool that it can do. Great plan, so they have full awareness. But again, on height, Hoofishy, Kaz, and Aspect trying to build themselves across, but I think they're going to have to take the pad because at this rate, someone will probably start to establish at height at the opposite side, and they may fully lose it unless they just don't want to commit to it at that time, which is completely fine. But another team may take that opportunity to do so.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Hoofishy went first. Aspect touches down. They're going to go for the fight for high ground right now. Kaz is on the side here. He gets bested by KJ. Seems like he was just a little bit quicker, but Aspect commits a lot of material there before realizing the call comes out. Give it up. It's not worth it. They've already expended so much. This game's not over for them. Not just yet. They'll come back for that play a little bit later, but Aspect, you can see, sneaking behind right now. He is not happy with that because he did have the lead there. He had a true fighter's chance, but he's going to have to follow the trio here, follow the decision to give it up, and now play out for this end game. For every team that falls now, though, there are points that are going to be given out, guys. This is a very, very crucial time to stay alive here and out-survive your opponent.
It is, and Bucky, Creo, and Clicks managed to go back through their old tarp, trying to hit anyone off who's diagonally above them. And Bucky may be able to pick up one elimination, but unfortunately, no, the player manages to get it away from him on the box. And this old tarp that they have provides so many angles for them to pick up refreshes from if they need them. Right now, not a top priority. Staying in the game is the biggest priority, especially to see Creo almost capped on hard materials and soft materials as well. So he's going to be able to just to completely get himself ahead, almost into the 7th zone now, whilst he lets the two hound dogs at the back, Bucky and Clicks, go for those refreshes, keep him capped. This is a top 3 game I can see from Creo, Bucky, and Clicks. They are set up so well, but there is a team in the back of the tarp.
Yeah, the risk though, Creo is looking up, so they're probably looking to take a victory royale right now, trying to see what kind of win conditions are available to them. Aspect's gonna fall to Divine. Divine is still continuing his rampage here in this endgame. Trap, KJ, and Neon jumping their way back up, clawing their way back into the competition here for game number 2 at 5 eliminations and an endgame of a top 10 in front of them. Hoofishy unfortunately is going to go down. That's a full team wipe for them, and they are no longer in the running here. Back to the lobby, players are being sent here, and you have to be happy if you've made it this far. But man, the struggle that's happening here in the low ground. There it is. Someone finally shuts down Divine. Narwhal falls too for being on the outer edge, and it's up to the last one. That's Zlem there inside the zone here, possibly against Zucky. Who's going to hit the shot here? He's waiting for it. He does, and he's on top now. these are crucial points, not only for, of course, getting the elim, but it's the placement that you earn as well. That's a team wipe right there. Big exchanges.
And he's up to 360 wood from that too. Another team goes down, so yeah, again, more placement now as you reach top 6. Still with the medkit, trying to pop that this time, and the bandit cannon, but he's getting pressured from the teams down below. He's cracked down to 6 HP. He's, like I said, has the storm cannon, so gets the tag off. However, he is almost definitely not going to be able to get that medkit off, but no, he is picked up. 5 teams now remain, and so many are situated on low ground. Clicks, Creo, and Bucky in a commanding position, but yet again, another elimination for them.
Very significant right now. They're in top here. Well played and well done. Clicks eating a lot of stormline here though, just to look for a new angle. Has to be careful. And now the siphon comes through. Beautifully done for him. He's gonna go ahead and top himself right back off. This chug cannon coming into big play here in the end game. Remember, it is even more important to have that to really seal the deal for a victory royale if you're trying to play these zone plays. But high ground is just literally vibing out here. They still have enough material and resource to hold out too. That's Trap and Crew. They get brought down. Clicks is trying to go ahead and do something big. That's one. They box up. Here comes the side sweep. They have the zone in front of them too, and that's another elimination for them. They are jumping their way right back into the standing here.
And that was one of the TNA boys who have actually gone down as well. Speedy down on the low ground. As you see, Charlie, Spegu, and completely boxed up on the low. So they've claimed low. Clicks, Creo, and Bucky are in mid-ground layer. The worst place you want to be in a 3v3.
Nice.
But no, he managed to pick up elimination onto one of the players on high ground. A second elimination goes down too. So that's 2 full finishes now. So there's a single solo player left alive on high ground. As you know, Spegu's trio is completely situated on the low ground. As Charlie is also now picked up. Bucky goes down on the low. Spegu is playing the heal off. As you see, Creo with the chug cannon up on height, but he is picked up, and it'll be D-Roller, Charlie, and Spegu who pick up the victory royale in game number 2.
Look at that. They get a free victory because of Clicks and company going crazy on their layer there. D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie. Another clean execution from them, which, by the way, they had a rough game number 1. They were taken out relatively early, but another name that I saw in there, TNA Speedy, the second game in a row now. You know, the first one I believe was a top 3. That one there was a top 4 for Speedy. Just consistency across the board. Shout out to the OC boys, man. But we're gonna toss it over to the desk. Zeke, what you got for us?
Charlie, I'm gonna be king of the pirates, okay? Watch yourself. Wow, I love that Reese actually set this up so beautifully, right? You kind of put Clicks, Creo, and Bucky in this position where they're like, okay, we have been in situations like this before. We know that we can just close it a game. Why not? Let's just go ham, force everyone else to play the game we want to play. We can close it out. But then you look over, Spegu and D-Roller, they're like, well, okay, we know what you're doing, right? You could, if you're like a veteran of the competitive scene, you know, you start hearing things, right? Edits, people going up, shotgun sounds going off, heals come out, and you're like, okay, they're gonna go do their thing. We have a chug cannon, Vivid, so let's just hang out together, hip to hip. But they'll run it out. The storm's already closed. We're gonna win this. I love it. That's great.
Yeah, don't let it be mistaken. The D-Rollers trio did a great job of also finding elims. I believe they had a 10+ elim game there, and as you can see,
it was 11.
11. There you go. What's so impressive about these guys? Every single qualifying week, they have placed in Qualifier 1. They placed 12th. In Qualifier 2, they placed 10th, and they have been contested every single one of those times. As you can see here, they are finding game eliminations, but every single time that they make it off spawn, they have phenomenal games. I wish that we could see a time where this team is uncontested, but we could see what they do with 6 games in total. But other than that, these guys, look at this, 11 elims right here, and they just make it work even though they're contested. We always talk about how being uncontested is an advantage, but these guys, regardless, make it work so beautifully.
Yeah, they have propelled themselves way up the leaderboard there. You can see them in 3rd position now, D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie with 30 placement points, 12 elimination, 54. Big shout out to NAW, Divine, and Zlem though. I love Zlem there rocking the great AR and the pump as well. Fantastic to see that at the end game. Amazing. Gutsy. But 17 eliminations, 37 placement points. Fantastic from those guys. 71 points. But look how close it is with Banana. Speedy's trio there, 70 points. 1 point separates them on our first game as well. Only 1 point separated first and second position. So this is so tight right now. Apart from the fact that my trio seems to be nowhere near. But yours, Vivid, yours, 6th position right now. Bucky, Clicks as well, 31 points. We saw Clicks pop off there at the end. very busy at the ham, as Zeke mentioned. But the patience of Spegu, D-Roller, and Charlie, I mean, the experiences are matched, Vivid.
Yeah, and I want to talk about Creo, Clicks, and Bucky here because I believe they only had like a 9-point first game. So picking up 40 points right there means they've kind of found that groove. And I love the play at the end there because the team that was playing high ground, I don't believe I've seen their names before when they were on height, and they were not applying any pressure at all to the layers below them, which allowed Creo, Bucky, and Clicks to be so close to them, right? They were only like 2 layers below them. And because Clicks, Bucky, and Creo aren't getting pressured by this team that's above them, they kind of know that these guys are unexperienced, right? Because if you're on the high ground, you want to push these layers that are below you down, so that way they all kind of have to go all the way down to the lower ground and make all these teams fight each other. But because they're not getting pressured, they know that it's like sort of an unexperienced team, so they go up for it and they just absolutely bully them off the high ground and pick up a couple of elims before end up falling short there at the end and picking up a second place, which is, you know, nothing to be ashamed of.
No, not at all. I mean, it's kind of incredible, isn't it, as well, that we've talked about, you know, the teams that are actually still, you know, within the competition here now, and we've already seen that so many, a bunch have already qualified, but still, you look at the names of the top 10 there, and there are still trios left, right, and centre, all massively capable of going the distance. Well, let's look at these trios right now. Peterbot, P-God, and TK, for instance, versus Macwood and Illis and Tragics here. We've talked about the contesting the very first game. P-God's trio, I mean, just wiped the floor clean with my pick of the week. Absolutely incredible. And it was really interesting to see what happened in game 2 here, I thought, as well, because both teams not shifting, still sticking to the same POI. However, Macwood's trio thought, rather than going for the big hut with all that, you know, a lot of slurp barrels, a lot of opportunities to gain shields, a lot of loot as well, chose to not engage and instead go away from P-God's trio to kind of give themselves some breathing space. I mean, Vivid, what are your thoughts there? I mean, I don't want to say that they were kind of cowardly in that situation. I think it's more kind of thinking about the points, potentially, what they could get down the road.
Yeah, essentially they just decided that it isn't really beneficial for them, so they wanted to get out of there early and see how they can play the end game, because there is a team up on the hill that is overlooking that 3v3, so they don't want to deal with that anymore, so they just went ahead and disengaged.
I like it. That's sometimes what you have to do, but not only do that in life as well. But watch.fortnite.com, another great place to watch. I'm doing that right now. I have the leaderboards up, so I always know what's going on. Okay, Fortnite fam, you heard the bus. We go back over to Reese and MDF.
Thank you guys so very much, but here it is. We're setting up. It's game number 3 now, Reese, and again, things are just getting closer and closer up at the top. Teams that are breaking away right now, though, the TNA boys staying consistent, and of course, Narwhal, Divine, and Zlem doing just that as well.
You love to see it, don't you? You love to see the big consistent performances, in particular from, you know, let's be real, I've been rooting for the TNA boys here already because they have had a bit of a tough first 2 weeks not making it to round 4 at all, but they've definitely showed potential on the NA East region. Now again making it here and really showing that they are a top team in this custom set lobby. Maybe they're going to struggle a little bit more in the qualifying systems in these more open tournaments, but when they get to a set lobby like this, they're showing that they have that knowledge from their previous region OCE and that they can apply it and even dominate. They're looking good to even win the entire region.
The one issue though is that we've only seen Speedy alive in those final moments, so I do wonder what is holding back the rest of the crew there, because Speedy is really putting the team on his back here with his solo clutch performances, sneaking his way into those top 5s. Again, no easy feat. You see how dominant they are as far as the point lead that they have just off of their consistency. Granted though, as a team, they pulled in a couple of elims, so it's all starting to connect there. If they can just get it together in the end game as a full trio, that'll be the difference maker. For this team here, this early game contested fight that's been going round after round has to go in their favor if they want to continue to be inside the top 3. D-Roller's going to come through, drop another player there. It's Voyo on the other side, another very experienced trio. Again, we've seen this fight in the feed. We haven't watched it personally, but I knew it was at the satellite spot because these are the same fights that have been folding or unfolding the last couple weeks.
It is, and interestingly, back in Chapter 2, Season 2, when we had the FNCS Invitational, D-Roller got a bit of a nickname. Well, not nickname, that's not the right word. He got a knowledge for being known as the SMG player, right? Back then, he was absolutely unbelievable with the SMGs. And right now, the first 2 eliminations, living up to that still. 5 seasons later, putting 2 eliminations on his back from the opposing team, making that 3rd one run away, and he's claiming that drop spot for this game, using what he does best.
Yeah, definitely. Let's go ahead and break this one down, though. What do we see here? Tragics on the beach, trying to swing around. Macwood with the high ground positioning, getting snuck up on by TK. And Illis nowhere to be found here. Way on the south side right now. They have a wide split. This is what they've kind of done round after round here. What we've seen from P-God and Peter Both there is they tend to stick with one another, try to play hip to hip here. P-God really just leaning into the young prowess of Peter Bot there as the full backup. Pigot, I think, also being the passive one of the team too, which is pretty interesting because he clutches up when it matters. He just allows, I guess, TK and Peter Bot to do all that damage and comes through and really hits them with a clean sweep more often than not. So, again, their strategy working out, right? Working out here.
Yeah, it's just calculated, right? You see these slow plays, you know that they're thinking about what to do. They're trying to understand that if we just play this slow, we can wait for an opportunity, we can go for shots. Like right now, is obviously Macwood using the inflatable. This is a perfect time to go for shots onto him as Macwood actually starts to ramp up with only 5 builds to his name, which is a definite interesting push. But Peterbot is actually disengaging over to the side, but to potentially get some form of extra loot there. And I'm not sure if the full team is going to be dipping, as no, because there's still some left in the main building here. So this could be an opportunity for Macwood, Tragic, and Illis just to collapse in on them whilst the team is so split. And I've got to question what they're doing being this split.
Yeah, definitely. They were trying to steal away that loot. Remember what we talked about? Peter Bot, Pigot, and TK. They don't like to just sit idle. They try to get the most out of the situation possible, where Macwood and crew take the opposite approach. They just sit up and don't really farm much. And that's why the style differences is really showing, the pros and cons to it, right? If you get caught out like this, bad things can happen to you. But look, if you can't capitalize, if Macwood and crew can't just spot him out, then hey, they get away with murder essentially here, and they might just be able to go ahead and steal this one away here. On the map, though, you see that one person staying still there. That's Pigot. He's just hidden. He's hiding out underneath Macwood here.
Yeah, he's just sitting chilling. Illis already picked up one of the eliminations. That's obviously why I say we see that one other player dip away, Peterbot dip, as we see Pigot just sitting in a corner, maybe in the toilet, just trying to hide and stay in there as long as he can. I think Macwood, Illis, and Tragics have started to think that Pigot is disengaged, right? Macwood is playing it very carefully, still walking around the corners, checking his angles as he can, but he is very separate. This could be a 1v1 situation between Pigot and Macwood over there, and this way, because Illis and Tragics are so split, if Pigot ends that quickly, they could actually come back and be a 2v2. And you can hear the shots starting to go off. Right now, Macwood's HP has started to dip in that bottom left.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to jump over, though. It's Pigot's perspective we get to see here. He's out of material, guys. Having to sit still. He's got to be quick, though. Here comes the backup, and no, he's going to get tagged up. No HP taken out now. And, of course, I was going to say, they have to shake him down at this point. They want all that additional information. Pigot, again, did what he could. He stood still, but Macwood just knew better. He knew better than to, again, second guess himself, right? He's like, no, I heard this guy. There's no way. He didn't disappear. And this extra little bit of BM, they're doing it on purpose, guys. This is a rivalry that's been happening for quite some time now on social media and all that good stuff. So, yeah.
Trying to figure out where they're going to take this dock. It seemed like they were going to carry him all the way to the beach, maybe throw him in the water a little bit.
Throw him to Peterbot. Just trying to bait him out.
Just take him back. Just take him. We don't want him anymore. But no, maybe we're looking for a sniper that's going to hold him for that time. I'm not really sure what they were looking for. But either way, they got the 2 eliminations from this at the first time. They're looking good. Peterbot's left live as a solo somewhere in the map right now, trying to do what he can. And hopefully he can clutch up a couple points.
Yeah, for sure. As Magnolia's trio seems to be the one that has rotated in, giving a little bit of extra pressure here, potentially on the outskirts. As Tragics is the one who's got the Parasite on head, so he's the only player that can do the big flank here effectively. But no, he's waiting for his team instead. They want to move together. He's not trying to set up the flank, which means they don't have any interest in taking this battle here because they really don't have the material. He doesn't even have a shotgun yet. Get the chance to check his loadout out, but yeah, pretty desperate situation right now. There's a tactical right there.
Oh,
Op's not even grab it. He's gone. He's like, yeah, whatever.
Nah, he's tunnel visioned. He wants to hit the rotate dip out of there, but hopefully we'll be able to get some loot. Keep themselves moving throughout this game at some point as we go back over to Rokane, Dubs, and Mega, who are in an interesting spot, right? I thought there was another team jumping on them right below them, and these guys have been in this situation. Anytime we watch them, there's always teams contesting them. Right now, like I mentioned, Rokane, Dubs, and Mega are fully uncontested in this spot. However, everyone's still rotating in here. Boney Burbs is such a hot spot for teams who are looking for tags, who are looking to also just, honestly, just fight people and get, like, sprays, set up for positioning for the mid-game. So this is always going to be a hot spot for them. To see Posix team right there is built over them. It doesn't look like a fight is engaged because all of the materials are still really, really good. But again, a lot of congestion in this area is going to mean that a ton more more teams are going to have to start rotating through here, which is going to get really difficult for Rokane, Dubs, and Mega because they have done well with 51 points so far, but one loss because they're in a congested area could be very impactful on the leaderboards.
Yeah, but you know what? The last time we saw them here, they were contested, and they didn't have nearly as much of a successful, I guess, tournament run so far.
They were 30th.
Right, yeah. Exactly. I was going to say, they were at the bottom. Like, they were having a very hard time being contested. And it just shows their strong suit is not early game fights. It's not these mid game battles. It's just playing for the end game. And if they can get away with the loot that they need, I mean, they've shown that they can do big things in the end game, stay consistent here. And I really like that we get to see the kind of the night and day difference when they are contested versus them having a completely free drop. I mean, you saw just a couple moments ago, game 2 was the first time this season or across, I think, any of the FNCS as a contested team took that victory royale. So again, just impressive stuff across the board there. And it just shows you the differences in caliber of play that is at play when you don't have your drop spot being fought over.
True. I love sitting on those cones. I love seeing sitting. I would love to see if they just jump out, hit some big shots on earlier on, but maybe we'll come back to that another time. It's just sitting cones. We've got more interesting things to watch, like all of our OG's team who's taking a fight up near Stealthy Stronghold, their drop spot, they're home right now. We see a single knock coming out, and he's managed to pick up the finish as well, so they're going to be in the advantage in this fight as they start to apply that pressure to the contesting teams. And no, it's over already for them. 3 eliminations, easy Storm Surge. Hopefully this will be a bit of a bigger game coming out from this contestation right now. I've said this many times. Contestation, right, is the right word. I just feel like it should be contention. Contention sounds so much better than contestation.
Hey man, you know, I don't make the dictionary. I don't make the rules around here. I just follow them, right? And I'm gonna need you to follow them too now. Here we go, though. Rokane, Dubs, and Mega again sitting up in this prime positioning right now. They actually pulled the zone too. This is gonna pull north. This is a very good spot to be in for the zone going north. All those southern teams are going to have to cross at some point or another through those open fields, which they will have sightlines on in just a moment here.
Yeah, and you remember there's Post 6 teams situated up above. I think we just heard a snipe coming out there, so I think one of Post 6 teams actually got hit by a body snipe and got cracked there, but Rokane, Dubs, and Mega not opting to make a silly play because these guys are veterans. You know, if you've been around the scene for a long time, you have heard of Dubs, Mega, and Rokane. Obviously, mainly for Dubs and Mega, making their big name known at World Cup as well, and still around to this day, still dominating. I think last season they came 6th in the finals, so still a top team for such a long period of time, which is honestly just impressive. And that shows that their patience here, right? They hear a snipe and they don't want to make a silly play by pushing out, doing something that's not calculated, because they are veteran teams and they're showing it right now.
Yeah, here goes that zone pull there. Teams have to migrate. We knew that the southern portion was going to have a bunch, and there's a ton down there that have to continue to sweep on through. So a lot of opportunity there. Up north, couple teams making their late rotates. Remember, that is what's left of Macwood and his trio. If they've managed to kind of bounce back, seems like they have enough time up there to do so. And yeah, I'm just trying to glance on over to see who's still alive here, actually who's been taken out, because a couple teams have really, I guess, thrown themselves back into the battle here, right? D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie, one of the teams that played very, very well. They're in the game. I mean, in top 4, of course, Mega, Rokane, and Dubs. They jump up again, so they've been very consistent so far. This is just game number 3.
I mean, out of D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie, so far they couldn't have had a less consistent tournament, to be honest with you, given that the first game they were first team eliminated, and then game 2 they hit the victory royale. So, you know, if you're superstitious, they've made it off spawn, and this could be another victory royale for them again, right? It's either first or dead last for this team, it would seem like.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, that jumped them up 25 points, guys, or 25 positions there to go ahead and put themselves inside the top 3. And it also just shows, you know, it's not over till it's over. But that also means that other teams haven't had the perfect games either, right? Like, if it was any different, I mean, they wouldn't have such a dominant position or coming into this kind of like they've been able to set themselves up with. But ultimately, there's only a couple teams above this kind of 70-point threshold right now. Zlem, Narwhal, and Divine can play this one out. They'll be one of the first teams to break into that triple-digit mark, but they have an uphill battle in front of them. They have to take a fight here. They're way below the surge, much lower than what we've seen them in any other game prior to this one. You see Zlem gets broken out right there. A little misplay, but
that's the last thing you want. Because you got to remember that they're harvesting that so they can replace their metal. Because you can see Zlem's low on mats overall. So the fact that they just sat and harvested that out and then dropped more mats for Zlem to build back up, this makes that even worse, right? At the same time, but look, they're below the Storm Surge. They're actually going to jump straight into the box, be hyper aggressive at that moment too, and there's so much going on, but no, Zlem is actually going to be picked up, but Narwhal's going to get a finish too as he gets chunked back and returned down to 50 HP. Divine has the finish, 1 full HP, but he's also being chunked down now too. They managed to get back into the box. The full trio still in here, but because of that play, they got above the Storm Surge threshold, but you can hear teams who are ticking right next to them who may make those aggressive plays. So Narwhal and Divine potentially could capitalize on it, despite the fact they're going to play slow and try and get Zlem back up too.
What an incredible job, though, to even get out of there alive and get the save on the down body. This is something that only elite pros can do, right? Like, doesn't even hesitate. They don't drop a beat there on the moment to pick up the team and just process the right decision right then and there to actually get the save off. I can't believe that quick and decisive play there has allowed them to stay in this game and extend their tournament run. I mean, it just shows you there's just different kinds of levels of players out there, right? But again, one of the most notorious sayings is that if you are looking for a box fight, which means you haven't really maintained your surge correctly, right? So not perfect play by any means, but just being so ahead of the competition that they can do things like this. And I think now they know, hey, they didn't even push us when we had a down body. Like, we can win this fight here.
That's because they've got the full finish, so they know at least is a duo remaining here, and they were getting tagged for Sturge, so they know this team's not got much remaining, but because of that, they'll get the elimination points if they pick up this, but they're still not going to get much, because Divine is on 50 builds remaining, but it's all wood. Another team comes in, actually has the roof edit on them too, and that's the problem with they don't own so many of these builds, but another team comes in, he managed to get him back out. Hopefully Zlem will trade back the res this time, back into their old builds for safety, but again, this other team, Sully's team, may start to apply the pressure, yes, as another player, but a big 108 comes through from Zlem here too, but Narwhal's finished and Divine is down. Zlem is really weak as well.
That was a massive shot there, though. He's done so much damage to this opponent on the other side of the wall. I mean, he knows both of them are super lit up. He's just got to play for the save, I think, at this point. Maybe make the edit down, open up a new box. There it is. He does make it. Had to think about it just a little bit longer. I like that he did get the bandage off, though. He's saying to himself, hey, we have a little bit more time. I need to make sure I have as much HP as possible to make this clutch. But no, that wall there, that is a big mistake. Unfortunately, he can't make the edit through there, and now he's in a much worse position here.
I respect grabbing the card, though. I really respect him grabbing the card. There's absolutely zero chance he will ever get a reboot off, but he still took the time out to be a good teammate, grab the card just in case it somehow happens. Good for him, but he is live as a solo now. Basically used all of his hard mats. That one mistake of just going into those builds that was not his, overextending as we like to call it, just absolutely potentially threw this game. And remember, they were in first place before this, and now, because they weren't in the best spot before, remember, they were below in surge, they didn't have the best mats, but they still could have gone for a smarter elimination rather than overextending, getting picked up, and now just leaving Zlem as a solo to make this rotate with only wood, which you know will get sprayed, is not going to be easy at all.
Yep, that was the thing, just being a little too confident, knowing that they had that slight advantage there. As again, you see the formats fly through, and this format is so important right now because it shows you that top 24 is the next 5 points. If Zlem can at least make it there, this is not that terrible of a game, right? It's 2 points off the elim. It's 5 for making it that far. That's a 7-point swing. It's better than not getting this next 5, which is worth about, 2.5 elims right there, guys. So that's plenty. It's more than enough to at least continue to hold into their top 10 spot, or top 5-ish spot, I think, if they were to fall any earlier.
And it would be devastating to see them, Zlem, kind of go out earlier than top 25. And then if they missed on qualification at the end of the day by a couple points, right? It could have been that one placement. It could have been that overextending mistake that even if they had a bad game, they would have got that top 25 placement or that top 20, maybe the 17 later on, more and more points. And it's this trickle effect, which is why every single game matters in a 6-game or a 12-game format. I don't know, but in particular in a 6-game format, because you're punished so much for having a 0-point game instead. So something like this, where it's a very low-point game, is going to be really tough. But as we go for another fly-around shot, Pamstu, Fatch, Carry on a really good spot. The TNA boys with some eliminations. I saw them in the feed earlier. We see Clicks to the right, which is a little bit off screen now. Still in the zone on high ground too. All of our OG's team fully up, who I saw knock on earlier, and they've also managed to get back up. Sparrow's team still there. All of the top teams who've been performing so far pretty much still in this game and ready to go.
Yeah, and it's crazy because Sparrow's crew could have been inside the top 10, but they fell just a placement point too early in the last one, and that just shows you how close things are just outside of that top 10, top 5 bubble. But for Tragic, Sales, and Macwood, what can they do right now? They've been having a struggle of obviously fighting for that draw spot. This time around, they finally win it here in a bit of a more dominant position and fashion. Ooh. Nice job for Tragics there. Huge snipe onto Zucky there to sit him down, and that's going to it's going to net worth them all the surge they're probably going to need until the next rollover, and even then I think they're going to be okay. So that is just a big snipe to alleviate any potential coming pressure here in this lobby.
If you have to, spray back, hit shots back if you're starting getting pressured. Exactly what Tragics did. He understood the situation. If all the players are doing is peeking and spraying, wow, why would they stop, right? They're going to get Storm Surge tags, they're going to get the damage off, but if they're shooting back, they're going to know they've made their mistakes. So Tragics does a good job to prevent that fire coming back. And they can actually hear another team below them starting to get pressured by Storm Surge. They're below the threshold, the team below them somewhere, but they can't get eyes on them. They're trying to understand, but no, I think that team is fully now being picked up somewhere around them, but we do actually still see the extra materials from the knock. So that's going to be an easy refresh, right? No risk almost involved. The team had low on Storm Surge, managed to easily pick up some materials. Now they got to make a little bit of a further rotate. Easy play for them.
Yeah, definitely an important development there, guys. Lem does fall, but he's inside the top 24, which means he gets those extra 5 points. He falls to the hands of Felix, who, again, is fighting for that top 5 to top 10 position right now. So points get taken away from some of our top teams. They get put right into the hands that need them for being inside the top 5, which is just a crucial exchange there on how that's going to develop the standings. Remember, when our top teams fall, it gives all those bottom teams the opportunity to rise the tide here, come on up and catch up to those guys up at the top of the standings. But more importantly, it gets the competition really close. It's almost like a reset here to put players back in the competition stance, I guess, if you will, because there's no free passes. Remember, our teams that were up in first and second place had a 20-point lead just about over third. So that gap, right, that being closed out so early, the opportunity now is just going to, again, set things up really interesting for our halfway mark.
It will, and for guys like Illis, Tragic, and Macwood, who are way further down on the leaderboard on 27, they're going to need all the opportunities they can to close that gap, realistically. They did a great job of getting tons of loot completely stacked up. If you saw Macwood's inventory, 2 gold items, the pistol and the sniper in there, with tons of launch pads, tons of heals at the same time. So despite the fact being contested, having a really long off spawn fight, they managed to get that refresh, managed to keep themselves going. Now they're into the end game. This is where the chaos starts. This is where all the things start to get difficult, right? You're going to see a little less teams be eliminated during this first movement, but as the zones start to pick up, more and more teams will be eliminated as the games go on. And the teams who make it to that end point, the teams that have so far, like Narwhal's team, who unfortunately didn't this game, and the TNA boys, D-Roller's team, who managed to win that last game, will be climbing up this leaderboard.
The veterans, Casker, Smack, Niddle having a hard time in their rotate. They get pressured out here. And now the lobby goes to the skies here. Everyone on the move now. If you're in the backside, I mean, hopefully you can break some line of sights here soon, because everyone's going to start looking to set up in position for Macwood and Tragics. They can see the ground rotate's going to pay out. That's the issue with everyone taking to the skies here. You know, there's no one situated. There's no one based up. So the ground team that didn't have the fortunate launch pad is going to be the one that takes advantage of that. And now it's their high ground to hold here. This is their chance to really get into this game here, get back into this tournament, and have a true fighting chance to close out and qualify for this week here. We haven't seen a contested team punch their way to finals just yet.
That's true, and this could be the one. If this is a victory royale, that's going to move them up big time as they have that height hold going into 6th. Notice they've already claimed an even higher layer at the front of the zone, as that next zone will pull far for them too. So it's going to be a little bit tough, right? A lot of the players are going to be launch padding at this point, because all those secondary pads are going to come out. Actually, I take the back. The zone is actually moving back, so they're in a very good spot. Instead, you see Tragics all the way up on ultimate high ground, able to apply that pressure down below to ensure no one pads up onto height. The TNA boys still alive right at the bottom of your screen as well. In the bottom right, you see Creo's team alongside Bucky and Clicks. Bottom left, Rocane, Dubs, Mega. And again, on the top screen, you see Macwood, Tragic, and Illist. All of the top boys are still in it.
Yeah, for sure. And one thing I want to talk about that TNA team is that they are doing the low ground dead side rotate, taking a page out of Scented, Edgy, and Commandment's book. That is the way you want to play this here. It makes sense as to why they are making all these end games here and just sneaking under the radar, guys. But on screen, high ground looking dominant right now. Macwood putting that 400 light ammunition to use here. This gun is deadly accurate. It has big damage as well. It's not to be slept on. And most importantly, he could spam it away here because he's not competing with the ammunition with the rest of his trio here. He's got everything in his power to continue the push here. And not only that, he's got all the material here. Look at this. This is just Macwood's count. Macwood alone can make it to end game. You counter in and factor in his team's material, they have high ground for the rest of this game as long as no one pads up on them.
Yep, they're in a good spot, still in a good spot. At this point, players probably will not launch pad onto high ground because they'll have used them already, so hopefully they continue that true. But back over the TNA boys, they have lost Muzz, Speedy, and Looter still left in this, but Looter with 0 builds. They're currently in first, but the big shots come out on the opponents, but no, he's traded back right in return. He's going through his old builds, trying to do whatever he can to stay in this, as Speedy puts up that pressure, the aggressive play on, but this is good. The zone is pulling back through these old materials, hiding behind the corner, the big 138 shot, and it's onto Kane as well, but Mega and Dubs are still there behind them, so he hopefully will be able to stay in this long enough to get that finish and get those 2 points.
And look at the pressure right now to clutch up here by himself here. His teammate is down. He's inside top 8. All you have to do is stay alive at this point. There goes the full finish. Those are big points, guys. Those are huge points, and the siphon gives him enough of the health to swing around the backside. He's gonna sneak up on another. The aim down sight shot is so much damage there. He couldn't get the finish. It's on to Creo. Big exchange there, as now Creo is left in the dust. That's gonna cut down things for Clix here. Clix has to figure things out with Bucky. There's Elite X7 in the middle alongside with Cold and Crypt. That's a trio down low, a dangerous trio. Tragic's, Illis, and Macwood swinging things around. We talked about their material count. We knew they were going to make it all the way to end game, and now they are here, and they have all the HP. They can jump down and start to finish things up. Dubs is going to get taken out. That's one down. Bucky in the low ground loses the exchange there. It was deadly, and now it's Crypt. Oh no, Clix is down too. We're looking at a 2v2 situation.
I know Tragic's team still fully onto high ground. The low ground team of Crypt still with barely any HP. We can see Cole going for the medkit play in the back of the storm as well. Also using the chug jug to try and make sure they manage to keep up so full. But Tragic's is going to drop down looking for those eliminations. And yes, he gets it with a big shot. Tragic's, Illist, and Macwood are going to pick up the victory royale in game number 3.
Contested as well off the drop here. They win that. Beautifully done. Remember the shakedown, the dance, the celebratory win over at the Craggy Cliffs to turn that into 7 elimination victory royale. That is not an easy thing to do, but it's like a repeat performance of last week where P-God and his trio were just popping off. Now we get to see the other side come out dominant, and that's the power struggle we're looking at here, Reese.
Yeah, and from Charlie's in the game before, that was the first win in NA East that was from a contested team. Now we've just seen it again. So we're seeing some big shakeups in the leaderboards, in the kind of historical playstyles that we're used to seeing. But let's head back to the analyst desk to see what they have to say about it.
Adam, did you just want to take this one?
Yep, it's gonna. Yep. That's consider the voucher revoked. Amazing. Honestly, I can't believe. I mean, obviously after 2 games was just such a bad start to proceedings. But look, with the contestation, I think that's what Reese is calling it. The contestations. After that happened against P-God's trio and you know the Macwood's trio. Won out and they managed to go all the way forward, take it to the end game and claim that ground. That was so key. I think that changed everything, didn't it, Vivid?
Oh yeah, I mean, that was a great high ground take. One of those situations where Macwood has that awareness, even though he's playing that mid ground, coming from the backside of zone, he sees that nobody's really playing that high ground. He just basically just ramps up and takes it, and yeah, they just went ahead and won out from there because Macwood has played high ground before, so he knows how to win out in those situations. We take a look here at Spray, Gabe, and Tahi, though, in that end game, picking up a couple of elims there, and then for the final finishing moments here, Tragic, go ahead and picking up the elim there to make sure that they get those elim points, and wow. You know, OC on top, I guess, right? Like, what's going on here, man? These guys are playing solid 68 placement points. Obviously, the most consistent when it comes to grabbing those placement points on the day. 15 eliminations for a total of 98 points. A 7-point lead over, Adam. None other than Creo, Bucky, and Clix.
Oh, I think that there's a bit of a smear on my screen. I can't see who's in second place.
Yeah.
The rest of the, honestly, mate, honestly, I think 18 eliminations. We saw that in the elimination feed there as well. Creo, Bucky, and Clicks just, I mean, continuously getting great positioning, rotating beautifully, and managing to capitalize on that as well. Hence the placement points and eliminations getting to 91 points now. So amazing from them. But also there's two, D-Roller, Spegu, and Charlie, as well as NAW, Divine, and Zlem, both 42 points from placement and eliminations, 18 each as well. Completely identical, and that's why they're both on 78 points in 5th and 6th position. So already we can see here that we've got a lot of teams challenging for that 3rd place. At the moment, obviously there's 3 games here, so everything can change, but really pleased to see some teams are starting to move forward now and really get momentum from wind in their sails. There's a few teams though that I think are really worth noting. You mentioned a second ago Tahi's trio as well here, and Sprite Game. They really are a great trio to watch. Last season when it came down to the reboot round, they had to qualify via the reboot round, which we all know it's a game of chance. You don't know that's not the safest bet when it comes to guaranteeing your entry point. So I think qualification today for these guys, I really want to see them do it. I think they completely deserve it as well. I mean, they were a strong trio, but Spegu, Charlie, and D-Roller as well last year. D-Roller and Spegu. Spegu and Charlie last year managed to qualify, I think, with Goku, who's a player now, I think, who is struggling to qualify for semis. But these are great trios, Vivid.
Yeah, and I really hope that we end up seeing D-Roller, Charlie, and Spegu in the finals. I hope they make it there and they do have an uncontested spot, because I would love to see how they perform in the finals and really give themselves a great chance at performing and showing everybody, like, hey, what's up? Because these guys are performing insane whilst being contested. Like, this is probably the most consistent we have ever seen a trio play whilst being contested.
Yeah, let's take a look at the spotlight here. Some of our players that have really stood out. We can see here the trio Zlem, NAW, and Divine. Elimination 6, solo impact points 14 points. These are points that have been gathered up by Zlem when his teammates are no longer on the field. 14 solo from him, which is incredible considering the lobby is still so stacked. And even though all these weeks later in Qualifier 3, there are still so many big trios we've already highlighted just a second ago. Eliminations versus top 10, 5 against the top 10 as well. That is why they're separating themselves from the pack here. They really are a trio which have got a lot of potential and a lot of, they could go all the way and get one of those positions in the top 3. It's massively deserved. You continuously get those eliminations against top trios. I think that's really key here, is taking out all those around you and separating yourself from the rest of the pack. That's what's key.
I'm loving it, guys. I am loving the competition right now. And guess what? We just heard the bus. You know what time it is. Don't worry. I want to hear more from Vivid and from Adam. But for now, we're going back aboard the battle bus. MDF Reese, back over to you.
My oh my, and just how impressive, right, for the TNA team coming over from OCE's best, right, slipping on into the NA ranks. Granted, this is the 3rd qualifier, right? A lot of our elite trios have moved on, but what we haven't really seen from these the TNA trio themselves is in the custom lobbies, right, up against the top tier, and this is where they're performing the best now that we've seen so far, and that, to me, Reese, is very exciting.
It's very exciting coming into finals, and obviously, we still got 3 games left here, so let's not get ahead of ourselves yet.
Hey, it's close.
It's close. It is. They're definitely in the lead. They're looking 100% chance that they should get into there, but we've got to keep our eyes on them for the next other half of the games. But I'm with you. I'd much rather it be difficult for them to make it to a custom stage and then really perform like they are right now, rather than just struggling maybe a little bit, right? If they absolutely dominated the round 3s and then got to round 4, it didn't really perform as well, that's worse. Rather than what they're doing now is they maybe struggled to get here, but once they hit that custom stage lobby, they are absolutely taking away with it.
And the difference, though, they have Lazy Lake this week. They have a draw spot that a qualified team, Saf and crew punched their ticket and then moved on. It's a big drop. We all know how much a drop can influence your stay in the tournament, right? Like, it really does matter having these uncontested drops. For some teams like Illis, Tragics, and Macwood, I mean, they play against all odds here. Even with a card or a deck that's loaded against them, they have managed to really figure things out in that last game, picking up that victory royale. That's the 2nd time now a contested team has won a game, and I think the first time we've ever seen contested teams win games back to back. So, the narrative really being tossed upside on its head. If there was a game of percentages, man, it has to be super, super low for that to happen, let alone occur this week back to back.
I totally agree. It's been crazy that it's happened that frequently. But honestly, I was going to say I like the way they got that fight set up. You've seen that they managed to cut off the loot from P-God's team that managed to gain that advantage in terms of that. But moving back over to Voil, Snake and Accept. This spot are tough. It's tough, right? We've seen this fight go on. We've seen it be heavy 50-50 at this time. If they manage to win it, that potentially could be another 33rd game for Spegu's team, at this point, which, you know, can continue the narrative all we want as they apply that pressure from down below. But I do want to see how this ends up. You know, realistically, I think when it comes to the end of the day, for Snake's team, contesting this just doesn't seem to be working out.
And the problem is, Voil, XF, and Snake, these guys are so good. They are very, very good, especially in these kind of performance lobbies. They can make their way to finals, is what I'm trying to say, very consistently, and they usually do very good in custom lobbies. But man, there's something about contesting this other team of Charlie, Straw Hat Charlie here, and his team. They are just playing even better right now. D-Roller and crew, like, you know, you're just watching very, very good teams go head to head here. I think they're evenly matched, but today, except Voyu and Snake, you know, so far, it just hasn't been their day, right?
It really hasn't. And honestly, this season right now is going really well for Spegu's team as they've managed to win a cash cup. They managed to pop off a ton right now in terms of most of these qualifiers that they're getting to, and they're showing why right here. Ooh, actually, as Accept managed to apply the pressure down below as they've also lost Snake, but they picked up Charlie in return to that as well, as we managed to see Voil down below taking shots and trading back. But no, Voil is also now picked up, leaving Accept alive, I think as a solo, whereas he's a 2v1 with a single knock body down there as well. But I do know the other team is also very, very weak.
Listen, at this point, Accept, you know, just let him take you out. Let him take you. Just go ahead, wrap this one up. I mean, it's okay to struggle. It's okay to have a rough day, right? Like, it just looks like, again, that these other teams are just on top. Talking about struggles and back and forth, though, P-God finds Macwood. Magnolia finds a knock there, too, which is very, very important. Magnolia was the team that is on the mountain up at the top side, just by Craggy Cliffs as well, as D-Roller clutches up for his trio here. Spego and Charlie both will get picked up in res tier, so they're going to be able to get tossed back in. On the other side, though, somehow, some way, even with the man down advantage, Peterbot comes in, full team sweep, catches two, and then P-God onto Macwood. Like we said, they just wrap it all up here. And again, there's that back and forth we saw happening last week. Now, again, just deja vu, right? We're here once again.
We're reliving it. We're reliving it yet again. And like we said, it was evenly matched last week. Did think Peterbot's team got the edge a little bit, you know, we'll say I think they had the advantage a little bit, but this week, evenly matched yet again. Well, maybe you could say Peterbot's doing a little bit better, actually, given the fact that they disengaged one. So there's been 2 fights they've won, and 1 they lost, which was last game, and then a disengaged.
Yeah, and I was just going to say, though, the problem is, though, they're both clearly exceptional teams because they're earning much more points than most of the lobby that is completely uncontested, right? And they're making more end games when they just survive these drops. So it is just sad to see that, you know, what's going to happen with them, right? Like, are they, obviously they're going to be somewhere mixed inside the semis. One of those teams are not getting to finals, like, that's a fact. So it's going to come down to the heats, which, you know, anything can happen in heats.
Anything can happen indeed, which these teams don't want to get to, but moving over to Clicks, Creo, and Bucky, and actually uncharacteristic fight for them. They're not usually fighting this early, and actually moving into Orchard to take a fight is very interesting. I think they must have gotten a big beam off. There must have been a good reason to take this fight in particular, potentially struggling with Storm Surge in the previous game for that as well. But right now, Click's doing a good job of just rotating around and just trying to get any angles he possibly can on the teams. The box fighting prowess coming up, the incredible mechanics that he has and is well known for on show, on display right here as he starts to get pressure, but takes 0 damage back because he managed to block every single shot that the opponents have taken on him.
And not to mention, they're on a 2nd and 3rd place, 7 and 9 elim, back-to-back games, guys. Just really on fire right now. They are sitting 2nd here, coming into the halfway mark of game number 4. And this early game fight, to me, it raises eyebrows, man. This is a huge, huge risk they're taking right now because they've really thrown themselves right back into the tournament here, and they're risking it all for taking an early game fight. It doesn't seem like it's going to work out for them. That's a little bit of a bait there as they're trying to see if they can force these guys out. But again, I'm hoping that they get on out of here. They continue their tournament run, replenish the materials they used up here, and continue their game, because you do not want to fall out of favor when you've made it this far, especially after a disappointing game number 1.
Indeed, and look at that stat. Since Chapter 2, Season
Wow.
5, Clix has won more 1v2s than any other player. And that, I mean, that goes straight back
That's
to
insane.
what I was saying about the mechanical prowess and the fighting skill that Clix has. And I don't think anyone has ever really underestimated the fighting ability that he has. You know, everyone's always more mentioned about the gameplay in terms of rotational, the game sense aspect, how he fits with the team. That's more where Clix struggles. But when it comes to fighting, that stat does not surprise me one bit.
And it just shows, right? Like, that's how good he is. Like,
Yeah.
that is how we always talk about, dude, winning a 1v2 pros, you know, this is a hard thing to do, right? Like, it's impossible. He's got the most of those. So, you know, I'm just going to leave it there. Let that sit in. He's that good.
He is, and look, the TNA boys showing that they are an established team yet again by making very, very similar plays to teams who are dropping in lazy lakes, right? Setting themselves boxed up next to a bush with one player inside of it while the other two go and take tags from another area. This is exactly what Zay, Saf, and Canada. Not Zay. Oh, I'm throwing back now. I'm reliving the past of Saf, Stretch, and Canada do, where they have one player sitting in the bush, going for the tags as much as possible in the same drop spot coming in from Lazy Lake. So they're clearly taking a lot of inspiration from the teams that they respect and they don't want to contest.
Yeah, definitely. Got to put some respect on it. But I love this TNA boys playing the Lazy Lake. They've did their homework. I'm assuming they probably watched up on Saf and crew too, just watching how they're going to play, because this is the type of play that Saf and company kind of pioneered once again, right? They sit in these bushes. They hold these mountains. They spread out here. They play very, very sneaky. We see Stretch and them do it all the time here. Find those free tags, set up with the sniper shot. And TNA Speedy Muzzin Looter, they've just adopted that, and no reason not to, right? No reason not to. Your competition is not in this week's lobby here. They can really just get that piggyback of the strat right on into the finals. Not only that, prove why they're the best in OCE.
It's true, and you know, the thing is, like, they obviously know the strats for Lazy anyway, because this was when they were in OCE. Like, this was their drop spot. This was where they were known for dropping. This was the place they practiced for, you know, and alpha'd up for 2 more seasons in a row. So they're very familiar with this, but obviously coming over here, they weren't able to, because they, like I said, respected Saf's team, and they didn't want to contest.
Right.
They knew that's not a good idea. Like, you know, that's not a good idea.
And I was just gonna say, like, we just talked about how, you know, the fight at Craggy Cliffs. We already know one, if not both those teams, are not going straight to finals today, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah, definitely.
Why? Because, well, only one can make it because they're contested, or two, the more likely scenario, they just continue to go back and forth, and no one really wins here, right? And then you leave it up to Heat. So it's the same decision for the TNA crew. You might as well just say, hey, all right, one of you guys go ahead, do your thing. I'm gonna play somewhere else. And then if they pop off, if they qual, you come in with that backup strategy. Yes, we're gonna take that spot after they punch their way through, and then leave it up to finals. Now, finals is a different story, but again, it's about getting there first.
Yeah, finals. You just do what you can a lot of times to drop spots. You know, whoever qualifies, sometimes you're just going to have multiple teams in the drop spot you're at, and you are chosen because that's just the teams who were good in the qualifiers in the previous season, and then also in the semifinals, who have just made it through. So we'll see. But again, finals, many matches have to be played before we go fully in depth onto the finals. And here's another team that looks like they could make it there. Rokane, Mega, and Dubs. We've talked a lot about them today. We really have, and they're really showing why we're talking a lot about them, being on 93 points, currently I think in 2nd place, doing a fantastic job. So hopefully they manage to continue that and show why they're complete legends of the scene.
All right, though. Got to be a legend. Let's see what kind of things Dubs and Mega can do. These guys are legends of the scene as well. They're way above the surge for landing at Boney Burbs. You can see they've managed to pick themselves up 2 elims here. 93 points in the game. The first time we've seen Dubs, Mega, Rokane uncontested at Boney Burbs, showing that, hey, we can do this. We are still here. We're still a top team, and they can deliver the action here. For Aspect, Kaz, and Fishy, it's another squad that is grossly underrated right now, and they're, again, just, I'd say, under the radar right now because they haven't quite had the flashy performances, but 70 points so far, 3 games in, is not bad.
Not bad at all. Very respectable. Again, I mentioned earlier, I think there were 8 coming into this, but I said that these guys are definitely a lot of people's top picks, and for good reason. You know, another veteran, obviously coming out of Kaz and Aspect, most importantly. Fishy's been around for a long time, but in particular aspect. You know, if you've been around since the early Chapter 1 days, you'll recognize his name. Kaz, one of the most decorated FNCS players in terms of just making it to the finals as well for a long period of time. So really very well established team. Right now, you know, we have to see what they're going to keep doing. They are in that good position. We saw on EU, the team in the final game went from 7th all the way up till 3rd. So them being in 8th, they are absolutely no way out of the question for qualifying by any means.
Watch this though. This is a big rotate here. They're trying to make their outside the zone as well. Storm pressure coming in right behind them, and they have a free path on in. A fight though going on between Trashy and Lazar's trio up against Oliver OG and Asian Jeff here. It's going back and forth. That's a pulse rifle on the other side of the wall. Big damage, slow fire rate, not really one to be used, I guess, in these close quarter type combat situations. So the advantage, I'd say, right now on Oliver's side. Again, Oliver has really been popping off in these competitive settings, truly showing that practice can get you very far, pairing up with his good friend of Asian Jeff here. I'm very excited to see what he can do right now, because they're nowhere near the bottom by any means. They're doing pretty okay.
They're nowhere near the bottom, but they are near the bottom of the Storm Surge leaderboard, and they are currently getting tagged as it is active. We don't know how above Colazo's team is, but we can see that they're not getting tagged by Surge, so Oliver's team's going to be desperate, and Colazo's team smart, which we know they are. They're going to wait for that psycho play, right? We know, you can see Trashy already holding the edit because he can hear them getting tagged. They're 300 above. They don't need to do anything silly. They need to wait until they know these players are weak. They're just going to be a psychos, and then they're just going to get those big shots off when it matters, get the easy eliminations. The worst thing they could do is just let the opposing players in, and unfortunately let themselves be eliminated at this time too. But yeah, Colazo picks up one, but Colazo's also weakened down too. But no, Trashy will finish off that final one, get the res off onto Colazo. They managed to pick up 3 eliminations, 600 above the Storm Surge, which is really good for a team who has typically struggled with Storm Surge in the past.
Yeah, definitely. But hey, they pop off here. They secure the full team. They will be able to get the pickup here. And now they're officially capped off. And my gosh, look at the loadout. A power loadout here to carry into the end game. And all the competition, all the resistance is gone. They are the only team back here, which means this is a very far pull. This is just north of the Slurpy Swamp here. We're jumping on over to, shows you how far these players have to start coming. There it is. It's just east of it. Oh man, look at that. All the teams huddling up, just exiting the woods here. No, there's really no space for them to even cross this wall here.
Yeah, that's tough. And for Narwhal, hold on, where has Narwhal looted? Just as I look at his inventory right now, I'm gonna have to hit the VODs on his looting path to figure out where he's managed to get the 2 gold items from that from. But maybe the 3 eliminations he got it from. But you're right. The players who are centered here, you know, this is a very common area for Storm Surge, again, in these kind of zones. And that's attracted a lot of these players, in particular, given the next zone's rotation, right? It was relatively centered on the previous zone. You're going to see a ton of players in this area. And what do, right? If you're Narwhal, Divine, and Zlem's position, you don't want to rotate because you don't want to kind of risk going a little bit more center to get sprayed by all these people. You just have to hope, I think, that if that zone next one pulls far, that they just have an additional launch pad that they can use like they did. I think that was in game number 2.
Yeah, definitely got to have those launch pads. Those backups come in huge handy, but it's all about timing, when you use it, how you use it, because it can be a double-edged sword. It's, you know, just exposing yourself to the air. As now this pocket of players right here, man, this is so bad for the bulk of the lobby. Luckily, Rokane, Dubs, and Mega know better than to sit down low with the rest of the chaos, right? The apes that are going to be going head-to-head there in the boxes soon, because 69 players are up in the lobby. So, nice. You know, it's going to get rougher and rougher here.
It's going to get tough, and that zone has actually pulled close to them. So for all of that congestion in this area, that is very lucky for them too. Quick stat, Rokane's trio is one of the 2 teams to place top 10 in every single game so far, which, you know, I would be impressed if that was all 6 games. That's incredibly impressive. So if they keep this up all of the games, like, that is a qualifying team.
Definitely. This is it. This is their chance. They can definitely do it. I mean, they have the free drop. They've already figured out the strategy. Well, look at this. Bad edit from the team on the other side of the wall. They're going to open up with a 95 and a full commit. Rokane steps up. Wait a second. They're thinking about fighting this. They're going to take a lot of damage from the storm, though. It's going to force them to heal a few times. That was interesting, because if they would have gotten the refresher there, Reese, they could have built up and played for true high ground here.
Yeah, they were really set up with a pre-edit play in there too. You saw them get that wall straight away, but again, they didn't want to commit. That was fine for them to take that storm damage because they had the slurp cannon there too. So it was a good play. It was a very, very good play. That's the kind of aggression you need to, a smart fight. That's the kind of plays that will get you to qualifier, right? That's the standard of thinking that you need from a team who will make it to top 3, who will play in the finals, and who will perform well. Right now, though, Mega, Dubs, and Rokane doing exactly the same thing, making those plays that are smart. They've topped off with cones above them. They don't want any business of people landing flying on top of them as this 4th zone has approached them here. But I am wondering, we haven't seen them do anything in a long time. We knew they were good above the Storm Surge from before, but now, you know, they're just kind of sat and chilled out for a long time. I eat my words. They're 750 above.
Oh my god, they're probably at the top of the standings here. Somehow, some way, man, they made it work. And yeah, I think we're just looking away at the wrong times. It's got to be the sniper shot putting in some big damage.
Must
but
be.
hold up, this is another box dive here. This is onto the TNA boys. No, this is Muzz who's left alive by himself now. Unfortunately, it looks like this game's about to be over. He's getting full on cycled on into the box. But man, the defense here, the shots, that's 200 damage he put down before getting tagged even once there. Not bad at all. As again, the team that's chasing him must be below the Surge. I think that's Furious in his trio. They probably got just enough though off the elims, and now they're gonna back off. Yep, that is exactly what happened there, but the lobby recognizes the solo here, so you know he still has to inch his way in. It's not over yet. He's running out of hard mats here. No. Oh, this is so tough.
It's so tough, and you can see the second he started building in wood, the fire started to come out rather than him building in metal, but down to 22 HP. He tried to get the pick off with the snipe to stop the pressure, similar to Macwood's team in that previous match, but it did not pay out. So the TNA boys are out of this game, and that is worrying at this early, because how many points did they manage to get? I think they definitely got 5 from that placement, but after that, did they get many elims? I don't think they did. I didn't check to see exactly the time. So that's going to be tough. They're going to be taken down from first, almost definitely further down the leaderboard with 2 more games remaining. This is not the situation you want. We've seen too many teams start hot, slow down, and just fall out of that top 3.
Yeah, and listen, they didn't have any elims there. That was just 5 points off the placement points. So, yep, they didn't earn anything. At least they got that top 24, though. So, you know, it's something, but definitely not going to be enough right now unless this team gets wiped up. Hard to say that's going to happen. He's got a legendary loadout, big mats here, pulls half. All right, zone right now. So, I think we're looking at Narwhals, Lim, and Divine. Just time, right? This is their time here to pop off and take this victory. I mean, they have the happen. They have everything that they could possibly ask for at this point.
Yep, they're in such a good spot as we go for another pan view around again.
My gosh.
Back to them up on height, solidified in such a good spot. See Bucky's team still in there too. Colazzo's team still looking good after that fight we watched in the mid game as well. We see more Sparrow's team still in, not looking so good on HP. Let's be real. Hopefully they can get healed up and do something better. Loopy and Beef and Zuki down below too. So many teams still set up in a good position, but let's be real. Dubs, Mega, Rokane are the kings on top of the castle right now.
If Mega, Dubs, and Rokane don't walk around in first place right now, I'm going to personally tweet them myself. You know what I mean? I'm going to ask the question, what went wrong? We'd have to hear from them at this point. Let's hope we get a sanctioned interview on this one, because at this point, they have everything they could have asked for. Unfortunately, though, it looks like the zone might be pulling max distance, so wait a second. It's not going to be completely free just yet. Here's a launch pad available. Bucky, tempted, though, looks at it, sees that, hey, there's a team waiting there for him to go ahead and make the edit there to jump out to it. Kind of look for another angle. This is not the dominant angle. I was going to say you really do risk getting tagged, and he does immediately just for the opening there. But they have to cross all the way to... They have to go all the way to the other side. Mega, Dubs, and Rokane have the first moving here. This is the perfect spot to be in. He's going to elevate himself so he's off the launch pad presence. And look at this. 2 single solo towers, right? They're not giving any landing position for teams launch padding in to actually contest them right now.
Veteran teams have said it over and over again. Mega, Dubs, Rokane making a fantastic play to ensure that they keep the height. Mega all the way at the back, and look at how high Dibs is at the front. So high, so solidified, so much more difficult for any players to land on them. But players are still going for it. You can see Dubs trying to actually build fight up still at some player, but no, they've managed to get themselves up onto height. They have moved it for that first one, but they've been chopped. They've been chopped.
Oh no.
Dubs goes down, but Mega manages to catch himself, and Rokane seems to be okay as well.
And Spade starts to crank up here. Mega goes back. He goes back to pick up Dubs. And he actually grabs him. And not many people know that you can actually take a body and fly with it. And he gets in the box. It's going to be one of the most interesting saves I think we've ever seen. Definitely the coolest by far. Even if you don't walk away with it, you know what, Mega, that is the kind of teammate we want and you would love to see on your team. What a play there.
Mega, I will play with you anytime. Thank you very much.
Man.
What a teammate. But back on the low ground, Bucky, Clicks, and Creo in such a good spot. This is the familiar situation we've seen them in every single end game that they get to. Low to mid ground layer. Good mats. Great positioning from Creo, trying to understand the tarps, the positioning it needs to be in for almost every single zone, just leaving Bucky and Clicks at the back to try and get any elims. The spacing that they are in right now is so good. It's a dodgy rotate, so they're staying close in case anything happens. Any edits come out, and exactly that's why as Felix drops in the box and Bucky picks up the elimination.
And Bucky saw him too. He was baiting that one in, and Felix took the trap, and just like that, fresh to get the points there, and Felix falls just outside of the top 10 there, and this is where the big points are going to start coming in. And remember, Bucky, Clicks, and Creo have managed to jump their way all the way back up to second place when this kicked off. They had a second and third place finish. Now they officially solidify themselves inside another top 10 game here, and look at their points. 112 now, definitely starting to jump their way up to lead, but one goes down. Can Clicks clutch this up? We already know he has the outstanding record here of 1v2s, and of course waits for the door to open up. That's Loopy, and he's gonna fall there. Clicks is by himself now, takes fall damage. He's trying to change layers here. Where's his teammate? Bucky has to be found in the chaos here, and it's just all or nothing now for Clicks. I think he realizes, I gotta play for myself here.
He's playing for himself, but doing anything he can to pop the med kit that's here to try and keep himself in. Bucky was still in that as a solo left alive too. Sig's lucky on low ground, managing to completely claim that, so it's a good game for them as, again, Clicks is gonna go for that med kit play, but doesn't fortunately gets it. He gets the knock. Another big shot comes off and decides not to run into the box. He's down to builds, only 2 left remaining. Goes inside the cone, does what he can, but no, he is also picked up.
Top 6 though, not bad at all for Slim on the other side here. He's still trying to clutch up as well. 106 mats there it is. He's gonna start running out now. That box there, he can only make one more full box, and that is it. So here comes the fight. Down goes Slick. Beautifully done for him, and Slick has some goodies to take on the road here. Tactical shotgun. This is very important, guys, because that will allow him to take on multiple players here in the end game. Down goes Lem. He jumps into another box. He's shooting. It's not going to be enough, though. He gets taken out on the low ground by Nounsy and Sizz Lucky. They make another end game. And where in the world did Spade, Shifu, and Dusky come from? Because they are now at 10 elims, rocketing their way up the standings here.
They came from 23rd in the leaderboard, now flying up, but on the low ground, the exact same thing. Furious, Nounsy, Sizz, Lucky, 12 eliminations to their name. It seems like 2 teams have picked up every single elimination so far, it would like, but it's a 3v3 situation. Low ground versus high ground. Furious, and then but the players drop down into the box. One is knocked, Nounsy goes down. It's now a 2v2 situation. Furious trying to play the cabbages.
Oh my gosh.
And the big 189, the max damage pump comes onto Shifu. It's a single player remaining, but there's a slurp cannon in the bomb of the storm. But Dusky has so much HP on the high ground. He pops the launch pad to try and get down onto the player below, but it's Furious who has the cabbages, who also has the slurp cannon, and also has the victory royale alongside Nounsy and Sizz Lucky.
With a 14 elims, guys. Sizz, Lucky, Furious, and Nounsy. Man, if you just add up the team of the amount of eliminations for the last 6 players, that's about a quarter of the lobby, guys, taking out just between the 2. Ridiculous game there. And I mean, what's that, over 60-point swing game? They clearly had tons of elims, 30 points for the win. That's ridiculous. But we're going to toss down over to the analysts because I'm sure they're going to have something to give us on that one.
I am happy. Slight disappointment. Listen. Okay, now I'm just getting nitpicky, okay? That was one elimination that was left on the table. Also, I'd like to point out this trio won last season, they made it in. They did it via reboot round. They were like, hey, Listen, Zeke, we've been there, man. We just want to go straight through the finals. We don't want any stress. We don't want to play semis. Wow. I'm telling you, 14 points. That's 28 points by itself. A 58-point game, Vivid? This is game number 4, baby. Oh my goodness.
Let's go. That's my old trio mate, Sizz Lucky right there. If anybody remembers me, Chaps, Sizz Lucky, killing it back in the day, and him showing up here is just awesome. Hopefully we can find him here somewhere on the leaderboard. Yep, there he is, top 8, bumping himself all the way up into that top 10 position with 96 points. And if you look at the rest of the leaderboard here, actually the third place team has 106, which means that they are only 10 points behind now, and they are actually third place in terms of who has the most elims with 24 elims after that 14 elim game. That was great.
Oh, 14 eliminations is massive. Like, I honestly, what a great end game that was. Looking at the leaderboard here again, NAW, Divine Slim still atop it, 66 placement points, 26 eliminations. These guys just seem to always be there the whole time. They're there or thereabouts every single time, and that's what we talked about, the balance. We do it every single week, the standings versus eliminations. They seem to continuously roll it out. Speaking of rolling, D-Roller, third position there with Spegu and Charlie. They're looking very pretty in that top 3 there, and Bucky and Clicks. I mean, Vivid, I'm going to give it to you. You called it this week, man. You and Reese, you had it. I mean, they're looking so strong as well. But as you can see, every single team in that top 10 we've talked about, we kind of know very well, they're all capable of going all the way. With only 2 games left now, fellas, it's all to play for.
Yeah, and you know, I love to see also Trashy, Colazo, and Lazar P here, 84 points in the 11th position, putting themselves in a strikeable range, right? If they come out and have some last 2 really strong games, they can boost themselves all the way up into that top 3 position. And you know, Adam, 18th spot down there, Illest, Mac, Tragic. Yeah,
let's just move on, shall we?
Hey, yeah, all right, we'll move on. I think my team is in second. We'll move on. Yeah, Felix, Pons, and Spivero in 14th as well. Not doing as good as I thought they would, but man, they always find themselves kind of within that range of top 10 as well. So happy to see that. Ditto, Casker, and Smack. Surprised we haven't seen more of them on today. Only 56 points. A little bit of a rough day for them, but I mean, hey, Qualifier 3 is rounding out really well. Now, something that I kind of wanted to look at here was I wanted to jump back in game and look at our Game 3 Victory Royale that was achieved from Illest, Macwood, and Tragics, because essentially I talked about it a little bit and how Macwood kind of just walked up the height. I kind of wanted to show you here, you can see that Macwood, as he is targeting, he sees this. This is the highest point. If you guys look at the screen, this is the highest point that he can see. And because he knows that it is the highest point, and because there is a cone on top of these builds, that means that nobody's on high ground. So he just goes ahead and ramps up, and as you can see here, noticing that there is a cone on the highest point that is currently on the map means that nobody is on high ground, because there's a cone up there, right? That means there's nobody up there. So he just kind of walks up and takes it. Another concept that I to go over here is that Tragics is all the way up here, a couple layers above his duo of Macwood and Illest, because jump pads are in the meta, right? So people can jump pad up, and if they do, they won't be able to go above Tragics' head, which is why he's all the way up there. And as you can see, all 3 of them are constantly spraying down, forcing that second layer to be pressured. If we remember when Clix's trio got that 2nd or 3rd place that one game, and they went up on that high ground, and when they weren't spraying, you know, that's kind of why you want to do that. You want to pressure those second layer teams down further and further. So 1, they can't come up and pressure and make a play on you, or 2, they can't use those jump pads as well. And as you guys can see, to round out that clip there, Tragics with a huge pump to finish off that victory out was clean. Couple of awareness moments there from Macwood, and just solid height play from the rest of it. Not
only do you have all the insight, Vivid, but you also clearly highlighted my trio have a heart. Thank you.
Yeah.
This is, well, Fortnite fan, this has been a very vivid masterclass for you, so I hope you took notes, because I sure did. Okay, Battle Buzz has a beep beeped, which means we're going to go to the next game. So, Reese, MDF, back over to you guys.
I'm genuinely confused if whether or not the glasses are supposed to be like that or not, but
it's just
you know,
Zeke.
it's just Zeke things, dude. That was just so fun. I almost shed a tear over here laughing to myself. My gosh, way to set things up here, really lay out the stage for us. Vivid giving us all the tactics here to set us up for success coming into game number 5, but it's the textbook plays you expect from teams that are looking to qualify for the top of the top here at the FNCS.
Exactly, and that's the teams who are going to be able to capitalize on the wins they get off spawn. Like we talked about very, very early with that team in particular. You know, we were saying more Peterball's team was able to capitalize more in the previous weeks, but Macwood's team absolutely managed to do that this time. But moving on to Sizz, Lucky, Nounsy, and Furious, the team who won it all last game, actually landing in a mid-map position, completely split. Can we be surprised uncontested at the same time? This draw spot's been pretty good to a lot of teams from many other regions at this point, so let's hope that they can continue the roll on through. I don't mean to put the pun with the rolling with the cow, but it comes out sometimes.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it was well called for as well. That's a very interesting drop, like you mentioned, because it is a contested one. Players do tend to kind of split that one up. You can see just a little bit outside of that, kind of the circle there, is actually Felix Posed and company who land just not too far from them too. So it seems like they kind of got alphaed out of their rotation and their drop. So kind of interesting to how the high-level player dynamics end up working out there. But back with Furious's who've just officially shattered all records for elims today. On the day, they're popping off, man. They're at 96 points now. They're right back into this conversation. Just one monstrous game to throw them inside the top 10. You know, but the problem here, Reese, is that, you know, you can't really depend on games like that, right? You cannot depend on games like that. So I wonder what was going wrong before this that they were missing or lacking that little bit of consistency.
Well, in game one, they were out 14 minutes into the game, 20th place, which to me just screams a Storm Surge game, right? They struggled with Surge, which being in this mid-map position is quite interesting, given there was also a South Zone. So, you know, you'd think they'd be okay with that positioning, but next game, 5 eliminations in 20th, to me, again, would suggest, hey, they've been fighting a lot of people, so I'm guessing they just fought one too many, picked up that one. You know, the game after that, again, similar, 5 eliminations, 12th, just not able to capitalize all the way through to the end game. And then we saw the big victory royale. So that, like you mentioned, the aggressive play will work sometimes and not work in other games as well. As we go back to Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite, who are just cleaning up a fight.
Yeah, this is a team that I was actually really rooting for today. You know, you take a lot of the best teams, you punch them on through the finals. What do you have left? Other trios that are just exceptional. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite just scream top tier trio to me. And I mean, I didn't even think they were being contested here at the drop. They're probably not. This could be a team rotating in, but judging by how much ammo they have, maybe there's a team that just decided to land on them. And these are, again, 3 free elims that they're trying to set themselves up for. They wrap it up quickly. Tahi doesn't even get finished up there, so perfectly done. And look at this. The trio brought over a launch pad, so they had to have gotten either some major loot or try to land here and contest the drop.
Man, what nice guys. Bringing them 6 free elimination points, the launch pad, everything, the Storm Surge damage. That was kind. That was kind. But there's actually another team pushing in at that moment there too. So we'll see how that one kicks on later as we move back to Craggy Cliffs, where this fight's been going over and over and over again. But if you noticed, I saw this in the kill feed earlier, we saw Peterball also managing to pick up 1 elimination. That was also onto Illust.
Yeah, this is that back and forth. I mean, we already know what's kind of unfolded the story. It really has been just teams that have met their match evenly, whether they want to admit it or not. Both these guys are exceptional. And yeah, it's been not very lopsided or one-sided by any means. TK, though, with the beautiful play there, not only the great peek, but the wall grab as well before the player could even react. And all of a sudden now they're, again, just swinging things back and forth. Now, remember, TK has this Parasite on his head. He has the full advantage right now, not only in manpower, but, of course, with the HP lead here, the speed buff, too. Like, the Parasite is just so good in these early game situations. Peterbot, though, down to 3 builds here. And Magnolia's trio just third-partying right now, making it even more difficult than it already was for them.
It was, and I saw a tweet from Matt Good saying, hey, why don't they just respect the 3v3, you know? They're not respecting the 3v3 at all. They're looking for the Storm Surge, but Peterball trades the snipe, but his is better because his is right in the face of fear. So he's not going to look to finish that up at all. He's just going to dip out of there instead with the Storm Surge from that. Peterball's going to drop down, pick up that final elimination onto Matt Good, hit the exact same emote as he has every single time they've won this. And look, that is now 4 times, well, we'll say 3 times they've won the fight. Once that they've lost it and once that they've disengaged. So definitely right now the early game is going to Peterbot, P-God, and TK right now. But the thing is, as we mentioned many times, Peterbot's team this week has not been capitalizing on the games that they have been winning off spawn.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they had the opportunity last weekend, but again, slipping out of that favor of the final round was all it took for them to not punch their way in. This week, though, unfortunately, not doing as good as a job as they did last week. Yes, they are winning these drop spots, and man, what a lovely snipe right there to really just, you know, tell the trio, hey, put some respect on us. We're busy. We're busy over here, you know? Like, give us some space, man.
Look. Macwood tweeted, can they not respect the fight, the 3v3 fight? But Peterbot doesn't need to tweet anything. He just needs to actually show them why you should respect this fight. You're going to get sniped in the face if you get anywhere near.
There it is for TNA, Speedy, Muzz, and Looter, though. Man, what a game they've had so far today, or tournament run here, as we're leaning into game number 5 right now. I just want to go ahead and then refresh for a second, open up the standings. The last game was the first game that they finally were taken out before top 10, but listen, they made it to 22nd place. They were alive for 19 minutes. That is just a ridiculously long investment for them to not pick up any elim points. Unfortunately, this is a team that really ramps up if they can make the final zones, right? That's where they find all their elims. They haven't really been picking things up before that, so we haven't quite seen what this TNA trio can do in a clean 3v3 because they don't try to set up those type of fights.
Yeah, no, and a lot of smart teams and top level teams won't, because they'll know that if one of them loses, if they even lose a single member from that, which is highly likely in a hugely stacked lobby like this, big chances are that, you know, that's not going to say well for the rest of the game. So teams try to take as many smart fights they want and not take those 3v3s, because they can last a long, long time. They got themselves looted, and look, let's be real, they saw that supply drop there, used it to their advantage, and look exactly what they have. They got the launch pad. They also managed to get the gold pump, the legendary pump from that as well, which... Can you ask for anything better? I'm just gonna answer my own question. No, you can't.
Yeah, the crazy part about this too is you see who on the team they really decide, like, all right, who's the god pump here? It's Muzz, which is very, very cool, because if you remember during the recent All-Stars solo event that we had, Muzz was the guy representing. He did all the edit courses. He popped off. He literally carried their trio to big cash on OCE. And now you're seeing, just, again, it doesn't change. Just because they're in NA, nope, Muzz, you're the guy. Give him the big pump.
You got to remember, that's when it comes into roles, right? A lot of teams don't like, thinking specifically in roles, because a lot of them are fluid. You know, who's going to tarp in the end game, who's going to IGL, who's going to frag. You know, realistically, a lot of trios mix and they intermingle between the roles that they do, so they can do each one, but each one has their, like, preferred. And in this trio, Muzz is that guy who's at the back of the tarp. He's the best fighter. He's going to be hitting at the hardest shots. And it shows of a smart team to give the guy at the back of the tarp the best weapons, right? If you give Muzz a green tack and he's going to sit there hitting 23s onto players down below, he's not going to pick up refreshes. You give him that gold pump that you have, he's going to hit 110s, 203s, and pick up those refreshes that you need.
That's what you expect. That's what you hope to see. For Sizz, Lucky, Nausea, and Furious, though, coming off the back of a 14 elimination game and a victory royale, what can they do here? Is they've positioned themselves up prime and center right now, but not many teams off in the distance here. So I do wonder how much activity have they put onto lobby. What's their tags looking like? They're eyeing that team way off in the distance there based up as the zone does reveal itself. So it's time to get rolling here. Off the billboard they go. Look at this. This is how you know they have tons of loot. They could just have a spare pot laying around right now. No biggie, no problem.
No issue at all, and they've got that really fast car situated right next to them as well. They've got this from their earlier rotates, but apparently has no fuel, so they're gonna get in the taxi instead. Either way, they have a car for those fast rotates. They know they're going early because this zone's so fast. They're trying to suppress the pressure from the teams above with that sniper, like we said many times on rotate, but they're going to avoid that instead by going far. But moving on to P-God's team, who's actually knocked one of the opposing teammates, but Peterbot is on their team super weak. So this is a 2v3, or a 3v2 situation, sorry, with Peterbot very weak.
And they're going up against Oliver, OG, and Asian Jeff. They're going to respect the team there and back off, hit the launch pad here as a full trio. So not bad at all. They find a little bit for it. Now comes the hunt here. They're trying to see what they can do to go out and finish things up. P-God's going to find the launch pad here, and this is just map awareness in full coming through. But what can they do here? About to see a pretty clean setup right now. Look at this. P-God's like, no, you know, I'm not even going to go in and give you the benefit of a clean 1v1. He keeps his distance just a little bit here, lets his teammates come through, and now they should be able to sweep this one up.
Yeah, it seems like they're going to play ultra aggressive because they know last two games they need a lot of points, and he's straight in. The solo player is now down. That's almost cap mats. He was on 16 mats before he was picked up there, up to 103 now. Plus the slurp cannon at the same time as that as well. Look, that fight was hellishly worth it for them. They've managed to get 5 eliminations total at this point. Tons of materials, slurp cannon, launch pads, everything out of it. Now, all they need to do is make sure they continue that throughout the remainder of the games.
Yeah, but look at this. No ammo, though. P-God's very, very low here. Great pump as well. So I do wonder, what are they going to find here at the draw spot? Who do they leave behind as their extra loot? Because they're going to really, really need some soon. Kind of desperate to bounce back in here. Going as far as moving outside the storm line, it just shows you that, you know, they're willing to take that risk to bounce back in this game, get the material count. It should be clear. Like, there shouldn't be anyone back here. So clean decision all in all. Let's see if it's going to be worth it, though, if they can find the loot that they're looking for.
1,749 above Storm Surge. That is,
wow.
That's okay. They must be at the top of the Storm Surge threat, like leaderboards out of all of the teams right now. But a team who's not necessarily so high up on the Storm Surge leaderboards is Creo Bucky Clicks. It doesn't matter though, because that one player was eliminated, 70 players left, so Storm Surge will not activate at this moment. But they've got themselves set up in a nice position for this zone, right? Remember, this is a very, very north zone, which will favor this team given that they are a Steamy Stacks team. Got themselves situated on a large split. If you notice the green markers in that, it's kind of what we bound to in game number 1, where the teams will take a lot of horizontal area to try and get as much vision and visibility and sightlines on the map as possible and claim these areas. But we just want to make sure that none of these teams also get pushed at the same time.
Yeah, definitely here. Getting pushed is the worst case scenario, especially a team that's desperate. And in these lobbies, everyone's pretty good. So, you know,
okay,
anything can happen. Yeah, they're all right. They're just, you know, amongst the best of the best out here, you know. Yeah, 122 points, though, for Creo, Bucky, and Clicks right now. I can't believe they've really jumped their way right back into this thing when you kind of weighed out how their first game unfolded for them and they were so far behind. They've managed to turn it around. Again, second, third, sixth place, all just major performances here. Their uptime really starting to kick in here in the later games. Learning from their mistakes, too, right? Not putting themselves in that position from game 1, which the vital mistake there was pinching in between teams on the rotate. They did a great job not firing at teams, so it shows they've been taking this serious since the beginning.
And that's what you need to do. Learn from game to game. You know, you improve tournament to tournament, month to month, season to season, you chapter to chapter if we want to go that far with it. But you also learn game to game in a tournament. You will learn from the mistakes of game 1 what to do and what not to do. And you've got to remember how deep they are in a good position on Storm right now in comparison to the TNA boys who are far behind. They have that elimination from earlier on. They're fine above Storm Surge threshold right now. However, at the same time, you must remember they have a long rotate to make. I think actually a player got rebooted and Storm Surge started to get reactivated. I've just realized because they went to 70 players. Now we're back up to 71 and Storm Surge is back on again.
Yeah, that's a very rare situation you're watching unfold, guys. But it is possible when players get picked up here. Pretty interesting to see Muzz have the suppressed pistol in his inventory as well. That's pretty much a mythic weapon, guys. You know, got to get that off of very unique circumstances. But I wonder how it's going to pair up with the legendary pump because, like we mentioned, this is their clutch factor right here. Muzz is truly the firepower of the trio. Here comes the rotate, though. Ooh, tagged up on the move here. That's not what they wanted, but they have the shield to spare. Out comes the bridge being set forth for them. Can they make this?
Hope so. They've managed to base themselves up on more brick. So they're using that brick at that point, but they managed to use more of it because they can just reharvest it up. So very good rotate for them so far, but they are stuck on a difficult vertical layer, right? There's so many players around them at this point, which is going to be tough if they have to make their way up. They're kind of situating themselves. You can see like Divine's team up there, Mega and Dubs' team can start applying that pressure down below and hold them. So hopefully they're going to make a smart rotate. These guys are absolutely excellent at the mid game. I have no worries, like realistically, but oh, they're going to actually decide to use a launch pad. I think they have more in their inventory because realistically they're not going to use their only pad to get into this third zone, but good choice to use it now, switching to the hard materials, switching to that metal to make sure that they can not get focused by the lobby. They can show everyone that they are a healthy team and not worth using your ammunition on.
Yeah, definitely. And look at this. They branch out nice and deep in here for Mega, Dubs, and Roking. And a little bit of that lobby pressure coming in. That's onto or coming from Posed, Sparebow, and Felix there just nearby, bringing the attention of the other players off in the distance. So Mega, Dubs, and Roking have to keep an eye out here. They got taken out really early last game. Unfortunately, couldn't make it to where they wanted. For Speedy, though, they open up the build there. It looks like they got the knock off the additional pressure from Looter there. Nicely done. That is onto Gabe from Tahi and Sprite's trio. That is another knock there for them. Big finish too. Dubs is going to wrap that one up. And look at that. Gabe, Tahi, and Sprite move in late. And now they're getting cleaned up by the rest of the lobby. That additional pressure. But it's Muzz, Looter, and Speedy who spotted that one out, spotted the opportunity there, and really set this that team up to fail.
Yeah, and I've never seen this exotic pistol before. It's called the Shadow Tracker, which has a very unique effect where if you tag an opponent, you'll actually see them as if you'd shaken them down. So you'll be able to track them as well, which is super useful. And I was thinking when we saw it to start with, like, how did they get this? Because I know it is available, but you can also get it from malfunctioning vending machines. And there's 2 vending machines within Lazy Lake, the drop spot. So I'm guessing they got very lucky, managed to get the exotic out of that in their drop spot, and now are using it definitely to their advantage from here on out.
Yeah, it's just one tag is pretty much light him up, and that's why I just said, you know, some unique circumstances to get those weapons. You know, it just kind of has to work out that way. But hey, you know, use it to your advantage now at this point. D-Roller, Spego, and Charlie, their contested drop, those free 3 elims, like literally padding themselves, right, cushioning their position here in the tournament. That coupled along with their end games they've been making round after round. Look at this, they're at 117 right now, and they're a consistent team when they break loose of their drop. They are so good. They are officially up there with everyone else, and man, they're giving us a run for our money here because we have so many teams truly looking to set themselves up for the last game here for top 3. I mean, I think we're setting it's really shaking up to be an exciting NAE's finish right now, and I can't put my finger on who's going to be the best right now because all these teams have continued to improve game after game.
Yeah, and you know what? You'd love to see it for Spegu, D-Roller, and Charlie. Given the fact that they played really well in Cash Cups this season, like I said, they won the first Cash Cup of the season. They made it to every round 4 so far. They placed 10th and then 12th in the one last week, and now here they are, clearly doing well to be way better than 10th or 12th, right? That in contention for the top 3, even maybe first as well. So it's great to see these guys really perform, not only in FNCS, but also through the Cash Cups, through the majority of the season. So it's clear that these guys have something down, right? And teams contesting them, you gotta question why. You gotta question why a team has been so dominant throughout the entire season. You gotta think, you know what? That drop spot near Cami split area, it's just theirs.
Yeah, it's not worth going against these guys with how good they've been playing. They're scary good at this point. That consistency really coming through. I mean, that's one reason why. Again, you just see these teams come up and pop off every single season. There's always one new trio that is just everything is just connecting. The way the meta works, it's theirs, right? And of course the drop spot, man. You got to be able to claim those drops, but. You know, that's we're gonna save that for finals. We'll see who makes it there because that's where the real drop spots are gonna matter. For now though, Bucky, Clix, and Creo continuing their stronghold right now. They are just barely above the surge. These shots are gonna connect though. Clix finds a full finish. That's a huge sniper shot. Once again, man, Clix just finding the openings for his trio, keeping the lifeline alive right now. And that is, you know, Clix just has that it factor that you need in a trio. And of course, listen, Bucky and Creo just some of the best we've ever seen touch this game. So this whole trio right now, they're starting to mesh really well, and I think they're in the right headspace right now too, and it's showing in the gameplay.
Yeah, they're confident, but Bucky actually picked up by a triple spray. Click's doing a really good job to start boxing out and creating more space, and again applying that pressure back like we've mentioned many times today, but they will be able to get the res off, it seems like, because the pressure has stopped. That pressure is no longer coming through. But at the same time, I don't know if this is worth it. Click's going for the drop. They do manage to get the launch pad. Potentially they didn't have one before. They do manage to get a big pot out of that, which could be valuable, but the potential for the lobby to spray them when they have such low materials was there. It ended up being worth it, but it could have been such a risky play.
That could have been so bad, but being quick, decisive, not hesitating, Clix gets away with that one. What a huge risk that he takes, and it pays off now, as again the heals are going to be very important. But look at this, they're not even waiting for Bucky to get full HP. They're trying to get this siphon instead, playing for the fight right now. Clix though backtracking there, closing the builds, being the safeguard of the trio right now. Guys, it's these little things that will save you from getting sent right back to the lobby. You have to remember to close your box when you start focusing in on those other teams. And again, all these little micro plays are just showing why they're up at the top right now, why they're fighting for first place today on the day. On high ground though, Beef, Lupian, and Zucky, the team up here, are they the only team up here playing a very passive defensive high ground hold right now? I do wonder if there's anyone that can look down on in, but yeah, they might just be the only team up here.
I think they might be. I don't think they're aware that they're on height, given, like they said, they got cones on top, that they're not looking out to actually claim it, to claim a lot of space. Potentially they're aware, but they're just not fussed, right? A lot of teams don't really care about claiming that high ground, but Clix actually has managed to find a bunch of loot, but no, he's also found a shot in the face by another team there, but he wants those big pots, he wants the materials, but no, he's a bit too greedy. It's down to 21 HP, but I think he's going to get back. The other teams aren't going to be pressuring, but now the zone is pressuring it instead of those teams. He's going to have to find a spot to launch pad where he does not take any storm ticks, and it's difficult because he's there getting pressured from the entire lobby. Clix, we know he has a launch pad because he was the one who grabbed it from before, but he's pressuring those teams in the back, and he's managed to actually pick up the full elimination, getting him the siphon, relieving that pressure, and it seems like they're going to fully tarp in this first moving instead of using the launch pad.
Listen, this is a classic Clix play, okay? He does things that will murder any other, like, any regular player gets taken out. But he is so quick with the edit. Yeah, he is so fast with his edits. He can just do things like that, all right, guys? So, you know, don't follow in his lead unless you're exceptionally quick like him, because, you know, most regular players would have been taken out, but he knows, hey, you know what? You know, before you even react, I'm out of there, right? He grabbed the loot, he got in and out, and it just works out. So that's just Clix things there, guys. 2 elims already, end game in front of them. Big placement points coming through because they break into top 17, and now things are going to get real interesting for them as they're breaking away with the lead. Another elim on their layer falls into their lap, and they manage to pick that up and get all the mats there. That's on to Charlie, guys. So his full trio is now down and out of this game. Again, that was a team fighting for that top 3 spot. So competition fallen is perfect for them because this gives them the opportunity to break the lead and continue to get in front of everyone else.
Is fallen, but they are below the Storm Surge by 3 points. We saw it being active and tagging them, which is the last thing you want at that moment. But Speedy is up in that bottom right as well. They're above the threshold. As in the bottom left, you also see Clix has now gotten above. So the full trio of Clix is still in this, whereas Speedy, along with Muzz, is left alive on low ground as a duo. 2 builds left to their name. They must try to get the top new, but no. Muzz goes down, leaving Speedy as a solo in the bottom right as well, just down to white HP in the back of the Storm, trying to fight a whole trio, but no, Speedy is also picked up.
And there it is. He falls just inside the top 13 there. Not bad at all. Another consistent end game for them. Shorter than what they expected or wanted. But on the other side, Narwhal and Zlem here at 6 eliminations, alive and healthy. Still have some material. This elevation is so interesting, though. It's jumping off the edge of the zone, but at the same time, it's got like this little bit of a steep curve there, too. And you can see it's fighting against Zlem now as they have to eat into the zone here. He gets cut off by opponent. The quick reaction wasn't fast enough, though. And Narwhal's left by himself. He doubles back into the storm line. Tactical shotgun. Can he get the siphon in time? He does. Barely any. The sniper shot too. And Narwhal is going to clutch up here. The huge sniper shot. Not enough in the chug cannon. What a play. Back-to-back games now, we have seen ridiculous clutches almost unfold. First, it was the mega save. Now, the crazy sniper shot here. This is Fortnite at its finest. You just never know what you're going to get.
That was one of the most insane shots I've ever seen, but unfortunately, he will not get the finish from that. But moving back to Rokane, who's currently poking off 2 eliminations, picking up Slick as well. 6 to the name. He is a solo left behind. Make that another knock, but no, it's Shark gets in his box and picks him up, unfortunately.
That's a back and forth there. More trades. Clix is still alive here. Solo in the low ground. What can he do? We've already seen so much exceptional play. Unfortunately, it's nothing that he can do there. He gets chipped off the edge on high ground. It's Cost. It's Ruby. It's crazy GGs right now. They're at a whopping 5 elims, and they're trying to take home this dub right now. Zone's going to double back. I'm so interested, though, in where Sparebow and Felix are going to end up. That's another team that has just been outside the top 10 all day long. But these guys are clutch factors right now. Beef and Loopy and Zucky also inside that top 10. Now breaking into top 5. They're still pushing here. This is another team jumping up. Reese, we will have a game 6 with tons, and I mean tons of teams to keep an eye out on now, because so many have fallen inside the top 5, and these players clutching up placement points now is really throwing us up to the top of the leaderboards.
It is, and Beef has just been picked up. He was in 7th, like you mentioned. That could be a top 3, even higher potential in the leaderboard. Felix is already also in contention. He's picked up another elimination and the victory royale at the same time. Just out of nowhere, there were so many players in the back of Storm there. Just it seemed like solo after solo after solo, but Felix, Posed, and Sparebow pick up that victory royale for game number 5.
And what a good game right there. These guys, man, I'm telling you, Felix, Pose, and Sparebow, they take home wins in custom lobby settings. I said it at the start of this entire tournament. I'll say it again now. It is those guys that are the most scary you have to keep an eye out on, and their time is coming. They've just been so good, Reese. They've been so consistent, but you know what? Our reactions were great. I need to know from Zeke if that was another game that's got his glasses upside down.
Bro, what do I say to this? Dude, what? I was gonna do some dumb Zeke bit, okay? I wanted to. Then I'm watching Slim, and he's like, hey, oh, it's just me. Oh, let me just literally snipe someone from behind, hang on for an extra set of placements. Then I'm watching this game. There's 4 teams. There's people coming out of the woodworks like, hey, no. Last qualifier, we'd like to put our names in the hat. We'd like to throw our hats in the ring. What am I supposed to, guys? I'm gonna have a heart attack. It's gonna happen. Okay.
This leaderboard at the end here, the top 10 is going to be so close. Like, anybody can really take the top 3 at this point. Like, we know that P God right there at the end,
Yes.
you know, that snipe right there. I know Adam loves to see the snipes for sure. And another one here for you, Adam. There you go.
Oh, I mean, do you know what? I mean, you're right. I love to see a snipe, but as you said, with Lem doing it at point blank range, unbelievable scenes. This is the great thing about this, you know, qualifier 3 here. So you've got teams. There are so many in contention for those top spots, and as you can see here, this is how things look going into our final game very shortly. There he is. Creo, Bucky, and Clicks are in top right now, 150 points. I mean, Vivid, your dreams are coming true. You have these guys down, and they are on top right now, which is amazing. I mean, Nardwar, Divine, and Zlem, no taking it away from them, only 2 points away from the top spot. They've been sat there very pretty for a long time, but 82 points for them, placement points, eliminations 33. They're still in the lead with elimination points there, but 96 from Creature. That was insane. But as you can see here, yeah, we've seen Beef, Lupian, and Zucky Fish. You know, yesterday they won Qualifier 3. They were at first top of the leaderboard yesterday, and as you can see, consistency is paying off. 4th in the leaderboard right now. But look how many teams are in contention, Vivid. There are so many with just a good game going into this last one. I mean, 3rd and 4th place, there's 1 point in it.
Yeah, I mean, that is absolutely crazy. And as you see here, the OC was actually slipping down the leaderboard there. So losing grip on the top 3 placement that they had for much of the day on today going into this last game. Trashy, Clauso, and Lazar keep themselves around that 12th place position, tied for that 11th place spot. They would have to come up with a huge game here to get into the top 3, because top 3 right now is 136 points. So they would need like a victory around like 15 elims to even beat that out. And yeah, I mean, what's been crazy is how well everybody is really playing. You know, I'm just getting where the Monsters prediction here is actually in 14th place. So, you know, me and Reese are absolutely just dominating on the predictions today.
Yep, not me though, not me. But do you know what? 11th position right now. You can see Slick, Shark, and Goku as well. A team that we highlighted earlier on today who needed to get good points today to be in the semi-finals. They have done exactly that with 101, sat in 11th position, which is absolutely incredible. But we wanted to actually talk about a few teams that we specifically are excited about who could be in that 3rd position that I think is up for grabs right now in the top 3 to qualify automatically. Rokane, Mega, Dubs here. I mean, we saw that they've had a superb day. We saw that insane clutch res rotate earlier on, which is just brilliant. Mega bringing the good stuff to all of us watching here at Having the Entertainment Factor. But you know, these are a team as well, like Lucky's trio as well. 14 eliminations in one of their games as well. Which, you know, we get that many eliminations in one game, Vivid. That separates you from everybody else. I mean, that's an incredible amount with a lobby like this.
Yeah, I mean, if they can pull that off again, they can for sure secure themselves a top 3 here. You know, we can't forget about Fury, who seems to be so dominant, you know, in past seasons. So seeing him again come out and have like one of those spotlight games with the trio and pick up those 14 eliminations makes it so, you know, like overwhelming, because it basically means that any of these teams can really pull that out at any single point here. And when the leaderboard up at that top 5 spot is so close, that means, you know, nobody is really safe. That top 3 spot is not secured yet. So going into this last game, all of these teams have to be on their toes and ready to withhold that top 3 spot so that way they can go to finals.
I'm so ready for it.
No one is safe. That's the scariest thought I have had all day. This is it, Fortnite fam. One last game in NAE. Which teams will make it through that auto-qualified spot? It's time to find out. MDF Freeze, let's do this one last time.
Here it is. Here we have it. The final game of the FNCS qualifier week 3 is about to go down. It's here and now. Who will punch home the dance ticket to the finals, guys? Only 3 will move on. The rest will have to be pretty much sardine into the semis, into the heats. And man, oh man, that's going to be interesting there too. But listen, Reese, it's so hard. It is so hard to pick a team right now, to root for a team. I know and love so many of these trios that are inside the top 7 right now, including Post, Sparebow, and Felix. Like, these are players we've rooted for just month after month, season after season. We've seen them come so far, and they're all fighting for the same spot right now. It's going to be gut-wrenching to watch teams fall now.
It isn't. Look, we all have our biases, let's be real, in this situation, but any of the top teams who make it deserve to be there. Like, hands down, whoever makes that top 3 deserves to. Over the last few weeks that we've been in the qualifiers, during this last game, you know, me and you have both tried to do the mental arithmetic of who is still in the game when it comes to end game, what points they're on. But with so many teams being in the threshold, look, we're just gonna say we're gonna do our best.
It's gonna be hard. This is gonna be tough. Yeah, it's gonna be very tough to call. Like, and again, I'm just saying, I'm throwing it out there, man. I'm so emotionally invested in this final game right now. There's just so many good teams in here.
I know.
Mega Rokeen does, man. You love to see them win. Of course, the Elite Boys, Divines, Lemon, Narwhals, they've been playing so good. You have this team right here in front of us. D-Roller, Speggle, Straw Hat, Charlie. We've been hyping these guys up season after season. They continue to make their appearances. Like, how could you not root for Lupian, the console lord, transfers over, you know, just competing with the PC guys now. Like, it's just so crazy, the teams that we're watching fight for this last spot, and I couldn't have been more just like not ready for this, you know what I mean? Because like I don't know who's gonna take this right now. I really don't. They have all been so good.
Look, the final game brings that heat, and that's what you want, right? The final game on NA East every single week has not disappointed by any means, which has been so fun to watch. And look, this week is exactly the same. So this is going to go down to every single elimination, every single placement point, every threshold you can imagine, and it's going to be so good coming into those final games. 7 teams that we have to worry about. I'm pretty sure no one outside the top 7 has the ability to qualify mathematically unless they have like 30 or 40 eliminations and win.
Unless all top 7 go down, and then like it leaves the field open. Like that's something that could technically happen. And yeah, this feels like a reboot round. Like, that's how many teams that we know are gonna make it through to the end. And then they're gonna, you know, that's where the real battle begins, right? It's where they start to fight up against who's going to outperform, outplace one another, just, again, pop it off, right? For Macwood, Tragics, and Endless, this is our, you know, it's kind of our sweetener, right? And the drink here, it comes out nice and warm. Throw your milk and sugar in, right? This is it right here. As we start getting ready to enjoy the rest of the games, got to have a little action in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, this fight right now is more about the tweets than anything else. We're not going to see them get into the top 3 situation. We're just here for the entertainment value instead. And, you know, being 60 points from Makwa's team and 83 for Pigo's team, like we mentioned, the chances of them making a top 3 are almost slim to 0, but I do want to see how this fight plays out, who ends up winning it again, for the scoreboard more than anything else, for the storylines, because I'm sure these 2 teams will. I'd be surprised, honestly, if they didn't make finals generally through the semis, you know, because obviously they're going to have qualified through their series points, but just not here today, I don't think.
I mean, the worst thing that can happen now is we see this again in heats. Like, I'm telling you right now, if they end up in heats against one another, then... oh yeah, it's gonna mean a lot. It's gonna mean a lot, guys. And if they don't, and then they qual, it's gonna be even worse for finals because we know it's gonna be head to head. So there's gonna be some pent up aggression here between the 2. We're gonna see these teams clash again at some point or another. It's just a matter of when at this point. For the last game though, Tragics, Macwood, and Illust, a bit of a different strategy. Okay, they slide on out to the outside. A new team shows up in Zemo, DeQuinted, and 20 here. They try to sneak on in and take advantage of the chaos that's been unfolding so far. We talk about those last games and those desperate attempts, right? For some, we forgot to kind of mention, not everyone has all the series points in the world, so this could mean a lot for a team like Zemo, DeQuinted, and 20.
Yeah, they're looking to come on in, you know, hopefully make those thresholds. A lot of the teams, you know, still need, when they make it this round 4, to get like a top 20, a top 15, a top 10 even in the leaderboard to make sure they make it to semifinals. And we're going to see some of those teams be a lot more aggressive than other teams as we move over to Slam, Narwhal, and Divine. The teams who have just been popping off, currently in 2nd place, only 2 points behind right now, looking very good. The launch pads, the peppers, the heals, the blue pump in the inventory. Really, they're set up.
And they have an 8 elimination lead over the opponents, guys. You know, actually, no, make that what's it? Let me do the math here. 5, 6. Is this about 7? Yeah, about 7 or 8 or so. So yeah, they have a nice little room for comfort here, right? So it's gonna be really hard for the other teams to overthrow them if they survive the test of time, if they continue to earn that placement point threshold with everyone else. That's the difference here. It really will come down to the elims at this point. So getting all the loot, getting all the material, making this end game is going to be the most important thing right now. Now, traditionally, Reese, we've seen this time and time again. The last game is the most aggressive, right? Look at this. Look at the standings already, or look at the feed there. We have 80 players left. Before this game, too, we had 95 players when the surge went active. So traditionally, these last games are a little bit more aggressive, and that's better for the teams inside the top 10 if they could just avoid all those other, I guess, crazies out there.
Yeah, you know, you got to keep away from the players who are on a rampage, who need something, who have nothing to lose. Those are the kind of players that you do not want to go anywhere near. And unfortunately, it's hard to pinpoint who they are until they come right close to your face, start shooting you, pressure your walls, trying to do whatever they can. You know, a lot of times it's too late by the time you figured out who is who. So trying to stay away from those teams as much as possible as we go back again to this fight. We know, I think we both know what's going to happen here, right? We see that storm coming in. We're about to see a lot of purple.
Yeah, we're going to see a whole storm fight probably break out. Yeah, we're just waiting for Mako to get sniped, actually, because I was looking at the team on the mountain. I see him out exposed to the side there. Luckily, he doesn't get popped, so it just kind of is what it is at this point. And again, I mean, this is the problem with the drop here. It's the problem with taking these early game fights. You commit so much time, you don't have time to actually bounce back into the game. Luckily for them, they do have a campfire to kind of extend this just a little bit, but out comes the launch pads as P God and their trio try to sweep their way into the new zone. Seems like they actually find the enemy ramp just off to the side. Yep, they get a little bit of land there, so they are going to be able to slide over this mountain. That's actually very well invested to get away from Illustrax and Macwood.
Definitely, but you know what? We just want to see what happens to both teams here. We've seen Pigo's team disengage. This is now the second time they've been looking to do so. You know, we see with Illis, Tragic, and Maxwood, however, getting into the car. Are they going to chase? Are they going to hover to that left, or they go towards them? You can see them eyeing up, trying to do, you know, it's trying to get the vision on them, see if this is worth it. But as you can see, that Pigod's team have disengaged fully. They've kind of gotten way further, and they've gone to that east side. They know, they understand exactly what may happen if they don't, because they know the play style of Macwood's team. So they're just trying to get away. But moving on back over to Clicks, Bucky and Macwood, teams who've been hitting a ton of snipes. And if I'm to guess, that's probably onto the TNA boys if they're still within Lazy. But I do know that they rotate out a lot earlier than this, so it would be a surprise to see them still situated in Lazy at this moment.
Just depends. The zones here, I mean, you know, things can happen, and it's kind of interesting, right? I don't really know if TNA, the trio themselves, play well when the zone lands on top of them. I mean, you have to assume so, because Lazy Lake is their home space. But I mean, we all know that some teams just do better when you have to, you know, kind of stick and move here. Oh no, look, this trio is gone, so they're already out, and they're facing a very scary trio of Neon and KJ there on the other side. Great shots right now from Muzz and Looter. They're putting up a proper defense here, but more pressure from the side. They take advantage of the chaos here. Might open up for a free knock there. Yes, Speedy does get it. That's onto Trap, which is huge here, but to fight for the loot, that's the risk.
This is crazy. They do not want to push in. You don't want to overextend. You can see how careful Muzz is being with every angle. He doesn't want to go into those builds because he owns none of them. He knows their opponent's teams, and this is good. They've created their own tarp, starting to apply that pressure from the other angle. But also, we see Berserk's team, so they're fighting the wrong team, it would seem like, because there's a trio and a duo left in the match. But okay, no, it seems like the other team will disengage. Muzz's team got so much storm surge from this. You got to imagine, you got to see how many body shots he hit with that heavy assault rifle, a favorite weapon of his by far. He takes it in solo cash cups, he takes it in trio modes as well, and you can see why when he hits every shot like that.
Look at that, just going for the hip fire as well. The ADS right there, 52 to the body at close range. You just can't find that kind of damage anywhere else. And just imagine that on the follow-up there. This is why he loves the weapon. Very unique playstyle, but we love to see it here. As again, he's just flexing out right now. See what he's going to continue to do here now, though. Again, just trying to open things up here. And this is kind of interesting. They've migrated to Retail Row. Now, remember, when they came to NA, this is their drop spot before, so they are very comfortable here. This is their backup spot. If they make it to finals, this is probably going to be their finals drop spot.
Yeah, I think this was their plan for Surge, rotate in here from the uncontested Lazy Lake, because you know you're landing in Lazy Lake when you look at the amount of ammo that they have in the AR in particular. They've definitely landed there, rotated in and looking for anything they can. Because they have all this ammo, that's why they're able to apply all this pressure. They're not even using that many builds right now. And from Looter's POV, is a lot of wood he's using, which is easy to re-harvest up. He's just trying to get angles and shots and whatever they can. And I think they're playing a little bit aggressive in terms of going for the fights, because you've got to think third place currently, when they were coming into this game, was 16 points ahead of them. So they're trying to maybe get a couple eliminations, catch up a little bit, and then play for that victory royale, because they are so good on Storm Surge. 523 above at the first threshold.
Yeah, but that's because they're fighting for it. And then not only that, they're just giving themselves so much room here. Look at this. They control this entire low ground area. And like you mentioned, it's because they have that AR ammo to do that. And look at that. It's worth it, right? All that commitment, all that fire. Push these teams off this area, it unlocks the drop spot for them. Now they get a full-on airdrop here, uncontested. They've already backed off the trios here. That's a launch pad, that's a weapon upgrade, that's more material. And not only that, a potential, of course, chug cannon, right? The heals that can come off of that too.
Yeah, it's such a good idea. Such a good idea to get those hands down. And you know what? It's worth it. You get a launch pad. You're set up in a good spot for the rest of the game. Huge. And Furious, Sizzlucky, Nounzy, in a tough spot, to be honest, because this kind of zone, right, you'd think they're on this hill, they're in a good spot, but the amount of players that are rotating through here aren't gonna be great from that southwest side. But on top of that, the hill to the northeast of them, where you see all those markers on, that is the spot where all these players congest on. They're going to be like basically just congested in that area, right? Which means they're going to have to go through there at some point. So hopefully they can go through Kai Corner, go through that way. But there's a team in there as well. So this time they have a really, really tough rotate to make it through from this position. And they're above right now, but potentially not later on.
Yep, here it is. Here it is. Things are going to start getting, again, very interesting right now. A couple teams have to go down. A couple players have to fall, right, as the zone starts to close out. But I just want to know where this zone's going to pull here. Now, we haven't actually seen a weird mountain pull. We've had really good zones besides game number 1, right? We had that water zone, right? That was that one. We throw that in.
The
but
weirdest you could get.
Yeah, that was like crazy. All the other games have been just avoiding the traditional like mountain nightmare zones. This one right here, right now, it seems like we've been about due for one for quite some time. So this game is definitely pulling to the mountaintops. Preparation is key here. The thing that kind of worries me right now is, have players forgotten that, right? Like if you aren't preparing for this well in advance, if you didn't recognize the fact that these mountains were in play, you've already been beaten to the drop, right? There's already teams eyeing up and keying up those really strong positions, and those are all the mountains on the east here.
It is, and look, just what we mentioned about Furious's team. Notice their position, the yellow to the west of Kai Corner. Nobody in that southwest side. Nobody. So that means they're going to really struggle with the surge tags on that rotate. And look, they should have started this rotate again into this next zone. They've clear vision on that west side, and they know no one's in there. So they have to get moving into that next zone before it becomes too congested. Same with all the teams that we're about to fly right over. The teams that are in Lazy Lake, who are really going to struggle with that rotate. You've got Dobbs, Mega Rocane, along with Fatch's team underneath there as well. Some heavy hitters who need to get moving from here, because this could be really, really congested and a bad rotate for them. They have managed to pick up the single elimination, really stacked on loot at the same time. So clearly it's been worth it, but now you see the shots starting to come in from the teams who are ahead of them, because there are just so many.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And guys, remember, these are our top teams right now. They're all fighting for that top 3 spot. All the competitors that we wanted to see are still here. Beef is going to find Furious in the feed. Remember, Beef is up there alongside Lupian and company. That is a team inside the top 4. That's a big, big knock there to take down Furious, who was inside top 10. Now, again, those top 10 teams, they're just, you know, again, obstacles at this point for our other competitors that can actually vie and fight for top for the 3 positions there. So it's still just so much pressure involved right now in these elims here, finding those points, because they have to play catch up, right? All those squads, there's just so many more elims behind if you want to break that top 3 threshold there.
You do indeed, you do indeed. And they're going to have to catch up at some point, either eliminations in the end game or maybe some cheeky ones in 4th and 5th zone, just to get those small points that all add up. But so many of our top teams on this far side of the zone. You see Bucky's team there. We also see Rokane's team we've been watching a lot, who are making a relatively free rotate given how many teams are in the position to hold them. And good job from them, honestly. But no, the actual fire starts to come on through from Colazo's team. Clix' team is taking a peek through a window as well, as we see up above Oliver OG's team now opening and also taking. So this team currently has eyes on them, but they built in metal to solidify themselves, to stop them getting focused, and that's worked so well. But moving back over to Lupien, Beef, Zucky, the team who won round 3. Remember, we talked about this almost at the top of the show, that a lot of times the players who perform in round 3 don't necessarily come and perform in round 4, but
they're doing it.
Lupien and Zucky are proving me wrong. They're proving me wrong.
Yeah, very, very rarely do we see that back-to-back just dominant stride, right? And again, you know, usually we kind of depend our picks on, like, okay, you know, these guys are on fire, like, these are the guys who want to do well, and then, you know, it's hard to have that back-to-back performance. But right now, Beef, Lupien, and Zucky have done that so far today. They've really continued to pop off. Let's not forget, Zucky was part of the reason Bucky, Creo, and Clix fell in game number 1. It was Zucky who caught the elim onto Bucky, I think, early on that storm fight there. So, you know, this is all coming full circle at this point, as these are the same teams that clashed at the start of the show and now are all battling for the positions here at the end of the day right now.
I love a good storyline. I really do. I love a good storyline. As we see, every single one of the top 7 teams who are in contention for the first place are all still here. You mentioned there, some of them are situated right next to each other, battling out from the start to the finish. But the most important thing is they are all still in it. The worst thing that could happen is they all get out early and we see an end game with none of the teams in. But right now, every single team that matters. Creo, Bucky, Clix, you got Narwhal's team, you got Mega team, Beef's team, D-Roller's team too, and it is huge as Sparrow's going up against Zemo, who's actually managed to pick up 1 elimination on them, but they are all hurt as we see DeQuinted hit the launch pad trying to get out of there.
Remember, if they find these elims here, if they can wipe up these teams, guys, they were just, those 2 points that they just picked up, if the other teams have not found a single elim, will put them inside top 5. That is how close they were. They were just inside top 7. That jumps them up 2 effective positions on the lobby standings, and this is why we're really emphasizing that you have to find elims, because these guys are making it to the end. They've already figured out how to make these end games round after round, and this end game right here, with the way the zones, with the way the mountains are going to play out, it's just textbook at this point. Creo, Bucky, and Clix, they don't buy the bluff of the empty base up above. They realize, hey, these guys haven't shot at us. It must be empty. And they go up, they take that high ground, and now it is officially theirs. Where is the half in, half out going to pull?
I would love to see which team left that base regardless to be a fake base, because that was the god spot for this zone in particular. With so many teams surrounding, that high ground is so valuable, and we know Clix's team is not a high ground focused team, so I'm sure they're not going to fight for it. But like you mentioned, where's the 5th zone going to pull?
Oh, Creo gets knocked.
Or no way is he being knocked. Well, that potentially could have been a big snipe coming out because no one was close to them, which means they could also potentially get the res off. But that 5th zone is pushed to the northeast, probably the spot that has the least amount of teams in it.
Yeah, this is going to be the toughest one right now. It's going to go all the way across, and it is going to play a little bit off that mountain there, so do keep an eye out on that. Ooh. On the other side, Clix, Bucky, and Creo here underneath the storm surge right now. They have to go for some desperate plays now, or this game is over. They have come so far. You'd hate to see them fall before the big placement points come out. They haven't even gotten the top 17 points either. They cannot heal the zone out. We already know it's usually impossible to do so. Bucky's gonna find Asian Jeff with the full elimination there. That is huge, but it's not enough. It is just barely enough to push them into top 17, or for the surge there.
Top 17 above.
Oh my gosh.
That is so close. Anyone else gets a tag, they're going to go down. But no, they found another tag. They're now 60 above. The tension
Bucky's
in this for this team, they must be
another knock from Bucky.
And he does get knocked. That's going to be points for them as well. Not only they've used so many mats,
and
but
the
they
finish
managed to get so much above. Now the launch pad comes out. The reuse, so they still have one of theirs for moving zones. This is so good for these teams, because we know if they get into endgame, they're going to make it. They're going to be consistent because their endgame is so solid. Their fundamentals are so good. But they just have to make sure they get past this first little part of the moving zones.
More huge knocks coming through right now, though. D-Rolla, Spego, and Charlie find 2 more. TNA's Muzz finds another one as well. Everyone that needs elims right now are starting to drop the lobby. They're cutting the fat from the competition, but you know what? All of our top 7 are still here, guys, which means there is more and more animosity being built up inside this lobby here. There it is. There's another finish onto the Epic Specs there. Onto the TNA boys, the trio there. That was just just inside, hanging on to the top 3. You know, if Rokane, Mega, and Dubs aren't getting active right now, then they're falling behind for sure, for sure. Look, they only have a single elim now.
They are, and look at the points. Most importantly, they're on 143. I think they're in third. I don't think any other team has managed to overtake with more eliminations than them. We saw Creo's team was on 159, and I think Narwhal's team was on 155. So our leaders currently still are Creo, Bucky, and Clicks, but it's so close. We don't know what the TNA boys are at. We don't know what D-Roller's team at. Felix's team. All of these teams are still in it till the end, and I swear we're gonna miss potentially something with how many potential pop-offs there are and what the points are.
Beef gets knocked though. Remember, Beef, Lupian, they were up there, down to Qualifier. It's not a full finish, not yet. Magnolia gets the finish there. That is one man down from the equation of Zucky and company. So now it's up to Zucky and Lupian to play this end game out. Mega Dubs and Rokane sitting right above Speggle, D-Roller, and Charlie. In comes the fight. It might just go down. It's all about controlling the pieces here as they start to lead out. One mistake and it is all over now.
It is. I want to know where the rest of the teams are too. We see Divine flying on the way into both teams, trying to claim that low ground. Plague up on high ground, and unfortunately not in contention for a qualified slot. Felix, you see, using the launch pad there. It is as well. And you see Mega's team going up against Charlie and Spegu's team as well, right next to each other. Both claimed the low ground front as much as possible, as we're about to see where that next zone pulls. It pulls almost exactly back, and for Rokane, Mega, and Dubs, who are a low ground team, they're going to have to start going back through old builds, but hopefully their old builds, not other old builds. Let's go. Looter has been picked up. Speedy has also been picked up. Now Muzz below the threshold, 19 HP to his name, trying to heal out through the moving storms, and I don't think it's going to be enough.
No, he recognized it wasn't going to be enough right there. You saw he tried to take the mini. The math wasn't good enough, and TNA gets wiped up and crossed out of the competition. They will not be going to the finals. Not this week. They will have to fight their way through the semis. Rokane, Mega, Dub still alive right now. Only a single elim, but somehow so far ahead of the surge here. Zucky's going to find Slick, so they're still in the running here. And I know Felix is still alive there, but no. As I mentioned it, Felix goes down. Clicks goes down to Dubs. Dubs finds Clicks. Lupian falls too. That's another team crossed out of our top 7 there. Dubs, Mega, and Rokane are dropping some of the best in the lobby, but they're here. Bucky, Creo, and Clicks still holding on to their #1 spot.
They are as a duo left remaining. No builds. Well, one single build on Bucky. They're going to have to try and make a play again. The big 17 shot comes out through the SMG, the wall replace with a single build that he has remaining. And the shot to the back of the player, but there's 2 in the box. The 41 tags comes out. He gets trade shot, but can't manage to finish. But no, Bucky's picked up. Creo is picked up as well. I didn't see the points they were on, but there's still teams in this that could win it for them.
They got taken out before they can actually get the finish as well. That's 2 left on the table, guys. Just at 168 here. Mega, Dubs, and Rokane have a little bit more room if they want to fight for first, and they're looking to do just that. Here comes a sneaky way through the low ground here. They're just snaking, riding their way in. D-Roller, Charlie, and Speggle, 149 points. Divine, Narwhal, and Slam are at 168. So Mega, Dubs, and Rokane are holding on to 3rd spot right now. Do they have the iron grip, though? D-Roller finds another one. He finds a full trio wipe. So does Charlie. They're at 8 eliminations, fully pressed in the zone here, trying to stay alive. Into the box, a 100 tag. The better movement. He sneaks away, but I don't know if he got enough placement points there. 156 to fall. Here's the heals. They are playing to their hardest right now to stay alive, and the mountaintops are making it even more difficult here.
I don't think that's going to be enough for them to come through, but Mega and Rokane are almost in that slot. They have to get over 169. I'm pretty sure that's what Creo, Bucky, and Clicks were on before they went out. So to be able to pick it up, they need a couple more placement points. They're still alive as a full trio in, and I think they're the only team remaining who is actually possible to win the entire tournament. Not sure who is in the 2nd or 3rd. Yes, they're up to 170 points. They're now playing for the win of the entire tournament as they go down. Claim that low ground. The players down below, another elimination comes through for Rokane down there.
Here it is.
Now, all they need to do is spray out the high ground. If they can manage to do this, they're going to knock every single player down from above, pick up the victory royale at the same time, but Mega has to reload. The tree is in the way. The players start to fall down. That's KNG down below. There's still 6 players up on the high ground who are getting traded out and out and out as the pressure comes from Mega and Rokane up to the builds up above, and this has to be a win for them.
They already know it. They know it. They can see it in their sight lines here. Mega's just looking up, but no, the clock is ticking. Does Plague have enough HP? Mega had just a little bit more. He's going to survive the clock, but no, Magnolia with the additional here as the Siphon comes in the final beat there, and Magnolia walks away just barely. Another victory royale for Magnolia and his trio here today. They kicked it off well. They close out strong, but it's what you do in between, Reese, of whether or not you were able to qual yourself through. And unfortunately, the point threshold, it was way outside of their reach.
Yeah, I think it was somewhere around the 170s. You know, we'll see the leaderboard when it pops up. We'll see the sick graphic to see exactly who's gone through. We're almost certain that Mega, Dubs, and Rokane have managed to make it through based on that performance alone. But you never know what sleeper teams kind of went through at the same time. I can't wait to see. Look, these have been some absolutely fantastic games from myself, Resub, and Monster D-Face. Thank you very much for having us all, and let's go back to the desk for Zeke and the boys.
Well, what's up, everybody? It's Zeke and the boys. That's right. Thank you so much, MDF and Reese. Absolutely crushed it on the cast today. We got to take a look at who these overall winners are, because we can't forget it's only the top 3 that auto-qualify straight to finals. But it's okay if you don't make in that top 3, right, Vivid? It is totally fine to play for series points. The big question mark for these trios will be, did they make enough? Because remember, it's the top 99 when we're looking at the series point leaderboard. They'll be going on to semifinals. So I have to take a look to see which trios did come on top. How you guys feeling after the 6 matches, though? I feel like it was just so, like, we were on this crazy roller coaster all 6 matches, and now it's like the calm before the storm. Like, I'm like, I don't know who won, but I want everybody to win.
Loved watching it. You know, it's always great when you pick a team for your prediction. Like I picked Clicks, Bucky, and Creo, and they're doing well throughout the whole day. So it's great to be able to follow that. But it's always great to keep another team. Like, for example, this OCE trio, it's great. The storyline here after qualifiers 1 and 2 not really working out, and then coming out and having a huge opening to qualifier 3. But they did, I don't think they ended up closing and getting top 3 on that. So hopefully they grabbed enough series points, and here we have it, our final top 3, qualifier 3, Mega, Rokane, and Dubs with 178 points. Nardwall, Divine, Zlem, 170. We saw those guys popping off throughout the entire day. And of course, me and Reese locking in the prediction there in the number 3rd spot, Creo, Bucky, and Clicks.
Yeah, GG2 boys. A great selection, great prediction there. They come in 3rd position, amazing. But we highlighted Mega, Rokane, and Dubs in the last segment prior to that last game, and we said they could do it, and that's exactly what they've done. And not just done it, they've gone all the way to the top of the leaderboard, 178 points there as well. But D-Roller, Spegu, Charlie, big shout out to those guys. Even Beef, Lupian, and Zucky Fisher, we haven't talked about too much today, but it's also coming in a joint 4th position there alongside D-Roller's trio. I want to highlight as well, we talked about storylines earlier on today as well with regards to some of our teams that needed to get a certain amount of points to even be in contention to get into semi-finals. I don't know if you guys saw this, but Plague and Sully's trios in the last game, they have to try and finish in the top 20. They came 3rd and 4th in that last game there, and they were kind of languishing in that 27, 28 position before that. So excited to see how it turns out for everybody going into the leaderboard. We'll see in a few minutes' time. But as you can see here, Goku's trio as well, one of those teams, one of those 3 that try and do well. They've come 7th overall today as well. So consistent, so good from those boys. But also Aspect, Kaz, and Hufishi, not talked about those 2 guys too much. 115 points in 10th position here. We can see elimination leaderboard as well here. D-Roller's trio, the top of the day it seems, 36 eliminations. Incredible stuff here. At the top, her placing points goes to Mega's trio as well, 114. Just simply sublime.
Oh yeah, I mean, everything was just really, really great to watch today. Something to keep note of, that these teams got to prepare themselves for finals. I mean, well, a lot of these teams have to prepare themselves for heats before those finals, but if they do make it to finals, you got to remember that how they place today, basically there's like 8 teams that we are missing that are already locked into finals before we even play today, right? So these teams got to take that into account, that there are going to be 8 more really dominant are in these finals. So a lot of these guys, they got a week, 2 weeks to prepare themselves, and they've really got to take advantage of all the time that they have and make sure that they up their game, create some new strategies, perfect their routes, perfect the storm surge strategies, and really work as a team in those end game situations, so that way they can find those refreshes and those elims. Because look at how important these elims are. Our top 4, they all got 30 plus elims.
Yeah, exactly. And do you know as well, I've got to say a big shout out here as well, that it seems that every single kind of qualifier at NAE, we always have such an unbelievable finish to the day. Game 6 always seems to be so crucial, and it always seems to give us such a great entertainment factor as well, as I mentioned. So GG to all the players that took part, because we have been on the edge of our seats. Everyone has loved every single second. It's so much fun to watch.
Oh my gosh, boys. I mean, we got to take a look to see what else we've got for us, whether that be page 2, whether that be upcoming highlights from the entire day. We got to relive this, man. This was so crazy. I feel like in qualifier number 3, NAE really brought that heat. There were some great games, some insane snipes and plays in general that were happening, and really a bunch of trios had that kind of moment in the sun. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, especially right there, we saw the win that D-Rollers Drew had. I gotta tell you, every single week I've kind of been looking at these guys more and more, because it is just so crazy to me that they came out in Qualifier 1, they got 12th, Qualifier 2, they got 10th, and then Qualifier 3 here, they got 4th. They have been improving every single week, and every single one of those qualifiers, they have been contested. So I can't wait to see what these guys can do in heat, and for them making it into finals. Really want to give a huge shout out again to Felix, Sparrow, and Posed. I feel like we always see Felix kind of towards that top 10 spot on the leaderboards throughout these qualifiers, but he never seems to find himself securing a spot in his finals with a top 3 finish. But I think that he really does have the potential to grow and become a great player, because we always see him consistently around that like top 10 mark.
Yeah, I love seeing this last victory royale as well with Mega Rokane's trio as well, just kind of sat pretty at the bottom there, just shooting away at the top spots there, trying to knock out all those panels and knock everyone down to the bottom there as well. So it has been absolutely amazing. As you mentioned, the 8 teams that already have qualified for finals, they're going to come back into the mix come finals and really shake things up. POIs are going to be contested left, right, and center, and it's going to get very heated very quickly. Cannot wait for that. The first things first, semi-finals. That is next on the agenda.
Dude, that's insane. Like, it feels, it always feels like this. Like, I feel like I blink, and then suddenly we're just like at semifinals, reboot, and then we're deep into finals territory. It is so good, and I'm so excited to see what semifinals holds for so many of these trios, right? Because remember, if trios don't make it in, it's going to be a similar setup. You've got to make it past a certain bar if you want to go into finals, but if not, you're going to have to play in the reboot round, and that is whoever gets the VR will automatically be pulled out from that pool of players and go right into finals, and we'll do that a number of times. So it's going to be an insane weekend next weekend. Make sure you guys are here. Don't miss out on that, because it's going to be insane. Of course, you know we're going to bring the boys along. We're going to have a great time. Vivid, I want to really quickly just ask your thoughts before we move on. What are your general thoughts of NAE's as a region right now? Is it holding up to your personal standards that are astronomical? Because I know you're basically perfect. So I just wanted to see what you thought, how the region was performing based upon your perfect standards.
You know, it was looking a little rough, I won't lie. Their first 4 games, one of the top 3 spots was given away to an OCE team. So NAEs, we really got to look out for that. But we ended up finished out with 3 NAEs teams in the top 3 spots. So, hey, you know, we kicked those OC boys out, sent them to the semifinals. And, you know, I don't even know if they got enough series points. I'm assuming they got enough series points, so we kicked them to the semifinals. NAEs, great job defending the region.
You know, Adam, I don't know that that's a great way to view this, because we were almost overtaken by OCE. So we'll see. We'll see in the semifinals, though, how things go.
Almost,
dude.
It got scary for a second, but we'll fight. We're all fine.
We're fine. Everything's fine. Everything's okay. Everything's okay. Don't even worry about it. Fortnite fam, we thank you so much for hanging out with us. We hope you've enjoyed the 6 matches that we did have here. As always, don't forget to give these 2 a follow. Give Monster, D-Face, and Reese a follow as well. Without all these human beings, we can't make this possible. So please, shoot them a follow. Make sure if you want more action, we have NOS right after a break. But if not, make sure you're here next weekend. Semifinals and the reboot round. As always, Fortnite fam, we love you, and we'll see you guys on the bus. what it do, Fortnite fan? You look nice right now. Did you just get a victory royale? Man, you look real good right now. What's going on, everybody? It's your boy Zeke of Its Prime. We're here for NA West. We've had a crazy day, okay? If you were hanging out with us from EU, you know some of the craziest games we've seen in quite a bit. We had some games over in NA East, and now we're gonna end the day in NA West. Just hopped off the battle bus, had a slurp juice, had some popcorn, feeling energized. You know who else is feeling energized? It's Kelly. It's Panda, my friends. It is time. This is qualifier number 3, last shot for some of these trios to make it. How are you feeling? I have had my heart broken several times today.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it's a bit of a bittersweet moment, right? The qualifiers is always so interesting because you get to have a lot of new players shine a little bit. You don't usually have the same meta over and over and over again. There's a lot more variability that goes into the qualifiers, and this is the last one, the make or break for so many teams right now. But even some teams that didn't qualify into this round have enough series points to probably make it into the semifinals. So if your favorite team isn't here, don't worry. They might have gotten enough points to make it all the way through to the semifinals.
Yeah, that's going to be interesting to figure out, is the series point aspect of all of this, right? Because obviously, you make top 3, you auto-qual, right? Maybe if you make top 15, you feel comfortable with the series points that you have. However, there's a lot of teams out there that are struggling. They're like, you know what? I'm not sure if I have enough series points. I might have enough series points. Will it be enough series points? But we're going to figure that out here after game number 6 today, because this is it. Qualifier 3. This is their final moment to make something happen.
Man, it's going to be absolutely scary. A lot of pressure on some of these trios. But we'll get into all this. We'll break down the nitty-gritty as time goes on. For right now, let's talk about a few things. Like, watch.fortnite.com. Hey, do you like what you're watching right now? This right here. But did you also want, like, a leaderboard up that you could watch, like, with our faces and the leaderboard up at the same time? Watch.fortnite.com. There you go. You're welcome. And now you know, and you're in the know, so you like to see it. Let's talk about... I know you already know what I'm going to say. The tournament format. I know, you professionals out there that you guys are like, oh, we've grown up, Zeke, we're already well aware with. I ain't even scared of this, Zeke. Listen, I'm so proud of you. Congratulations. I owe you a slurp juice. For you new faces around, don't be alarmed. Don't be scared, okay? It's okay. Look at the bottom left side of the screen. Kelly's gonna break it down, but right now, we're in qualifier number 3.
That's right, 4 rounds below that qualifier 3, and we are on that 4th round. It's gone from thousands of teams down to the top 33 that are going to be competing today. And you can see it right there. Only the top 3 teams are going to be moving on to the finals, and that's going to be in about 2 weeks. But we talked about it just a few moments ago. 99 teams that have collected points over the last 3 weeks just by making it even to round 3, not even round 4, have been collecting those points. The top 99 moving on to the semifinals. And of course, from there, 30 teams, actually more than 30 teams, because Arkham, Rex, and Epic Whale decided to disband and rejoin again, are going to have some awesome reboot rounds that we're going to be able to witness.
Yeah, I'm excited regardless, right? You see all these teams putting up the work, putting in that effort, and then some of these teams, if they don't make it into one of those top 15 spots, they need to rely on series points. But now, though, this is the format, guys. You have to focus here on balancing eliminations with placement. While it is placement heavy, eliminations are worth 2 points. So you know you're going to want to get some eliminations on top of some solid placement. Make sure you're focusing on that end game, because you know that's where everything is going to go down.
We can't forget, Panda, what this all leads us to. Of course, there's prize money, but we can't forget the acts of champions. That's right. I swam to the depths of the ocean, okay? I uppercutted a shark, found gold at the very depths, swam it back up, digitized it in-game. I went in. Jonesy held the gold. I created the acts of champions, and now it is going to be placed in the hands of our FNTS champions after the final. So and of course none of this is real, it's just in my head, but of course prize money also pretty good too, and of course the notoriety and the recognition of your peers. I mean, okay, there's a lot of things that go hand in hand with this, so you know, lots at stake here after the finals. Remember, that's not this next weekend, that's the following weekend, so make sure you don't miss it. 2 days, 6 games a day. It's gonna be insane. Now, we did see these regions, all right? We just talked about them a little bit, so let's take a look at Brazil. We like to check in with the regions per region, right? And for us, we're looking at Brazil. We've got, I'm gonna say these names wrong, and I'm so sorry ahead of time, Barrilito, Rapollo, and Away, I'm gonna assume is what we're looking at. But 199 points, almost breaking 200, Kelly. Oh my gosh.
They played absolutely crazy. They never placed below 8th place, and they were able to grab insane eliminations every single time. In Game 5, they got a 4th place finish with 11 eliminations. They're not even the final 3 teams, and they're able to walk away with so many points. But I also want to give a shout out to Gabriel's team right there. The first 2 games, they grabbed those 2 victory royales, and that's why they're sitting in 2nd place.
Yeah, I mean, look, any team that can put up 2 victory royales out of 6 games, they deserve to be in a top 3 spot. Am I right? So for them, they're happy with what they were able to accomplish. But being in 3rd place, knowing that, guess what? You know what? That team got another victory royale. That's maybe why they're ahead of me on the leaderboard. They're probably thinking, okay, how am I going to get a VR my next go around, right? How am I going to get that extra victory royale? Maybe a couple extra eliminations so I secure 2nd or 1st place.
These are the questions, right? These are the questions we ask, especially now when you know this is it, right? You've got to either, if you don't have enough series points, you have to make it in that top 3 spots, or you have to hope that you earn those series points to make it into semis. That's what is at stake here for these trios. Now, let's take a look at the kind of recap of what happened during yesterday's game. So remember, this is Qualifier 3, Round 4. We had Round 3 that led us right into this. So, Kelly, break this all down for me.
We're going to first look at Rex, Dynamic, and Zello. And out of the 7 games that they played, they got 1st place in round 3. 1 victory royale, 5 games they were in the top 5 right there. And they had 4 double-digit elimination games. 2 of them were 16 eliminations each. And although, you know, this is kind of a newer team right now, obviously we've seen Zello. He got 21st place in Season 6 and 13th place in Season 5. So Zello, now joined by Dynamic and Rex, has a real chance of breaking it into the finals.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to agree with you there. Another team we really need to focus on is Chicken, Kytrix, and Mechton. They had a 1st place 20 elimination game there in round 3. So that is huge numbers to be putting up in qualifiers leading into this final day. So they said, you know what? We're not going to settle for series points. We're going to make sure we take it all.
And of course, to wrap it all up, we got Symmetrical, Alithi, and Frappi right here. Frappi ending the All-Stars season that we got to watch just a few weeks ago in 2nd place right now. Alithi getting 8th place. And of course, Symmetrical has been a force to be reckoned with for the last few years. So now him joining Alithi and Frappi, this is a new team that you do not want to run into.
I like this. This is a dangerous set of trios. Some very much... I would say sharks in the water that are looking to pounce. Remember, some of these trios, they're already looking real good in series points, right? So they're kind of in this unique position where they can almost say, like, if we think this trio that we're landing on isn't in that similar position, we could very well look to keep them out and kind of put them in a very rough spot. Now, I want to talk about the predictions that we have for trios we think will place in that top 3 at the end of the day. So let's see what you guys have gone with. Let's see if, much like last week, you guys all went with the same. Okay, thank goodness. Production, shout out to you guys, because last week you got me real good. Kelly, you and Panda, though, you are in agreement. It's Riverson and company.
I mean, first of all, when Argrim, Rex, and Epic Whale are playing in a qualifier, you're gonna get fired if you don't choose them, all right? You have to choose them. How could you be an analyst without picking them? But they're already making it through. They decided to not disband and rejoin again for Qualifier 3. And so that's why I picked Riverson, Extinct, and Kenny's right now. They didn't have a great performance. They got, or in week 1, but they got 4th place in Qualifier 2. In the round 3 that we just saw for Qualifier 3, they did get 1 victory royale, 58 eliminations, but you know, last week they only had 1 point separating them from 3rd place. So you know that they're kicking themselves, you know that they have a great chance, and they did that at a contested Lazy Lake. I don't know if anyone's going to contest them right now with how close they got, but I do want to give a shout out to Sun right there, Falconer, Reet, and Chris, who is the team that got 4th place in week 1. I was kind of fighting between these 2 teams right now because individually, Falconer, Reet, and Chris are some of the best players that NA West has to offer. So as a team, you would think they're just as good, right? But they didn't qualify in week 2. In fact, they got 130th. So hopefully they learned something from week 2 and they're going to show up today.
Yeah, I'm definitely gonna have to agree with you there. You look at Falconer, Reed, Chris, again, individual players, phenomenal, right? Even Reed, more recently with his Cash Cup performances, has just shown us that he has true talent. Whether it's trio Cash Cups, solo Cash Cups, they've been doing exceptionally well. Now, though, will they be able to translate that into a top 3 in FNCS? That's the question we're gonna have answered momentarily. But Kelly, I know you're excited about watching this team.
I am so excited.
Can you tell us more about what's going on through these guys' heads?
I mean, so yeah, with Reed, you know, I feel we were talking about this before the show started, that Reed right now is kind of focusing a lot on content creation, which of course you have to, right? This is, you're a player, you're a professional player, people want to watch you, and he's focusing on all these different individual teams from Asia, NA East, Europe, NA West, and he's performing at a top level. But when you do that, you don't get the same synergy that you get by playing with the same team over and over and over again. And that's, you know, something that you really need to be able to perform at a top level right now, regardless of how you're able to perform in the qualifiers. If you don't have that communication and that synergy, it's gonna hurt you. So gosh, I don't know, man. I mean, Chris is an incredible player. He got second place with Kinchi and Snacky. And then, of course, everyone knows who Falconer is and everyone knows who Reed is. So together they should do well. They got 6th place last season. So why they struggled last week, maybe they just had some unfortunate games, because they proved to us already in Qualifier 1 that they're a top 5 team, but you need to be a top 3 team right now because there's no prize money in the semifinals. You want to make your way all the way to the finals.
Yeah,
I think some of that is scary, right, Panda? Because, like, especially kind of in this spot, like, so I agree with your sentiment, Kelly, that, like, you have to place top 3. But, Panda, a question I want to pose to you is, do you think some of these trios might actually be down to go into semifinals and further go to Reboot? Because we have seen some teams, they play super well in Reboot. They're like, hey, look, if I can't make top 3, okay? The competition, way too tough. But what I can do is either go well in the semifinals, but at worst, if you put me into Reboot round, I'm gonna win that, and there's nothing anyone can do to stop me.
Yeah, you know, I mean, that's a really good question, right? Because there are quite a few teams that they're good at getting those victory royales, but maybe they don't have the consistency level to get to one of those top 3 spots. Because remember, a victory royale is great, but if you have no eliminations or very few eliminations to balance that out, you're not going to take one of those top 3. Like we saw literally moments ago from Brazil's region, the third place team actually had 2 victory royales and they still found themselves in 3rd, right? So if you had 2 victory royales and didn't balance eliminations the way that they did, they could easily find themselves 4th, 5th, 6th on the leaderboard. So look, I bet some of these teams are like, you know what? Reboot round sounds kind of nice because I know we can walk away with a victory royale.
I do want to add, we're talking a lot about series points and how a lot of these teams are probably safe making into the semifinals, but Rex, Dynamic, and Zello didn't qualify last week into round 4. Symmetrical, Lithian, Frappi didn't qualify last week into round 4, and Falconer, Reed, and Chris didn't qualify. They got 130th, so there actually is a potential that they don't have enough points. They have to do something today to kind of, you know, build up that stats, because there are a lot of teams that we see so many times in round 3 because it's not set lobbies kind of underperform, and that could spell doom for so many teams right now. But I also want to give a shout out to Macon, Jay, and Dog, who barely made it into the finals today for round 4. They've got 1 point ahead of 34th place. So again, a lot of these incredible top teams, veterans in the FNCS, are kind of struggling a little bit. And I kind of wonder if that's just that NA West is starting to get some new teams that are, you know, starting to flatten the curve a little bit.
Oh, interesting. I like, okay, I'm down with this. I want you guys to flex a little bit and expand upon this, because in case you don't know, NA West is pretty typically dominated by one trio. Rex, Epic, Whale, right? These guys, you've probably heard of their names kind of in passing. So I like this idea that there's a bunch of new kind of fish in this pond, where basically we're all fish, and then Rex's trio are just sharks, and they just kind of decide when they're gonna feed on the rest of us, while I watch from a state over, or from the battle bus, actually. How do you guys feel? Like, oh, like this is an interesting concept. Do you think that there's a bunch of trios that are saying, like, look, we've had enough. Like, we're not going to let this happen anymore. We'd like to win.
I mean, Rex, Dynamic, and Zello, although Zello again has been a top performer, they got first place out of round 3. Also, I want to give a shout out to Exy Height, Paul, and Trix, who this is kind of a new team that we haven't really seen in NA West. They got second place in round 3. They had a 20 elimination and a 23 elimination game in round 3. Again, round 3 is very different than round 4, but there are so many new teams that we don't really get to see shine, or individual players that found new teammates that now have an opportunity.
Yeah, I definitely have to agree. I think with all the new names coming up, it's kind of exciting. Hopefully we'll see some new top dogs in the region. I don't know. But guess what, Zeke? I think it's about time for the battle bus. Let's get into it. Zeke, you ready?
Dude, I'm so ready, and we hope that you guys are as well. I love when these two get to flex their analytical minds all over us, but don't worry, they'll be here between games. But for now, we're going to our casters. We got Clay, we got Sundown, and now we have some games.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Kelly, and Panda. And what's good, Fortnite fam? We missed you. It's been a long day here for qualifier number 3. 6 regions have wrapped up, and we're bringing it home here on the graveyard shift. You got myself, Sundown, joined by Clay Stelling, as always. And Clay, how you doing, man?
I am so excited to be able to bring these games once again. You said it, NA East and EU were just action-packed until the very end. NA East had that wonderful sniper shot in those final moments that I think all of us just were so hyped about. And now we get to see if NA West is going to hold up to the action.
Hello? Kenny's hit like 4 or 5 shots. They're almost at max range, but luckily for them, he was not able to grab a rifle. Instead, was that suppressed SMG. So with the damage fall off, he'll take the extra tags, though. Riverson and Co., we saw them last week come up just short in what was possibly one of the closest moments we've seen on broadcast, where all they needed was a single elimination, winning game 6, but being just 1 point short of the automatic qualification, finishing in 4th.
I like that. Riverson is immediately pushing Dog because that's the player that they got so low. Falconer, the feed, going to go down and get finished. Going to be Antrax over there getting that. Shots will come through all around. Riverson trying to find them. Is going to hop right there. The air spray is there, but don't have any other weapon. They have to just keep spraying out, and they're going to run out of bullets here soon. Hopefully, Extinct and Kiddies can get him on the backside. They're backing him up, but the disengage is too strong.
And Kenny's also got back down right away. He lost the entirety of his shield. So if none of these players have a shotgun, it's like, yeah, you get all that damage, but your advantage is gone the second you're wall to wall. Like, most of these players haven't been able to find that big pot. You can see Macon's actually down over there. You can see a little bit of a fire going on. Maybe somebody was able to blow up one of the cars in the nearby area. You can see the ping going out as well. I think the Fireflies, but he's also on the tarmac, so maybe he got down somewhere else over on the side. But Riverson is able to find attack, which in these situations, incredibly powerful. You can see them getting the knock. They're going to get the shakedown to try and get the information. They should then be able to find Macon, and it'll be just left to Jay to fight off a 1v3. And this is now the 3rd week we've seen this fight play out. And this is 2 top trios who are not backing down at all.
Ooh, and a great disengage from Jay there. They are going to tag him up there for all the shield, and I think they're going to continue to try to chase them down just because they realize it's a solo. Maybe we get the sniper shot there from Extinct onto Jay, but look at all those walls, and Rams Jay's built their way on through. They really, at this point, yes, chasing that solo is going to be, they're going to be inflatable their way on out. They are not going to have that much mats, but look at where the zone is. Look at what you've already invested time-wise. Is it the best investment of your time? Not usually, but I mean, hey, an extra point is an extra point.
Yeah, I don't think they'll end up chasing him over the hill. It's just forcing him to actually break that line of sight, and then noting it's just like, at some point he's going to have to come back this way, so keep an eye on it. They can leave one player to just kind of hawk him, because realistically you can't disengage all the way up over Craggy. Like, somebody else will end up being over in the area, not Craggy, excuse me, Caddy. Somebody else is going to be coming down from that area, so his options are extremely limited, and they're going to be happy. Tons of search points coming through, and now they can loot the entirety of Lake. They don't have to split it.
Laser Lake's one of those POIs. If you get all of the loot in it, you're going to be walking out with amazing amounts of shield that they continue through. And speaking of that, Mekton and Chicken making their way over to what makes Pony Burbs so prioritized is the slurp truck there right outside. Chicken gonna use that hand cannon. It's not something we've seen utilized that often, but when you have it over a sniper rifle, it is something that can replace that for their surge tags.
That I like it a lot when you end up kind of getting into those later game scenarios, because it gives you another option when you are rocking the pump into the swap as you go back kind of the boy or winter royale days of 2018. Was about to complain a little bit that they didn't have Kytrex hit the other one, but of course there is the other Slurp Trank over on the side there, so not necessarily worrying about the min-maxing, making sure they rotate through that, just breaking them down, denying that resource to somebody else, and really just trying to expand out the area from here. And they're doing a good job of kind of claiming the space, grabbing the loot around it. We're going to swing over to another contested fight. We're going way down to the southwest here, and you can see nice little fight here. Andy getting a good tack shot on the wall, but Jelty's nowhere near. Neither is Chicken. Hyper's going to get knocked there, and Andy really putting in all the work. His Pearl is also backed completely down with only about 30 HP to his name. Jelty, however, takes a huge shot in return. He's going to get backed up, and Andy's going to be one to put down the pressure. And on the other side of that, that's a clean wipe from them.
That's what they needed to do with zone being as far away as it is. Get in, get out, you're good to go. And this is probably the most aggressive game we've seen from NA West and the qualifiers in game number 1. Down already to 78 players. Zone just now moving in. We may not even have Surge in the second zone.
Yeah, this is probably the upper extent. Like, we've talked about it before on previous broadcasts, how for NA West, typically we'll have maybe 2 to tops 5 trios who will actually end up fighting. But most of those fights don't end up resolving completely out. Usually 1 or 2 will be dropped off, as we've seen the Lazy Lake trios really don't like to let the other ones get out in that situation. Jay might have been the exception to the rule this time, but in a lot of those other circumstances, NA West is more than happy to trade the surge tags, get the 1 or 2 eliminations, and even let players grab cards and get off reboots. I feel like we probably see more reboots in NA West than some of the other regions, at least later on into the game. I'd be interested to see if we could get a stat or a breakdown on that. Not sure if we have those numbers going through, but as we speak about stats on the left-hand side there, Kytrex's trio is one of 3 teams to place top 10 in each previous round 4. So we'll definitely be seeing them in the semifinals no matter what due to the series points, but they really want to push into that top 3.
Kytrex's trio, though, is one of the 3 teams to place in that top 10. Ooh. And let's go back, because Kytrex, and we'll go back a couple seasons, because he's one of those few pros that was actually one of the first to swap completely over to a different input and then still find success on it. And I think he's swapped back and forth a little bit now and then again. So to see that stat come through is still very, very impressive. And to see him still doing well, still performing, is great to see in the scene, as Chicken is, again, looking for those long-range shots, is going to hit one on the boat. Not what they wanted. Looking for one more, maybe able to get it through the trees. No, and interesting to see Mekton now in this trio, because I believe we saw Mekton over in one of the reboot round winners, actually, from, I believe it's season 5?
Trying to remember, I know he did win a reboot. It wasn't last season, so yeah, it would have to have been season 5. But I feel like Chicken is a really good complement to this trio, just being able to put down the shots at the long range, and Kytrex being able to really guide them through. The one thing, though, is it feels like they end up being more susceptible than some of these other trios in terms of just having that one game that really drags them down. Like, you can kind of book them for just that one game where it's just like, oh, that was their tough one. If they could even just avoid that and make it to just the next round of placement thresholds, they don't need a massive game every single time. But if they can clean up some of the little things, they're one of those trios who has the potential where if they put it all together and over the course of 12 games, they could be looking to push realistically into a top 5 position.
A trio, though, that definitely needs to get it qualification today, rather, is Power, Isq, and Temple. They need placement in order to qualify through series points, so they have got to perform well today in order to even get into that heat stage semifinals, because if they fall short, they're not going to have enough series points to go on through.
Yeah, and that's what today is all about. If you're watching as a viewer for the first time, wherever you are watching, whether it's Twitch, YouTube, watch.fortnite.com, whatever input you're watching on, whoever you're supporting, thank you for tuning in. and catching all of this awesome action. Shout out to all the viewing parties going on as well. As we see, that is a super far north zone. Well, I wasn't really quite paying attention, but we went about as far north, and there's also one zone in NA East that went about as far west as I think we've ever seen. We were completely off the map, almost where the old rusty rig used to be, but it's going to be a heck of a pull for some of those players to go all the way up towards that side. But what is at stake for these trios who are playing today? A lot of them competing just for the series points, trying to make through the semifinals, but all of them competing to get into that top 3. Because if you get to the top 3, it's a spot directly in the money in the finals. You get to skip next week. You don't have to worry about the round of heats. You don't have to worry about the reboot rounds. And you get to compete with those top dogs, the Rex, the Arkhams, the Epic Whales, the ones who have been there. Even though they dissolved last season, we'll still be seeing them through. Everyone else looking to try and push into that series point leaderboard to make it into that semifinal round. So every little point could end up mattering, Clay.
And that's why you saw some aggression going after Jay for that Elim chance, is because if Elim is being worth 2 points, if you're able to find someone off like this and grab a tag onto them or 2, and you see, oh wait, they're whited, like that's such a good starting catapult into these fights. And in West, we got a little bit more slow-paced gameplay now. Notice we have actually gained a player, like you talked about, since we mentioned the 78. Everyone still seemed to calm down. That means once this zone fully closes, we will have 9 players that are below Storm Surge, and they're going to have to worry about that.
Yeah, want to know what's funnier than 78? 79. But you can see right now, getting the rotation through, trying to get the positioning up on the high ground there. And Grim doing a good job. And first of all, this loadout is fantastic. The amount of utility mixed in with that epic, the epic pump, the epic pulse rifle, the inflatable, but also the surprise factor. You generally don't expect people to just be carrying a gas can. So when somebody really like whips that out of the inventory in some of these mid-game fights, if you're not fighting around an area where those are innate and used to being around, it can really allow you to get the drop on people. And as we see that Storm Surge warning coming on the right-hand side of your screen, it could end up being the X Factor. He's definitely the one enabled to get plays, and this is going to be the point in time you see everyone kind of open up a little bit, kind of check what's around them and see if they can't get any of those free tags, because Storm Surge here impacting 3 trios is going to be decently heavy.
And NA West, gas can synonymous with Reed. That trio is so good at using them to find impact elims when they need it the most. I'm excited to see how they're doing moving on through his shots. Unfortunately, we saw him go down. That's going to be a big shot there. You see Paul World immediately moving and rotating through that inflatable, going to be so useful. Still 4 below. They've got to find these elimination down below. Inside the bush, they're going in, but once you go in, they've got that advantage. They know you're coming in. They can see you the entire time. Luckily, his teammate is there. Keto does go down, but Cool's there to back him up. They get a chug cannon there, but it is so risky.
Yeah, and that was Jay just trying to extend the tournament or game 1 life of his trio there, but will get taken down. That's the resolution to the Lazy Lakes contention that we have seen every single qualifier. That's 3 for 3 actually, where they've been there and they've been duking it out from the beginning. Keto might actually end up getting traded down here. I don't think they have any excess heals. There is plenty around here in Corny, and nope, as I say that, he does get the medkit confirmed, but this run's going to be a little bit tricky as it will end up ticking over to a 2 damage Storm. They do have some inflatables, but Jay going down there with still 26 trios remaining means he doesn't hit that first placement threshold. He doesn't make it past kind of that first third of trios who need to go down in order to get the +5 points, which ultimately was his goal there as a solo with his first 2 trio mates going down off of drop. We're going to flip on over. You can see Ray's, Former, and Rimuru, they're just 61 damage above the Storm Surge. 3 trios will be fighting out. You can see Frappy, we're going to knock there onto Garrick Wong. Ray's is going to take a huge shot, have his shield broken, and needs to back down because the aggression could come out. Is going to get knocked. The inflatable gets denied immediately. Might have accidentally just popped that. He's going to try to get an angle coming through the storm to potentially either get the card or get a sneak angle. He's not going to get it. Instead, gets blasted in the back. They're not going to be happy as the shield's going to get broken through again. That's going to signal go for Cesar and Hawkle. They're going to try to get on the other side. Raids hits a huge shot, but ultimately is going to get cleaned up. And sneaks Hawkle and Caesar on 6 elims already, Clay.
That is amazing. Ray's, like you said, amazing shot. Actually took down Caesar. And if they would have taken down Sneaks, I don't think they would have gotten Hako there, but still great performance all around. But getting 6 elims this early in game number 1, they're here to play it. They want to get that finals qualification spots. They want to get into that top 3. And what a way to do it in game number 1. That has to be where you make your move if you're going to set the tempo for the rest of the day.
I mean, if you're looking at kind of the raw point totals that have been through in the averages, if they keep up the pace that they're on, that was already a very solid amount. Like, they're on 17 points right now before even getting through. And another trio who's being super aggressive right now, NAW, 7S Puxum, and Flixie, also sitting on some 4 eliminations. So some uncharacteristic aggression coming out from NA West, and largely that's been reflected in a lot of the loadouts too. It feels like every time we've flicked over to one of these trios who has just been putting up numbers, they've had epic loadouts coming through. So not sure if these teams have just been refining their loot paths a little bit better, getting into more positive positions, or getting the weapons onto the right part of their trio to be able to execute. But actually, as I say that, NAW is the only one without an elimination, is just sitting on all epic gear there.
And just to point out, Squishy just eliminated Riverson.
We've seen so many of our top trios just being picked off early on. Like, my prediction going through there, Falconer, Reet, and Chris just got decimated off of the start, which unfortunately is something that has tended to happen to Reet in some of these final rounds that ended up going through. But of course, we also saw Macon, Dog, and Jay unfortunately run to the other side of Riverson. But Riverson, additionally, like we've talked about, even when they do win Lazy Lake, they've struggled sometimes in the middle part of the game not to get eliminations. They've done fine there, but to make it cleanly through, it's usually 1 or 2 people going down, or sometimes even the full trio being wiped in a fight where they don't really have to take it.
And it's about managing that too, because we've seen people get to the end and they're in that top 3 position. We know they need to secure those eliminations to do that, but then they go aggressive too late. And so there's the other side of that as well. And everyone seems to be managing it really well, down to 65 players. Again, definitely the most aggressive game number 1 we've seen throughout these qualifiers. Maybe due to the zone, but I would agree with you. The loadouts we've seen today are just a step above what we saw last week.
Now, I'll be interested to see, too, if we can break down the drop spot map. We'll try and look at a comparison between Match 1 and Match 2 when we end up going into Match 3, because I feel like there's probably a little bit more contention, maybe a couple of trios who end up swapping up their spot from where they were landing in round 3 to round 4, saying like, hey, I think we can get an advantageous either drop here or whatever. And maybe some of these trios weren't ready to fight, but some of them definitely were, as our observers do a great job giving us a lay of the land, showing us where all these trios were. You can see Jelty, Andy, and their trio mate. They were posted the Slurpy Swamp, so of course towards the southern side of the zone. Tuki, Lush, and Notch have a decent opportunity to be able to execute on high ground if the zone keeps pulling towards the northern side. But otherwise, nobody really under threat right now. You can see a couple of trios who are pinned towards the outside who are taking fire, but because the lobby is a little bit thinner than usual, there's a little bit more space to be able to box up.
That wiggle room around everyone will provide a little bit of false sense of security on top of that as well. Because you think, there's not as many people, I can be a little bit more greedy, and then out of nowhere, sniper shot to the head, and you're down. All of a sudden, just like Batman Puga, unfortunately falling, you could be out of the match and not able to help. Keto and Paul World are just gonna go down like that. They do take down NJ there in the backside, but not able to get that going for them after we saw a great performance. Andy is going to go down. It means Jelty and company leave. Different Andy there. Unfortunate there. And again, people I think are just over peaking, a little bit too comfortable in this lobby. And I was expecting to go towards Steamy here, but we're pulling away.
Yeah, we're pulling away just south of Craggy Cliffs. You can see there southwestward that side. Only 3 trios who have posted up, so we'll see if any of them take the opportunity to really crank. 5th zone is where probably the earliest you'll see people commit to height. Of course, committing before that, before you even see the half in, half out pull, it's a little bit more dangerous in an era where there are launch pads because it is so easy to then end up being retaken on. But Alethi getting a nice little confirm onto him there. Frappi looked like he was the one who got the knock, but then of course eats a ton of shots. They're just trying to skedaddle their way. It's only a hop, skip, and a jump for them into the safe zone, and only investing really about 4 or 5 boxes worth of hard mats. You can see Chicken, Mekton, and Kydrets, they've invested a whole lot more of that. There's a bunch going on there. However, they're already in that zone, and Chicken posted up with that hand cannon, just trying to pick pixels out of the sky. The question is, can he? So far, the answer is no. Very uncharacteristic of Chicken. He's really balking the shots there, throwing them to the side, and really not confidently. Hello? It's
just got to be because he doesn't have a sniper, right? Usually he's got good aim when he has a sniper in his inventory. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt there.
I don't think we've ever seen that. Like, even in some way, shape, or form, just throwing bullets. Like, the math says at some point you would have connected there, and it's super unfortunate because they put themselves in a great position to capitalize on that rotation. I mean, he effectively had a shooting gallery to be able to look at, but even Kytrex and Mekton, you don't see them converting onto them there. I would have expected at least one knock out of the sky, but again, we continue with the uncharacteristic early aggression out of NAS. Clay, we didn't even have Storm Surge on the second zone. It didn't even turn on there. It ended up getting knocked off pretty much immediately. Fifth zone just closed out, so that was very, very, very quick.
And I'm excited to see how the rest of the games go now too, knowing this first game is going to be, it has been ultra aggressive, because normally it's very passive into an aggressive second or third and fourth game, into that passive fifth and sixth game. But now we're starting off aggressive. We've already moved 2 games in, and so I'm excited what that last game is going to look like.
And we're going even further west. And I know everyone talks about how kind of the southeast part of the map out by Caddy and those mountains so dangerous in terms of the rotation. This part of the map is super deceptive because it's all of these rolling hills, and once you start getting builds in that area, even one slight level change can make it so incredibly different. Also, slight correction myself, we did see some storm surge going on there because there was the 5th zone closing. We saw some purple lightning coming through the sky, but it turned off relatively quickly as we see the warning on the right hand side. But now a lot of trios, as you can see, with still 17 up, we're into the cascading placement points. Everyone gets a +3 for just making it this far. Now it'll be +1 for each other trio that drops. Zello up on the high ground, Dynamic raining shots down. Rexyma, they're completely uncontested. We'll see if anybody decides to go up. And right as I say that, Mekton and Co. surprise on the backside. Kytrex stricken observers. What a great shot. Catching all of that from the outside, but Mekton, he catches more than all that. He catches a huge shotgun shot to the face, but Dynamic ends up getting traded down. Zello's going to be forced out. Dynamic gets cleaned out, and Kytrex takes it away, but Mekton will be the price. Rexymon will get taken down, and it's a duo with control up on high ground now from Chicken and Kytrex. Chicken drops it back into the zone to try and get the confirm and pop the pepper. Zello, who was the last remaining member of that trio, is going to inflatable all the way to the front, and he says, see you guys later. I'm playing for placement.
That was such a beautiful play for them. But Kytrex and Chicken, we had to have known we were going to take high ground. They love sitting up there and just finding players down below. Squishy still in this game. Looking down, we do see Moni, Dagvir, and Solution still fighting to try to go. Jelty down, unfortunately, not able to impact that much. Chicken and Kytrex are honestly just trying to catch up with the zone. They spend so much time in it, they haven't had a chance to really push themselves on high ground yet.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit more of a difficult to establish with just being a duo. That's the less mats to be able to split and be able to funnel. Less people are able to play the front. You don't get somebody in the front, in the back, and then managing the tarp. But realistically, NA West, people don't look up. You'll get 1 or 2 contested. That's why it was so rare. That's why nobody expected Chicken and Kytrex to come just bombing down on top of their heads. Yes, Mekton end up getting taken down, but now they put themselves in a position where who's going to go up and challenge? Like Lush and Hawkle, they don't want to end up going up. Zello's going to get taken down on the backside. Cesar's taken down. There's no full trios who are going to have the opportunity. Everyone on the low ground is thinking to themselves, hey, we can just keep playing for placement. We're fine. Height will ignore us. As they're on the top of your screen there, that's Chicken and Kytrex. They're a duo. Hawkle in the bottom left-hand corner. They're sitting on 10 eliminations, but he's a solo running through. Then on the low ground, you also have Squishy, Siren, and I see that last other name. We'll get that once we zoom in. They're now down to a duo. However, they're sitting on 5 eliminations. Yeah, I was just about to say, give me some more Hawkle. He's got the epic shotgun. He's at backside of the zone in 2 builds. He's either going down or he's taking somebody with him. And honestly, he wants to jump in a tarp. He's using the builds to break the fall damage. 1 left, and that's it. What do your shots look like, Hawkle? Because you got to put them to work. He finds a player on the backside of the zone. 140. He gets a pump swap. 153. Frappi gets taken down. Didn't get the knock. He has the chug splash cannon. He's trying to hawk, and he knows there's 2 players sitting in the zone. He should hear the splashes. He finds it. That's his sniping. Oh, but he gets taken down. Brilliant play from there to push it to the top. I believe it was top 6 right before he got taken down. And then 5th ended up getting taken over. But Chicken and Kytrex gifted the high ground as 2 other players on the low ground. It's a 2v2v3, but Chicken and Kytrex should be able to walk this one out as Old Man Mountain does most of the work.
Chopping down there, the Elim's coming on through. One more player. Down below, they find him. Kytrex and Chicken hit him at the same time. They pick up the victory royale with a great amount of eliminations as well. But Hackle absolutely dominating there on the low ground.
Yeah, Hackle with that low ground, back of the storm plate with the epic pump shotgun. Pretty much, you didn't have a choice. You're going into the zone, you have no builds, you're not jumping up that, so you have to make the plays. But high ground ends up winning the game. But I just gotta say, that's one of the weirdest, but typical game 1s of a round 4 that we have seen in any of the qualifiers. We're gonna have to kick it back over the desk so Zeke, Panda, and Kelly can break it down, because there's definitely stuff to break down.
You know, Sundown, sometimes it just be like that. Yeah, this was absolutely crazy. I mean, look, as much as I want to congratulate Chicken and Company for that victory royale, 7 eliminations, super well fought for game number 1. My eyes are on Hawker right now. I mean, this guy's solo impact score about to spike. I mean, this was insane. Flying around these builds, like, there's so many times, especially like while we're hanging out watching the game, we're like, oh man, this is it. Suddenly turns a corner, just 150 domes someone, and you're like, how? How, Kelly? I couldn't do that on my best day.
Yeah, that was insane. We were all losing our minds when we got to see that. We thought maybe the siphon was going to come out, but it was just a few seconds short. But obviously, that was an incredible play right there. You have to give it to Hackle, getting his team much needed elimination points, and of course, those placement points as well. But there was so many crazy plays that were going on there. Of course, the height take from Ton, Chicken, and Kytrex, which we have to talk about later. But Panda, so many great plays.
So much to just digest, right? I mean, literally, the victory royale was great, right? But so many things happened leading up to that moment. I'm just excited to look at some of the highlights that we got to watch in that game.
That's right. We did pull some cool clips, right, Kelly? There's a few things we want to talk about in the early game, and we'll get to that in just a second. But what I feel like for me, NA West it's like, if you've watched NA West, you know it's like this slow burn, right? And then there's like a point where everyone is just eliminating each other. But this was not that. I mean, there were just eliminations like this happening all over. Frappi as well. I mean, with the these shots, you can't just hit these shots. These things just don't happen. Now, really quickly, let's take a look at our standings here coming out of game number 1. I mean, Kelly, are you surprised to see this team on top?
No, I mean, they got the victory royale, but look at Hackle leading his team into second place with 11 eliminations right there. And, you know, we talked about at the start of the day, new teams showing up. We got Kaplan, Moni, and Solution Rodrigo here in 3rd place after those 8 eliminations came through.
Yeah, look, they're doing a really good job of balancing eliminations on top of placement points, and Hackle, in those final moments, getting those few extra eliminations is ultimately what carried them just above 3rd place, despite not getting as good of placements as Kaplan's team did. But looking at this leaderboard, there's still so much up for grabs. Symmetrical, Frappi, and Alithi. This is a team that we talked about earlier. We're going to continue to talk about. We saw a great snipe come out of them in those final moments. Look, I'm just excited to see more coming through.
I mean, for me, though, it's the 8th place team right there. Rex, Dynamic, and Zello. They looked like they were holding height, right? Zone 6, they looked to be in a great position. In fact, they were at height before people were even rotating into Zone 6. But Mekton, Chicken, and Kytrex said, that's going to be our height right there. But we have to go back all the way to the beginning. Lazy Lakes right here. River Sun, Kenny's team right there, grabbing some great eliminations and then chasing down Scare. But Scare able to get away. I'm sure he was feeling a little bit scared right there, though.
Yeah, scared is definitely the least as far as that situation goes. You definitely don't want to be involved in an early game engagement when your teammates are down. Now, though, talking about being down, it looks like Hyper and his team going down early here to Jelty, Andy, and Chicken, doing a great job of cleaning up this fight just outside of Slurpee Swamp. This is what you want to see. If you are going to be contested early on, you want this to be the result of your engagement.
Yeah, what were people thinking trying to contest Riversong's team at Lazy Lake? Did they not watch Qualifier 2? Did they not see them get contested by 2 other teams and then dominate every single time? Disappointed.
I agree, Kelly. I'm not sure. Maybe people were thinking like, okay, Qualifier 3, like maybe these guys will be like on the back foot or something. Maybe they're a little nervous coming into this, but like, yeah, I don't know that that's the play. We'll see if they kind of make that game, like that thing happen again. I would hope they have a backup plan though, because if they go to game number 2, game number 3, and this keeps happening, you're not earning those points. And if your team needs series points right now to make it into semis, you've got to have a backup plan. It has to happen here and now. But guys, it's about to be time to go back in the game. We got 10 seconds left before we jump back on the battle bus. Don't forget watch.fortnite.com. Great place to watch. Keep the leaderboards up. Keep our faces up. It's going to be a great time all around. But don't forget, we got 5 more matches ahead of us. So let's see how this all unfolds. Glade Sundown, back over your beautiful faces.
Thank you so much, Zeke. And as the story unfolds, we'll see who will end up being the protagonist here in qualifier number 3 and who will have to rise again in the semifinals. With 1 match down, the standings at the top are honestly pretty close, with everyone in the top 5 only being separated by about 6 points. Then there's a 6-point drop off, and the next 5 are only separated by about 5 points. So not necessarily anybody really dominating from start to finish. Everyone up there being able to pick up either a decent amount of placement points or a decent amount of elims from some great solo effort there in match number 1.
We will have to see. We've got 5 more games to figure that out. Max 10, Kyjax, and Chicken. Now, putting Bony Burbs to work and showing really well. And I want to touch on this because I feel like people undervalue Bony Burbs as a POI. And you can really do a lot with the loot that you get out of here if you farm and you do it the way Max 10 and company do. Because you look at the way they're farming, they're maximizing as much as they can out of the little things. And there's so many things in Bony that you don't realize. Oh, that'll give me metal. Oh, that'll give me brick. There you go.
Hey, observers, if we get a chance, can we see what's going on with Reet's trio? Because they were able to just pick up an elim, and if they're just coin flipping off of the drop off of the start, I would love to be able to see what's going on there, knowing that this group has Bony Burbs uncontested, because I don't think anybody wants to come around and fight them in this area. They have it pretty well scoped out, and I'm curious as to what's going on in some of these early game fights, because there's a lot of names dropping down in the top left corner. We've already seen 2 full trios be completely taken out, and those are the only ones who have been able to drop off of the map. We see Falconer back up on his feet with a quick reboot coming out from Reet & Co, and you can see Deadshot trying to get the disengage, the Misty Meadows contention. So Reet was able to pick up 2. Looks like Deadshot was able to get out with the cards from one of his allies. We got some snipe shots coming through, but Reet's got a legendary pump, so we're definitely going to have to keep an eye on what he's going to be able to do this game.
Already terrifying considering how aggressive NAWS is playing, and now the most aggressive player in the lobby has the best weapon to go aggressive with. I agree, we're gonna have to keep our eyes on them. There's 2 of them coming through. We had tagged up from the mountain, just a little bit of storm surge tags going over. We see Mateo going to go down, and so now we're already down to 86, 85 players. I sense a trend.
Yeah, just lots of fighting going on off of the initial drop. So we know there's a contestant going down in Misty. Here's the other contestant on the other side of it. We saw this last game. Pearl, Cloxic, and Chicken, not necessarily, Pearl, Cloxic, and their trio mate going up against Chicken, Andy, and Chelty. They're not wanting to give up the swamps. They're just like, get out of my swamp, and trying to force them out. But Chelty's saying, get out. I was born in the swamp, molded by it. You merely adopted it.
This is where we saw them last week, and what ended up not going well for them is they did end this fight quickly. They ended up being here, getting all the eliminations, and then a third-party team came in. So I'm wondering if they've adapted that fighting style, they've learned from it, and boom. As I'm saying that, they're not staying down in that building. They're going up for height. Jelty is trying to find Cloxic. already has a lot of damage. Cloxic has to run away. Down goes Cloxic Hyper, and Pearl now have to try to find any sort of tags, or they're just gonna have to disengage. And this is great adaptation week to week from them, because Jelty and them are so good. They've been at the top, and look at that aim coming through. Hyper gonna go down really low. I wanted a quick fight from them, and that is what Jelty is giving. They say, hey, Pearl, sorry, Chicken's gonna take you down, and he's trying to find one, but will fall. Jelty should be right there though with Chicken to follow up and get that elimination. But this is great to see.
And Hyper honestly made that tack look a lot more painful than it should have been. And if he can get onto Jelty, he could have potentially made this a little interesting, because Jelty, with any amount of tack bullets, he's going to end up going down. Only Chicken's really capable of fighting. However, Chicken is completely full HP, so he can afford to just sit here, chip trade out, and he will win that every single time. I mean, if he'd had a pump, maybe, but Jelty is just going to be able to pick it up. And Chicken says, hey, great fight. You know what? Looking forward to seeing you guys next game. Shake hands, good game. That's exactly what Chicken was communicating there.
And look at how empty Slurpee is now. They have so much room to loot, but PY that's not empty and is not going to be a sink going down here at Lazy Lake. All of a sudden, the fight turned against them. They had a round, game number one. Will they get it too? No, Riverside going to take a lot of damage. He did put some back though, but as he's turning around to try to go up, he's going to get taken down, and now Kenny's the only one remaining. And as I say that, they're going to go down, and quick fights needed to happen here at Lazy, because that is Jay, Bacon, and Dog's disadvantage. They're much better at these long, drawn-out fights.
Jay definitely changed his name between the games.
He did.
Okay, that's it. He had it. That's it. Jay was just like, hey, guys, give me a second. Got to put my swag on here. And, you know, just like that, they'll kick it around. And the off-spawn fight, it goes to 1-1 as CLGJ, a.k.a. Versace, right there. Macon and Kirkley, a.k.a. Dog, going to pick that one up. But the one thing that's really difficult, and we've seen this because, again, this is the third straight week that we've had these two trios just like stubborn rams butting heads repeatedly at this drop spot. Another trio comes riding over the hills every single time.
And all around, we've seen improvements from round to round, game to game, from the two trios that have those off-spawn contention, Jelties and Macon and Jays and Riversides. So, game number 3, it's 1-1 there in Lazy Lake. I'm looking to see if it goes which way it ends up going, because we'll see. But, ooh, Sundown, quick stat for you. NA West averages about 5 reboots per game compared to NAE's 2.8 and EU's 2.2 reboots.
It felt like NA West did more reboots. Like, we always see that number come up a couple times, so we don't see the resolution, but it's nice to have the reaffirming stat that it's over double Europe and just a little bit under double NA East. I think it speaks to just a little bit more room, and also I feel like NA West is a little bit more like ride or die for their trios. I feel like there's a little bit more loyalty that ends up going in there, whereas it's like we see some of those more instances where it's like there's no possible way they go for a reboot here, right? And then they just end up like grabbing a chonkered out car and go sprinting off into the Netherwoods being like, no, I got you, fam.
They do. They won't make a. They always make a play for reboot. They won't let someone just go down. Squishy, however, will start to fall. And we talked about how scary Reet is with that legendary shotgun, especially the pump. But Falconer is just on the same level as well, especially if he gets room to operate in the low ground. This is a game they're setting up really, really well for.
I'm going to be interested to see what they end up getting out of this as well, because we've already seen 2 legendary pumps. It's basically like, let's roll the dice, see if you can end up getting all 3 out of the friendship chest here. And and nope, just blue tacks all around. Don't think anybody's going to end up picking up an upgrade. And they're like, well, that was worth our time.
And just for reference, there was 4 reboots last game.
Casual.
So, just 4 in a competitive game. So next time you're playing arena, you're in scrims, you're in a tournament, and your teammate says, I can't get your reboot, just be like, whoa, the pros can do it. Come on, get my reboot.
That's what I say. Just you gotta know where the vans are, gotta know where the zones, how to path, how to be able to make efficiency. And like sometimes if you're going in those early fights, it's worth it. If you know you're going to be able to trade one person for the full trio wipe, and then you can confidently get a storm reboot off. Like, yes, it's difficult in some circumstances. Yes, it may require you to drop some other form of utility in order to carry more medkits. But knowing how to execute those form of storm rotations is a skill, and sometimes it ends up paying off. Like I said, the last grand finals, I believe we ended up seeing the 4th zone reboot that they ended up pulling off. That ended up being bonkers, but it won them a key game, which ended up pushing them up, I believe, 2 or 3 extra money thresholds. So it's something that, as a player, not absolutely everything is editing in the fastest way possible or building perfectly on the grid. Going through, knowing the rotation, studying the map, and even just knowing basic timings in how long you're able to survive out in the zone, highly beneficial.
And now even more with that chug hit, and you can make that play happen even more. For our eyes and see if there's any reboots this game. Again, another early aggressive round. We more likely won't see Storm Surge unless these 5 players. As I say that, Izo's going to get knocked down, Trix is going to get knocked down. So again, the trend is continuing aggression all the way through. Will it continue into game number 3? And then that's usually where we see that little switch up happen, is because the back half of games, players decide, you know what, we've only got 3 more games left. Let's play a little bit differently. Those knocks haven't been confirmed yet, though, so I'm interested to see where that fight is. But look at all the fighting around Caesar, Sneaks, and Hockle. There is so much going around, and their loadout, I'm intrigued to go through it. I want to see if they have launch pods on every player, if they have any of these power weapons, because like we saw, Hockle really relied on that.
Yeah, he was able to put himself in position to hit those massive pumps, but if you end up, even sometimes with just the rare or the uncommon ones, some of those huge shots don't end up allowing you to hit those 1 or 2 rifle shots. Sometimes you need a third, and in a situation where you can't really afford a third if you're in the zone and it's ticking for 5 going through, so you need to be really conscious of that. But for them, doing a good job of breaking line of sight. When we talk about that, that's putting mountains or previous builds between them and their opponents, sometimes the trees, those changes in elevations, and making sure you can't get shot at. It's dangerous to go lower into some of those basins unless you're able to hug tight to the wall like they're doing. We're going to hop on board here. We got Wavy, Regulator, and Garrick Wong currently sitting 145 above the Storm Surge threshold. If you're unfamiliar with Storm Surge, this is 25 damage every 5 seconds to the trios who have done the least amount of damage to their opponents up to a certain threshold. The first one triggers at the 3rd Storm Zone and requires there to be 70 players left before it turns off. The next one will trigger at the 5th, that's 50 players, and at the 7th one, it requires 30. So a nice 7-5-3, 3-5-7. It's a little bit confusing, but it's okay. We walk you through it every time. Numbers there on the right-hand side, so players just want to stay above that threshold, or else the purple lightning comes through, and nobody likes the purple lightning. But Jelty picking up another Elam on the Flixie, potentially denying any form of Storm Surge, and you can see Wavy and Co. kind of want to get aggressive here.
Yeah, Garrick Wong, actually, I believe going to be Jay Rose is getting confirmation on that. And we've seen this trio do some interesting things before. We've seen even just Jay Roses and Wavy be so close multiple seasons, and wanting to get that this season. Hockle, Caesar, and Sneaks, though, going for yet another early to mid-game fight. This is where they got those eliminations last time, but look, it's different. Caesar sneaks down very, very low. Hockle does not have an epic pump shotgun.
And one thing to note, check the right-hand side of the screen. They're below Storm Surge, so whether or not necessarily they want to take this fight, they might not really have an option as that number keeps ticking bigger and bigger. 109 below now, and they only have 20 seconds before that damage starts to come through. They do have the exotic Chug Splash Cannon, which is able to negate basically 1.5. The math ends up getting a little weird, and as you know, Casting 101, never do math on broadcast, but right now you can see nice little 46 tag there. It's still that number, they're still below. You can see the right hand side just 18 damage above now right as it ticks over, so they're going to be right on that fine line with only one of their trio plus one other player who's going to end up being impacted by it. It's going to get a little tricky, just 16 damage above, but Hockle finds back-to-back 33 tags. It's going to make him feel a lot more confident about that one. Hopefully they're able to press in a little bit more here, but as 15 goes above, I don't think they necessarily have to.
I don't think they do either. We usually see that 150 is where you're safe this zone. With only 4 players going to be below that threshold, they can afford to sit back, play this game, and Sneak's going to take another big hit of damage. They're using that chug cannon so early, and look, Caesar already down. He had max minis, max big shields, and already down to only 1 mini left, only 2 big shields. This is a fight they had to take, but right now they can back out of this.
Yeah, they don't necessarily have to take it all the way. And honestly, on the other side of that, Sean Franklin co should have been happy because they're trading it through. But as we talked about it, Sneaks is able to get it down. He says, happy with what, Sundown? We're not happy with anything. Push through. Give us all the elims. They'll take that through. Storm Surge potentially adding a little bit of help towards them at the end, but everyone picking up one, everyone doing their part. 6 points going over, and that Elam pushed them into the top 24 as well. So that is an 11-point swing for Sneaks, Hawkle, and Caesar, who got off to a great start in match 1 on the back of Hawkle's eliminations in the solo run going through. And honestly, they're keeping it up here, as now we're going to switch on over. Moni, Rodrigo, and Alex doing their best. They're posted up right in the middle of the zone, as again we have a relatively interesting one. We're central to the map, but we're also central to that lazy lake area, so plenty of water in play, and also 2 very different changes in elevation, both on the northwest and the northeast sides.
I'm going to call it. It's going to pull to that island in the middle. Then we're going to have some water zones throughout. We're going to see what we saw over in NAE and Moni, Jagbear, and Solution there, trying to get any sort of tags they can onto Reed, Falconer, and Chris as they make their way through. Already set up pretty well. And Chug Cannon, yet again, we'll see it, I think 5 there in that could be in the game and on these players' inventories as Raph is going to fall. Symmetrical, my pick, going to get an elimination there, and it's good to see him here in this round. And moving over, we get to see Lush, Tuki, and Nachu had a great performance last week.
Yeah, I'd have to check the exact llama spawn rates. I think it's variable now between 5 and 8 now that they move, but I need to go back and 100% confirm. I know it feels like we see at least 5 every single game, but that's also because at no point in time, if a trio walks over one of them, are they ever going to leave it. That's one of those most valuable things. It was the same as we go back to the season with all of the mythic weapons. We ended up going through and you saw the glider grapple gun and Sky's assault rifle and the shockwave launcher in what it felt like every single game. Well, it's because if you saw them on the ground, you're going to pick up this chug splash cannon in a trio's environment, because it's AoE healing, becomes infinitely more valuable than anything else you could put in that slot. And the fact that it then is able to charge back up means that if a trio is carrying them and then you eliminate them, you're going to pick it up. So it has a trickle down effect where we always end up seeing them through the late game. But Tuki and Lushenko are trying to deny a lot of people late game. He's throwing out shots like it's nothing, no worries, and they're already sitting on 5 elims. We know they got a pretty clean wipe right off of the start, but then also finding one on transition. You can see they're over on the side as Flumsy catches a bullet. He's going to end up going down, and Lush right now sitting on that legendary tac shotgun. Personally, my favorite shotgun in the current loadout.
Off Rat Bay go down. I believe Symmetrical and company have fallen right around here. Power going to go down just to a knock. And once again, 57. We're setting up for the next Storm Surge, and we're only single digits above the threshold. NA West is playing very aggressive. That's the theme of today, is aggression. Now, in the past, NA West, we can associate that. But these recent seasons, they've calmed that down quite a lot. But everyone wants that shot. Everyone's hungry for that top 3 because they know some of these players don't want to play that semifinals. They don't want to play reboot round. They just want that last chance to get in. And you can see it here today.
I would never want to play the semifinals in the reboot round. Are you kidding me? Another chance for something to end up going wrong, to end up not necessarily being able to put it all together on that day. No, if you could get into the money round, take the chance, go play in that opportunity. But right now, like, it feels like we've been saying a lot because this is so absurdly atypical for NA West. You don't see this level of aggression. We've been casting this, I believe this is now our 3rd season in a row now on NA West, and we haven't seen a round of 6 matches that has played out like this at the start. This has looked more like kind of the match 3, match 4, even sometimes match 5 kind of vibes, but it's been right out of the gate. And it feels like some of the trios who maybe have a little bit of a chip on their shoulder are coming out with something to prove, being like, we can do this. And not only can we do this by just like having a solid 6 games, but we can go after it a little bit. As you can see, Jelty picking up his 5th elim there. It's something we haven't seen a lot this season, actually using the fishing pole late game to try and snag some loot away. It was super common with your favorite weapon, Clay, the harpoon gun.
Yeah, so now they've got to get creative, and I love this rotation. They're going to be able to snag some of this loot as well. And there was this conversation after last week of these newer players becoming just better and better in NA West. And then some people I've seen on social media are like, I just don't know a lot of the West players. But that's because a lot of them have been in the top 10 and these top like 30 situations where you get into these finals. They're just up-and-coming players that have been proving themselves over the past 3 seasons. We've seen a lot of these players, like Andy, just grow up to be a phenomenal player. Chicken as well.
And right now, 49 players remaining. Storm Surge turned off. No purple lightning coming from the sky. One more trio needs to drop them. We'll get the +3 for the top 17 placement threshold. This Fresh gets swatted out of the sky. Gee, she barely got an opportunity to move. And speaking of getting swatted down, Chicken got cooked right there, leaving Mekton and Kytrex now to be the duo. On the flip side of that, Mekton was the one to go down in match number 1, leaving Kytrex and Chicken. So Kytrex is going to be doing his best to continue to carry through. Mekton going back, checking to see if there's anything there. But them getting separated in the tarp was a huge mistake. Kytrex ends up going down, so now Mekton, they might end up actually missing out on even the +3 for that top 17, which would ultimately could potentially be disastrous for them.
And they know he has the chug cannon. They're not gonna let him get away. We just talked about how valuable it is. When you're a solo with the chug cannon, everyone's gonna want to try to get that elimination. Mekton will get some pressure drawn off him as Major is gonna go down. Everybody's spraying him, the lobby focused, and they are going to fall. And that leaves Mekton with just enough space and just enough time to possibly get that top 17 as we get a nice pan shot here from the observers. There's that chug cannon coming off. They're trying to heal all the way on up. Poppy will fall. Mekton, for now, has some time, but I don't think you saw above him.
Oh, if I'm Mekton, I'm not firing that chug splash cannon there. Unless, even if it's max charge, like the information, like he had gotten away. He was good, but he needs to find a little bit of room to be able to use a launch pad. No, instead, the duo above him just lets him go. So Mekton, big brains, even me, he gets a free launch pad. He's a second one with it. He's looking to just survive and pick up whatever placement points as he can as everyone else takes to the lobby. +3 coming through already for Mekton. And when I say he's looking to just survive, in fact, he was looking to get directly in the box to somebody there. Almost hopped on top of their head, but wasn't quite able to execute. Another plus placement point coming through. Top 16 trios left. Gets a nice little angle going through, and we'll see if we can get a solo clutch from Format flying on that left-hand side. Don't forget, it's +1 for each trio going down as Nate is able to pick up Tuki there. Lush should be the solo on that side now, looking to end up running through as Mekton finds a great line, and he's able to mostly stroll through. However, completely out of hard math. Only wood here now for the endgame Clay as he looks to get the drop down and get wall to wall.
He's got to get that damage too, because this will be the first time we'll see Storm Surge activate this game, and it's going to be a very hard-hitting one. He's got the chug cannon to keep up, but he's going to have to find a ridiculous amount of damage. 290 below. At that point, it's just he's going to need to hop into box after box, get shotgun shot after shotgun shot, and hope that he gets enough damage and is able to survive. As you see more and more shots going to his way, they're going to get sprayed out, so unfortunately not going to be able to do it. But look who's on the high ground. It's Jelty, Chicken, and Andy all of a sudden who take control of it. And Sundown, it's going over old builds, and we know what that means in West.
Yeah, West, old builds. Oh, and as we say that, generally it means uncontested high ground, but somebody just peeked their head up there real quick. They said, hey, what's going on up there? And Chicken said, hello, you don't belong up here, and swatted him back down. We'll swing over. You can see Lush actually Notch still up on his feet. So Lush, Notch, bottom left-hand corner, already sitting on 7 eliminations as a trio. You also have Moni, Rodrigo, and Alex in the bottom right-hand corner. High ground is Chicken, Jelty, and Andy. They're sitting on 6 eliminations. They're on the top of your screen as we have our top 10 trios here for match number 2. NA West Qualifier 3 for Chapter 2, Season 7, FNCS. It's the last chance to get to the finals, and all of these trios are trying to push. Lush, you can see Timbers Chicken dropping down there, trying to grill the rest of them, but Lush making plays. That's the one I want to stick with on the low ground, as he's a solo. He has a knock going through in the storm, and he has the floppers there. He's going to be able to pick it up, and that was Reet who he's able to take down there. Finds a little bit of room, a little bit of builds, but now he's completely out of both room and builds. He's going to go for a medkit play. He popped it in plenty of time. He's not doing a Zexro and sprinting into the zone. Instead, going to play towards the back. He has the flopper to potentially find somebody else. And the question, who can he find? What can he find as the zone is pulling over to the right? And there it is, 64 on the backside. He finds it. Good headshot, but the zone is pulling up towards the side. He's going to find a second one. Can he find room? He needs to find launch pad space if he wants to get back, but you called it. He has a chug splash cannon trying to get as many charges, and you called it again. There's a second one as Jay is able to take it down. Old Man Mountain is claiming his toll. Lush is... I say, wait, there's no way he's possibly going to catch up. But then he's able to get in just one tick in a dream. But no, he blocks himself off. It was so close. But Jay solo clutches his way into a top 3. Jelty, Chicken, and Andy up on the high ground. 10 elims, medkit, and a flopper. They should be able to execute the heal off to get the victory royale as well. The question is, who can find the solo knock onto Jay? And is there any last-minute heroics?
He needs to take a tick of damage, though. They've got it here. He's got to take that tick. I don't think they're preparing for it, but I don't think they want to play for it. Jay, with 41 HP, does have enough builds to survive. But really, what he needs to do is make that high ground team fight the one below him. Jay going back into the zone, trying to use that chug can a little bit. It's going to get some shots there. They're fighting first and second, or rather there are fighting Chicken and Jelty trying to make something happen. DL going to go down. Andy going to go down. Jelty is going for the heal off there. They prepped it. They set it up. They didn't want to have to do it. They are here. Medkit will be popped. Opdog going for it as well in the zone. Has enough time. Yasir is going to get the other elimination as well. Does Jelty have enough in him? No, he doesn't.
Jelty end up getting taken down, and I actually was about to call that out. They went so early on the medkit play, and they gave so much room to Optidog, DL, and Yasir to be able to execute their own medkit play with the chug splash cannon on the low ground. You saw how even after Jelty ended up popping the medkit, the zone still had barely even closed. So yes, while he had the flopper, he didn't really buy himself all that extra time, and it forced him to go.
And Jay throwing that big wrench into the play of getting a knock onto their teammate Andy there was very unfortunate for them. But congratulations to Yasir and them for picking up that victory royale. And we definitely need Kelly, Panda, and Zeke to break all that action down for us.
Bro, okay. I agree with Sundown 100%, right? You get kind of put in these situations where you think, like, okay, if we have to go for the med kit, like, maybe the team down low is gonna, like, maybe they don't have those heals or whatever. I think the MVP play for me was the guy on the low ground that committed to the med kit, because this player jumps down on him. His boy bodies this guy. Now, if that's me, I'm like, oh, well, I have to engage this player that's like trying to bust into our box. Nope, committed to the med kit, keeps the HP, and then they have it, like Sundown's saying, all this advantage, and it's like, you guys, there's nothing else you can do. We're gonna close out the game. Yeah, so Yasir's teammate right here, DL, he commits to that med kit. That was so sick.
Yeah, an incredible play right there, which is the cause of their victory royale right here. And if I'm not mistaken, this is actually one of the teams that needs to perform the best that they can right now, because they haven't been able to play too much in the last 2 weeks. So they're going to have to get a top performance right here to qualify into the semifinals.
You are correct. This is one of those teams that they are going to have to put up that performance if they want to make their way through. And you know, like, series points are no joke. You have to get as many of them as you can. And this is their last opportunity to do that. But we got to talk about it. Ooh. Chicken, Kytrix, Mekton not having the game 2 similar to game number 1, but still finding themselves 6th place on the leaderboard after that great performance in game 1. But, you know, we're going to break down a little bit of that action from game 1 here in a moment. Either way, I'm excited to see that they're still able to hold up somewhat on the top 10.
I have to give a shout out to Lush, Tuki, and Notch here. I mean, it was the run from Lush there as a solo player on the ground, pops an incredible med kit, and is able to grab 2 more eliminations, but he was just barely out of zone, and he did a great launch pad, but it wasn't enough to get him into zone. So it would have been even more points there. So huge shout outs to Lush, that solo run there, grabbing them the first place spot right now. But there are some huge teams right now that are in 11th through 20th place, specifically Macon J and Dog, Symmetrical, Alithy, and Frappi sitting in 12th and 13th place respectively. But Panda, we have 4 more games to go.
That we do, and we have 4 more chances for Falconer, Reed, and Chris to step up to the plate. But we got to talk about this game 1 again. We got to talk about the high ground play versus the low ground play. Obviously, we saw a great low ground play here in game number 2, but in game number 1, the launch pad made the difference. You see Kytrick, Chicken, Mekton using the pad from the back of zone and coming up and taking out high ground from Rex, Dynamic, and his team. This is a huge play, and it really speaks to the difference that the launch pad can make this season.
Completely collapses on them, and you had to pay attention to what Kytrix just did right there. Instead of sticking with the rest of the teams like Mekton and Chicken, he went up immediately, taking that height right there, while Chicken cleaned out the rest of the team. It was an aggressive play. It could have been incredibly risky because Rex, Zello, and Dynamic were holding the height there for a very long time, an incredible position. But with Kytrix, Chicken, and Mekton working as an incredible team, all of them kind of finding their own roles in that position, they were able to walk away with the victory royale. And also huge shout outs to production for that incredible shot right there.
Oh, yeah.
That's what I want to see.
Dude, you gotta give the respect to the observers, right? They know what they're doing. They've trained for these moments. You'll love to see it. You know what? You were saying chicken, and then I was like, wait, there's 2 chickens, isn't there? This is just one big game of chicken, isn't it? Why? Anyway, guys, don't worry about it. Don't worry about Zekisms for right now, because that's right. The battle bus is a honkin', which means we need to come back into game. So we're going to go back. We got Clay. We got Sundown. They're going to hang out with us. They're going to break down the action, and we'll be back between games to break down what we saw in the last game. So for now, Clay, Sundown, what you guys got for us? Let's do this.
Thank you so much, Zeke, Kelly, and Panda. And apparently what we got is a full moon. Nice little shot there. Observers flexing their muscles on us out there. 2 matches down, 4 to go. We're 1/3 of the way through, Clay. And honestly, top of the leaderboard, Lush, Tookie, and their trio mate doing fantastic so far with the 20 elips pushing them up there. But right away, Courtney Complex, he got a quick 50-50 for a legendary pulse rifle. And Yasir rips that one away. Paul is going to be putting as much distance between him as he can because losing that draw right off of the bat is so rough.
And look at DL as well. So weak already. Optidog does have full HP and can get back into it. Yasir now will as well, but this is a very awkward fight inside of this house in Courtney. There's a lot of places where you can't build, a lot of door frames where you can look in and get shots. As Andy's actually going to go down to Cloxic, another one of our top trios getting aggressed upon already. There's fights happening all over the map as L2, R2 here, DL. Will get a med kit, well time to pop it, as I think the team down below is just going to hunker down for a bit.
Yes, right now, Yasirman just potentially trying to scope out, knowing he has that aggressive weapon, trying to find the space as the team ends up sprinting away, and he actually gets ripped down. It's not often you see the ones executing the drive-by able to pick that one out, but leading out of the window, they said, "Ya yeet, see ya." Yasir maybe stuck his head and bit off a little bit more he can chew, but Optidog trying to put him down a little bit more, doing some decent work there with the light ammunition, but he gets hopped on right above him. This is such a bizarre fight. NA West really is the wild, wild west today. It is no holds barred. It is take off the ankle weights. It's not even pop your minis before you start fighting. Did they just trade? Did everyone blow up? Okay, no, somebody's still up. Okay, I was just about to say, if everyone just ended up going down there, I would have been able to call it a wrap, but that might end up then being the case. As you can see, those trailing shots are still coming through. He's trying to box up, loses almost the entirety of his shield, tries to get Keto going away, and this is just some downright shenanigans.
It is. NA West is giving us the content today. That is for sure. As those IO guards wanted to get involved. Back over to Lazy Lakes, we have Kenny's, Versace, and Dog. all fighting off against each other. Extinct now making their way on through. No eliminations on either side quite yet, and I want to correct, I did say that Jay and them don't benefit from those quick fights. It's reversed. They do. Riverside, Extinct, and Kenny's like these long, drawn-out fights where they can find angles on you, pick you off a little here and there. And this is already looking good for Riverside and them. They did lose a lot of HP on Kenny's and Extinct, but they are taking these sites where they're forcing Jay, Dog, and Macon to expend a lot of materials to make plays they normally wouldn't want to have to make. Kenny's being that low worries me.
Yeah, you can see he already wants to put a little bit of distance between them, probably opting out, as I say, that just finishes off the med kit. Need to ensure that they get shields over onto him, because even if it's just a little bit, you never want to let the opponent tag you for some white HP. And as I say that, yep, Riverside going to be able to drop down. Just one spare mini. Doesn't look like they have another, and I'm okay with that. I think they possibly could have been able to disengage it without, and as I say that, no, actually he wouldn't have been able to. He has no other build, so rather than refarming and trying to get away, he will have to get it. And just as we keep the running with the reboot totals and NAOS being having reboots a little bit more on average, match number 2, another 4 reboots. We see another one go down there, a nice little picture-in-picture shout-out production as they pick that one up. As Sneaks continues his aggression, he's going to get it going, and Zara's just gets sniped out of a tree.
I think he did. I think it was a sniper shot or a one AR bullet coming on through, and everyone is low HP on this trio running away. They have no more builds here on Tukey. One there on Notch, just enough to swim away, but I don't think this trio is going to let them get away that easy. They know, hey, they're whited. They don't really have a lot to run to. Now, they can go to this brick area right here, get a lot of mats really quickly and turn this site, but they're going to continue to go on downstream and try to find something in that junkyard area to work with.
Yeah, just create distance. It's one of the benefit of moving away from that center area of the map, that even if they do want to chase you at any point in time, they have the ability to just be about faced either around one of those corners or in one of these little shacks that end up lining the river there. And you do get the bonus speed, but one thing, keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner. Somebody else is coming right up that river, so they need to be cautious of an ambush on the other side. As you can see, the car goes whipping by. They're going to throw a warning shot saying, hey, back off, we're over here, this is our side. And luckily, that shot was enough to scare him away, as Rimuru is going to be on the opposite side of some early game aggression for once after being taken down early in the first 2 matches. He's going to trade a knockout there, as they're going to get that nice little junk rotation off. As we swing back on over, Sneaks, Hockle, and Caesar getting a fight there. It's former Rimuru on the other side of it. Sneaks has picked up 1 Elam, and looks like there might have potentially been some reboots or even a third team who ended up coming through, as both these trios are still even strength, so...
And Hockle's got that epic pump shotgun again. We finally get to see it on their inventory, and I'm excited to see what they can do with it this time around. And what's more intriguing to me is that it's not just the initial drop spot aggression, it's that players are still rotating in, being just as aggressive, knowing that they may not have that time that you do on the drop fights because they've already healed up, they've already gotten their mats, unless it's been drawn out like that lazy leg fight. So everyone is all around saying, you know what, hey, let's just be a little bit more aggressive today. Sneaks, though, I mean, wait a minute. So Hako has an epic pump, Sneaks has an epic pump. Does that mean Caesar has one as well? Because if they do, I'm scared of them.
I was about to say, do they know something we don't know? Because apparently they're just able to rock through every single time, finding these super high-value weapons. And I think there's also a little bit of an intimidation factor when you end up getting one of those wall-to-wall fights and they have the epic and legendary variants of whether it's the pump or that tactical shotgun. They have that different sound, and I swear the sound is like 75% of the extra damage, right? Like, you just always hit more pellets with those guns. It's not because the spread is tighter on the pellets. No, it's because of the sound. That thing is immediate.
You hear that and immediately you know. And look at Former and company. They're rotating away. They know we don't want to fight that. They've heard that sound like you talked about. They don't want any part of it at all. With the zone being here, they can afford to disengage a little bit. There's not a lot of loot there, though. You're running out of spots to grab. If they were rotating more towards Holly, a little bit more options. But going towards the castle up there, not a lot to work with.
Not a lot to work with in that area. Tends to get scavenged out very quickly, as we've seen in a lot of other regions. You either rotate near or around it, but never through it. So you generally can't really kind of get those outside routes. That's why when we do see Rex, Arkham, and Epic Whale, they loot outside in, and then they end up kind of grouping up. But now we get an interesting fight over here as Batman, Boga, Angie, and TT are right up against Kytrek, Mexon, and Ticken. And when I say right up against, I mean actually directly on top of. However, there's another trio based too far away. So at this point, these three trios have really just cemented the fact that they're like, okay, this is where we are. Hopefully zone comes near us.
That's a very big gamble that early, but honestly, Hydrex, we saw, did it with that half in, half out, where they built their entire base out from force zone into half in, half out. So I'm not surprised about that, or this off spawn fight taking all the way into the zone. Extinct, Riverside, and Kenny's do not want Bacon, Dog, and Jay to go up. Again, this is 1-1. They both have won, respectively, each one of their games off of the spawn fight, considering. And so now it's up in the air. Who's going to take game number 3?
Well, and at this point, like, they've made every single one of the round 4s. They should have enough serious points to be able to go through. Honestly, I feel like whoever leaves first ultimately loses. Like, at this point, like, I'm not even worried about the overall points and all this. Like, because both of these guys are fighting each other and they're just so evenly matched in terms of being able to go back and forth, like, they're almost effectively able to just deny the other the opportunity to be able to get the top 3 from being here every single time. But they are able to find that resolid code launch pad and create a little bit of distance. It's more about just defending the lake and just trying to break the will of your opponent, saying at some point you will have to leave because we are not going anywhere.
And they may meet each other in those semifinals, and we may see the same thing again. I think there would be a little bit different, as Heizo going to go down. Wiggly trying to make something happen there. Jator is down. Forswear going to take that and try to make something happen. Wiggly is going to go down. This is still up, actually able to get the elimination there on to Flick. It's able to get away, but not a lot in the inventory to really work with. They've got good builds and heals, but a common tactical shotgun?
Yeah, that's going to be tough. Any wall-to-wall fight you get in, especially without having that extra bonus 50 shield going through. If somebody's able to get a solid pump on you, then it's just one more medium bullet to be able to go through. And it's really going to be about putting distance, but with the zone pulling relatively far south away from him, he's not potentially going to get that opportunity. But as I say that, Rex will take down Jother, and they're going to continue going hunting. Could get a shakedown coming through as well, but that's not going to end up revealing Wiggly, as he is the third party going through that situation. So honestly, he's just going to sit and chill and wait and hopefully not get revealed. And as I say that, nope, shots end up coming through. Oh no, they're chasing down the other one of his trio mates, because that's Wiggly sitting in a cone over on the side, as they're able to pick up Foursquare there. And Wiggly, hopefully, I think he just re-edited that wall, and yeah, Rex saw it. I think Wiggly recognized the second he opened that wall. He's like, I shouldn't have done that.
He knew the moment he made that. Unfortunately, going to go down. They held on as long as they could. Reed, Falconer, and Chris, though, definitely need a little bit of an upgrade on a vehicle, but what they don't need is an upgrade on their inventory. Because Reed, once again, is looking great. They have 3 elims. They're very far above Surge. And with the way they're positioning, they could honestly just take another fight here. And I would assume that with how they've adapted their fights going through, that they'd come out on top.
Yeah, I really don't like this positioning, though, with a number of trios who are going to be rotating away from the Believers Beach area. Unless you're able to get up on top of this, you're going to have to invest a solid amount of hard mats. And already they're built in excess number to get up there. I'm not sure they'll have a chance to refarm. So it's a relatively heavy investment for an area you're probably going to have to leave. Unless they end up pulling a really western side zone here, they're probably not going to get the third zone. So they're potentially looking to take an opportunity and take a fight from one of the teams rotating away from Believer Beach, or at least post up. And frankly, at this point, if they want a top 3 spot, they need to turn on like right about now. They've had an okay opening so far, but it needs to be a little bit better if you're going to push towards the top, because as you've seen, you can only really afford to have 2 not so great games. You can get like 1 dud game and still be fairly consistent and make top 3, but as soon as you have 2 like below average games, it becomes really difficult in a 6-match tournament to really hit that top 3 threshold.
And with their 31st place in that first game, that is going to be weighing them down. They were able to get 1 elim there, but way outside any points other than that. We'll finally have, well, as I was going to say that, I was going to say we'll finally have Surge turning on in the second zone. It will for a moment, but Alethi is going to get knocked and may end up getting finished there. So still, the pattern is holding. Yes, one player, actually, so one trio will technically be getting hit because all of them will be considered below, unless that person below is a solo or a duo. Then, of course, it calculates. But if Reet and them were below, right now, even though one player needs to go down, they'd all be getting hit.
Yeah, and that's one of those situations where, unfortunately, you just tell the player, all right, build up 4 or 5 tiles and eat yourself off because we're not taking the extra damage for you. We'll grab that reboot card and try and do the NA West special, but we often don't see trios opting to make that intelligent move because it's really hard to kind of get in that self-sacrifice mode, even though it is the mathematically correct play. What have we talked about not doing math on cast, as Falcon and Reet and Chris actually get gifted the truck over on that side, which I feel like more often than not tends to be booted when I end up rotating past it there. But it's tough because when you're rotating early, there's a number of trios who have already been in there. This is what I talked about, not pulling that zone and investing a decent amount of hard mats where they were. The line of sight, as you see in the bottom right-hand corner, those 3 sets of trios who are already looking out towards them are just going to be raining shots at everyone else trying to come in over here. So this is now the second time we've seen them have to overinvest a little bit because of where they've rotated in, and largely it's been metal, which they're not going to have a chance to refarm. They're going to need to go look for some form of elimination if they're going to want to capitalize. But Kaichux and Co need to be careful here, as actually the Fireflies in the lower part are going to break out a lot of the hard mats that they'd invested there.
And this is what we saw last game. They like to overinvest early and hope that they're going to get it, but not paying off this time. Mekton down really low. Does have a med kit, though, in the inventory, so they can get back up to full HP. This is just a random big shot. I was wondering if they were going to find it and notice it. So luckily Mekton did it. It wasn't just sitting up there for anyone to take. But the mat count being under 100 right now for everyone it's not that bad. But you really want to see it at 150.
Yeah, and the bigger part is here too, particularly around Bony Burbs, there's not a lot of refarm opportunity for anything. I mean, Bony Burbs largely gets farmed out of its metal and out of its brick very early on. There's a couple of high-value cluster of rocks around here, but of course, trios have already kind of scooped those up. There's no metal in this area whatsoever. So the investment you see in the mats, that's what you're getting. That's kind of why we've harped on it so in particular. But as you see in the top left-hand corner, Chicken will pick up Eclipse. We're also inside that top 24, so everybody getting 5 points for being able to stay on their feet this long. So we're going to swing back on over. Kaichux, Mekton, and Chicken. Chicken up on his feet. And honestly, I kind of want to I don't want to give them nicknames or monikers going here because we have 7W Chicken and Timbers Chicken, but I feel like one should be grilled and spicy. We just end up going like that. I'll let the analyst, I'll let Zeke play with that one. He can figure it out. As we see, I feel like a zone we haven't seen in a very long time, almost directly over Bony Burb. So a lot of people are going to be rotating east, and again, some rolling hills, but otherwise not a ton in terms of challenging geography.
We saw though that even though the last game there wasn't as much in that final zone, it still played a really big factor as Lush, Tuki, and Notch centered up in the middle of Boney. They have got one of the best positions. The only other one that could rival it is right across to the south there. You saw Lush look at them for a moment, and this is where Fireflies are going to play such a big role because Boney is made out of so much wood.
Yeah, there's so much wood, and it's right on top of each other. And a lot of these people, when they do go and they farm out, they don't replace with hard mats. They think, oh, I can just farm out wood and I'll leave the wood there. But Lush is sitting on 2 different sets of Fireflies, and if you just kind of huck those casually towards the back of these zones and some of the moving circles, if you can get there, things tend to get a little weird. And as you see right now, we have 68 players remaining, and of those 68, there's really only 20 or so who are in the zone. So about 2/3 of the lobby are going to have to rotate through. The space is going to be on the southwestern side, but anticipate that that northwest side is just going to be packed into. And that's going to be rotating directly into Tuki, Lush, Notch, Powers, Gould, and Quito, who have been no strangers to letting shots rip so far.
And for them above Surge, will be great. 104 is not where they want to be. You can see him looking for any more sort of tags there, but Fireflies, I talked about someone else throwing him out. There's down below, you heard the break, and then the Fireflies go down. Macon actually now going to fall on rotation. will only be a knock there, but going into this end game, third place is down. They are no longer in this game. So for fourth place, which is Chicken, Andy, and Jelty, this looks really good.
Yeah, that's what they're looking for, an opportunity, especially after they were able to get shut down just for a second there, to be able to kind of get the ball rolling again and kind of get back on your feet. You talked about third place going down. 10th is also out, but otherwise, everyone who's in the top half of the leaderboard is still up on their feet. So not quite going to have a massive shupening, where our kind of first real cluster of trios who are out were 16th, 17th, and 18th. Otherwise, everybody who's done well is still hanging out right there. You also say Tukey opting to carry some of those cabbages, which give you an interesting opportunity to potentially pull off a double medkit play if you know how to execute it. Some of the things that I feel like our trios have gotten a little bit lazy about, how to get some of those double medkit plays off, considering that everyone just defaults back to the chug cannon. As now we see Storm Surge coming through here, Alex Kaplan, Moni, and Solution Rodrigo, they're going to be below. It's 124 damage, so they're going to need to like hop in a box, and they're going to need to do it now. So there's still 57, as we say, 15 damage below, and Alex able to open up and hits 2 huge shots. There's a 78, followed by a 52 under Trio, who wasn't really paying attention. He needs to be able to get an angle, but that door is closed. They learned the lesson on that side, not leaving that one open, and they're going to be able to deny it. And you can see Rodrigo going down, but they know the rotation is going to have to come out, so he's going to begin the path and try and create a little bit of space for them here.
And Jelty and company just went down as well. Rodrigo will get taken down there. And that's fourth place out now, going into the end game. Alex there, going to be, I believe, Jag there, trying to keep this pressure on up. This attack is so good at getting into boxes right now. Not able to get the wall that the player would have had edited on out. They were ready. Jay now going to fall. And Litty will be the one to take him down. Shagbear still trying to get in the zone, still trying to find these things around. And we're saying, I think this season, out of any season, if we saw a double med kit, I think we could even see a triple med kit with the way the chug cannons work. I know it's hard, but I think we could see it.
I would have to go do the math. I haven't broken it down. I know there's tons of ways you can end up getting a double medkit off this season that we've yet to see, but right now, nobody's worrying about the double medkit plays. They're all worrying about just trying to fight for a decent amount of position here before we get in the moving zone, as Paul World and Ghouls are just pinned against the back of the zone. The gatekeepers doing a good job of shutting those gates, of manning the walls. They don't need riders over the hill to rescue them. They're saying we'll hold here forever, as Mekton, Chicken, and Kytrex, they pull a pretty solid investment here from their hard mats, but it's worth it as the zone is going to come directly across the front of them. Alex ends up taking out Paul World, and that will put us in the top 17. So +3 for everyone who's up, but the next trios that drop will then grant +1 to everyone else who is still in there. Storm Surge warning ends up turning on, but Mekton, Kytrex, and Chicken are still just raining down shots. But as I say that, a little bit of a challenge ends up coming out for a second as Chicken ends up getting ripped out, and the chop ends up coming through. And Kytrex, that's what we talk about. The early investment, now they don't have any hard mats. They're basically banking on nobody looking up and single tarping out. But when you do that, sometimes you leave it up to faith, and that's not enough. As Kytrex going to find a recycled launch pad, and he's desperately looking for Mekton, trying to find his teammate, saying, where are you? But no, instead, going to get to the front of the zone and just play himself.
Has the flopper so he can get back up to full HP. Only has 7 builds remaining. He's going for a full box here. Cone would have saved him so many materials, but trying just to stay alive. They are above Surge. This will be the most stacked end game that we've had today, as Mekton now going to fall. Solution and Jagveer there. Moni up instead of Solution. Their shots coming through, and Jagveer's aim just looking so good with that legendary attack shotgun. Notch operating really well there as well on the side. Jagveer will get in the zone. They do have that chug cannon. Launchpad will get them right there in. They're able to get through, but they've got to be careful about getting separated. In the box they go.
Into the box they go, and you can see now Alex is on the low ground, but realistically, I want to see what's going on with Notch, Lush, and Tukey. Our #1 trio is still running it right now on the high ground. They're staying hip to hip, and they're in a fight, and they're just able to take it down. They're working their way down, and they're currently sitting on, that's nuts, they're on 8 elims already. There's still 28 players left. Lush still has the Firefly as well, sitting on 3 medkits, using the exotic chug splash cannon to get back up to the correct HP. And honestly, this looks like they could realistically enter tournament management mode with 3 games left. They have done so well. They are our leading trio so far. Our first and second place trios are still up on their feet as we head into the top 13, nearly top 12 now. As you can see, Caesar gets taken down by Yochitsa. Will he be able to get the confirmation? As the confirmation does come through, the Fireflies were thrown out on that side of the zone, putting just a little bit more pressure, as now we go out over the river and is forcing everyone to burn the last of their builds.
Everyone is just right on top of each other, more congested than ever before. But do they have builds on the high ground? We saw only 4 there on Notch. Can they do anything with that? Moni is going to have 52 builds remaining, and luckily for them, if Fireflies don't matter if you have a chug cannon, you can look to get shot down like Chuki is going to. Power Temple need to make a play for high ground. They were one of the few trios that need to perform well here today. They're looking to do that right now. Symmetrical and Frappe, though, operating as well. Andy gonna go down. Fresh gonna fall. Honor Defiable gonna fall. And just like that, it's just chaos.
And Power ends up getting the knock on to Notch. Hawko also getting another knock, continuing on that run. Tuki is down, so it's all on to Lush, continuing the top 10 run, trying to hold on for the top spot. You can see he's desperately trying to hit a medkit, but he doesn't end up having the space. He gets a siphon over the side, but he gets taken down, pushes himself in the top 7, but Alex now drops on the low ground. He gets frapped by Symmetrical on the backside. It's going to end up picking him up there. It's Symmetrical, Kito, Power, and TT. Power and TT is a 1v1. Excuse me, this is so many individual players. They're all solos. It's the top 5 is solos. It's not trios. They said throw it all out. It's a 1v1 here in a match number 3 for the Victory Royale. Gert goes down first, Power goes down second. TT trying to work top to bottom, and Symmetrical doing what he does best. You want solo impact score? Here's solo impact score. As Keto takes down another, it's a 1v1 for the match 3 Victory Royale. Keto tries to build out a little bit of space. The Symmetrical drops all the way down, but Keto edits it out so he takes fall damage and then blasts him with the attack. 8 eliminations in the Victory Royale for Revenant Ghouls, Pulsar Keto, and Paul World to close out match 3. And wow, what a game.
Beautifully executed. That kind of reminds me of shooting out that floor with the hand cannon from back in the day. That kind of play, perfectly timed there from Keto, and just hats off. But Symmetrical put up a great solo performance.
Yeah, I was going through and I like kind of checked to the side. I'm like, those are all different colors. Then we zoomed back in and I saw 5 out of 5. I'm like, I thought we were watching trios. We got a straight up solos match going on here in game number 3, but we are halfway through there in the final qualifier 3 here in NA West. We're going to kick it back on over. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, what you got for us?
Bro, we got free for all. Woo! Free for all, baby. That's right. Nothing matters. Trios out the window. It's a free for all. We ain't seen one of these in so long. That was very exciting. I had a really great time there. Also, Fortnite fam, I'm sad that you could not see Sundown's camera from when he was casting that, because he threw his arms up. He was genuinely excited, and I was excited that he was excited. Kelly, Panda, were you guys excited?
I was very excited. I don't think in the 3 seasons that I've covered the FNCS have I ever seen a 1v1v1v1v1. Absolutely incredible. And here, Keto, all the way on the bottom, editing that and then grabbing the elimination onto Symmetrical, grabbing him that Victory Royale right now. But still, Notch, Lush, and Tuki in first place, and they're starting to run away with it, Panda.
That they are. And you know, look, we saw Paul World's team just walk away with a great Victory Royale, but where are they? They're not on the leaderboards thus far. They haven't had the games or the consistency through these first 3 that they want, but that Victory Royale, that could be the momentum shift that they need to climb the leaderboards and make their way into one of these top 10 spots.
Whew. Yep, this is just the top 10 right now. 3 games down, 3 to go here. And in fact, if you actually look at our top 6, none of these teams have a Victory Royale right now. So although you're able to grab that Victory Royale, maybe a handful of eliminations, it showcases that consistency is so important. And to Notch, Lush, and Tuki's they have 29 eliminations right now. The next closest team is Sneaks, Hockles, and Caesars there, which we know that team right there is really good at grabbing those early eliminations. So this is a bit atypical for NA West. A lot of the action, a lot of the opportunities are happening in the first half of the game, not the second half, but all of the incredible plays and crazy games kind of ends up in the end game.
That it does, and look, that's what you want to see, right? You need to find a solid balance, but it looks like even though they have kind of found a balance with placement, eliminations are still heavy for them. But for some of these teams that we see on the second page, the eliminations just aren't quite there. You see down in 19th place, only 3 eliminations so far, but done a great job at gathering those placement points. Will they be able to turn it around here in these final moments? That's the real question as we get ready to go into game number 4. But before we do, we got to talk about some of the stuff that took place in this last game. There is one team in particular that needs to make some things happen, and it is not only Palworld, Keto, and Ghouls, but it is none other than Optidog and his trio. This is a tough way to go out here early in this game, already knowing that they need a great performance here throughout today's game because they are not guaranteed to qual as of right now. So without a good performance today, they may not be able to make it to semifinals or grand finals.
I mean, you were talking about it. Why don't we see this team? They just got a victory royale. Why are they in 12th place right now? Well, they actually dropped almost immediately in games 1 and 2, probably because of this situation right here. And Palworld almost didn't grab that because he was being attacked by the NPC, of course, but Palworld, Keto, Ghouls being able to recover and then grab the victory royale when it almost went down to an NPC almost seems serendipitous right now. Hopefully they're able to learn now in game 3, surviving that fight. But we have to shift our focus right now to our spotlight team, which is going to be Lush, Notch, and Tuki right there. They have 13 eliminations. Out of those eliminations, though, so many of them are against other top 10 teams.
Yeah, look, Lush has done an exceptional job of putting up some incredible points as a solo player. Look at that Fortnite battle average, 4.6%. And this is 4.6% of the eliminations across all the games thus far. Like, that is insane to think about. He is putting in work. And this is a team also that needs to do some big things today here, Kelly. I'm excited to watch some more action from them.
Yeah, no, I'm so happy that we picked this team that, you know, started at the beginning having a rough spot, and now we see them grab the victory royale. That shows that so much can change, Zeke.
It's true. Some would even say they started from the bottom and now they're here.
Okay.
But guess what, Fortnite fam? You guys heard the battle bus. That's right. You know what time it is. We're going back into the action. It's so sad that we don't have more time to talk and break things down, but it's okay. We'll be back after this next game. So for now, we're going back to hang out. We're going to go hang out with Clay, with Sundown, our favorites in the world. Friends, over to you.
Thank you so much, Kelly, Panda, and Zeke. 3 down, 3 to go here in qualifier number 3. That's a lot of 3, but it's not angel numbers like the wings we got going there. Instead, it's the qualifier in the state that we're at. And where we're at is a brawl. Corny Complex, we saw a 50-50 over a chest. It's been a while since we've had a straight up pickaxe deal. He says, nope, never mind. I'm hopping in the whip. I'm out. Skirt, skirt, whip. He's out of there. Bye. Palworld and Optidog goes straight at it. And you talk about coin flipping your start. Well, because Ghouls decided to get out of Dodge, he left his friends in the complex. I actually know. He's going right back. I said it's not about family, but instead he's sprinting straight in there, trying to deny before he's able to get the revive off. He doesn't want that player to be able to get on a feet, and now he's got a straight up 1v1 for the start, and his opponent is going to say, well, let's close those odds a little bit, as Yasirman, one of the most earned players in console history on NA West on that side, trying to hold him off and to turn this 1v1 into a 1v3, as Hyper actually gets a little bit of revenge down in Slurpy Swamps, and Ghouls now trying to get aggressive. He hears the revive trying to go through, gets wall to wall. Yasirman ends up losing almost all of his shield, but doesn't get completely broken through. But you see DL and Optidog ticking almost over. Optidog gets taken out, and now it is going to be a straight up 1v1. Nope. He's able to get it.
He's got it. Is he gonna stick it? He is. Old saying is pros don't fake. Will the pro not fake it here? No, he is gonna go for the fake. The reboot's gonna have to come through on either side. Get the reboot counter up. Let's see what Yasir can do. The wall gonna be taken though. Goes for the aggressive AR play because he didn't have a shotgun. And Ghouls eventually is going to win it over them. A great fight nonetheless. At the end, it was a true 1v1, but Ghouls with the shotgun just a little bit more powerful.
And that is so rough from the trio who feels like they have or has to perform today. It's not feels like they need to show up and then to go down in just the utter clown fiesta in the corny complex. I mean, you can cue the music. Everyone will hear it. We've seen it in the Twitter videos. But I mean, the pickaxe fight. But we'll go straight on over to another fiesta, the party over in Lazy Lake. It's not a luau. Instead, it's much more aggressive as they're getting right up in each other's faces as NA West continues with the trend of throwing out the reboots. We see it over there in the picture-in-picture as we also see Dog end up catching a heavy bolt right there to the body. That's coming over from the west side.
And this is the problem with what this fight was last week, is that they took it too long and shots come through, making it and taken down really low there by Riverside. They're going to have the high ground, but again, you got to be careful. You can't overpeak. The sniper shots are coming in, but they don't want to let that happen. Riverside going to try to make a play, but unfortunately he gets made onto a nice little clip video. Maybe, no, Macon not able to get that last little piece. Oh, he had the builds. I think he thought he had none. His shots will go through the confirmation. That's going to be a wall open, and Macon going to get taken down there. Jay now the only one left trying to find any sort of reprieve and decides, you know what, sorry, but I'm leaving.
Yeah, and Germo and his trio just came sprinting over the top. They actually got a piece of one of those. They're saying, hey, Bolcut, Mingmong, let's get going in here. The SG trio just showing up. They like every single time these guys are fighting in Lazy Lake. It's been every game, and this feels like it happens in every qualifier as well. Well, people realize they're like, are they really still doing it? Yeah, they're still fighting over there. Can we just show up and get both of them? Yeah, I think we can. And it takes them 3 or 4 games, but finally another trio ends up capitalizing it, and they're going to be able to walk away with all the space on Lazy Lake. And this time, you don't have to go anywhere, as unfortunately we see in the top left corner Falconer getting taken down very early.
So good news for Jay is that he does have 1 reboot card. You see when we swap over, there's just a black bar there instead of a red X. That means he does have Dog's reboot card. Bacon's, you can see he does not. You can see the difference right there. Now, 80 seconds left from when that confirmed went over. But it's 90 there. But as we're talking, it goes down to get the play to make it. But with the zone being here, there's no way he's going to be able to make a play for a reboot.
Especially as you can see, bottom right-hand corner, yet another trio comes riding over the hill. They're saying, hey, Lizzie, looks kind of nice. There was some fighting over here earlier. Yeah, you want to go check it out? Yeah, sure. I mean, they've been kind of at it. As you see, Chris is actually sprinting over the hills as well, trying to desperately to get away from Izo and Olaf and co, trying to use that line of sight advantage. I mean, if he can get downstream, he can potentially get to that river, get down to Camp Cod, maybe even get into a boat. But I think there's another trio who's already hanging out even farther south of it, and that's a tough rotation. As you can see there, he is going to be able to get down there, but they're hopping in the truck. They're saying, no, we're riding straight for this one. Unless he's able to really commit and get downstream, he's going to be taken out. It's just on the other side there, and looks like, yep, it got yanked away from the opposite side, sniped away, and that's unfortunate from the mountaintop across the way. And he's like, hey, that was a pretty good shot.
And honestly, both teams are going to be a little bit happy about that. One of them gets the loot, the other gets that the extra little 2-point push, the little bump up the top. Moving back over, though, a team that, again, you said it, just has to play tournament management. They just have to stay alive.
Yeah, honestly, at this point, like 3 top 24 should mostly do it. That would put them at 139. Yeah, anything else would be awesome. But at this point, if they can just not get taken down early on, they should be fine, as Lazy Lake continues to just bring players to it like a bright lamp. The moth swarming around. Bolka looking to try and get advantage for the terrible haircut on this side, but not quite going to be able to do it, as he finds the 79 tag. Will be able to follow up on the opposite side, but then gets boxed in for just a little bit of a second. Is able to get the high ground control. Uses the inflatable to create a little bit of distance and get back over to the natural cover. And honestly, I'm okay with that. You don't want to get bogged down in the fight. And so is Jay, as Jay's going to sneak on over. You should be able to hear the dinner bell, but Germo and Bolcut aren't really in a position where they can aggro on this. They should be about facing and going to that reboot van like right now. But as I say that, Bolcut is going to turn around, might be able to get the drop on this player coming through, but nope, Dog's going to be able to just be summoned down from the sky, and Jay's got a buddy.
That is the most quintessential NA West reboot of the entire thing. There's people fighting on top of you. There's a third team coming in now, and you decide, oh, hold on, wait a minute. I don't hear any footsteps. Let me just back up a little bit, go to that reboot van, get my teammate in. That way we can have another player in this game, as we see Germo now going to go down, but they did take down Nitrix in the meantime, so confirming some eliminations. Bowl cut, 2 builds remaining. They've got the inflatable to make some plays with, and the legendary tac shotgun, but with now a 5th team entering Lazy Lake, it just seems like it's never going to stop.
Yeah, and you don't want to get eliminated again. We talk about point thresholds, tournament management, all that. Well, 25 trios are up. It means the next trio, or if it happens to be bowl cut, the next player who ends up getting taken out will miss almost +5 points. Every single point ends up mattering, as we see Paul, Trix, and Exy currently on height, as bowl cut is going to keep slinking his way around, trying to find, honestly, just go hide, go find a cone, hang out, or go find a whole bunch of loot. But honestly, he gets boxed in like a fish in that regard. Nice little ramp replacement, but then the cone ends up going in. He gets taken out, and he misses on the +5. And also, just a fun little fact, 5 reboots in the last game as well. So currently right on pace for that NA West average, which is a little bonkers.
And X is going in. They won this fight yet again. Another trio seemingly making their way into Lazy Lake. This is an absolute, just, you said it well, a fiesta of people, of loot, of shots, of everything coming into Lazy Lake. Slim, Nitrix, and Major, though, they're one of the few trios that need to do well as well in this game. They need to have a top placement to get into the semifinals. They have not qualified off of series points.
Just LOL at Jay running around on the low ground, literally like stealing away loot and just throwing it back to the one little house where him and Dog are hanging out. Like, it's just such a bizarre. This is not things that you would typically ever see in NA West. Like, we have 66 players below. I guess match 4, we tend to rock out a little bit more aggressively when it comes to some of the eliminations. But I mean, still, these are things we haven't seen in a very long time, and honestly, I'm enjoying it. It's leaving room for plays to be made for some of these players to show off their individual skill and to give opportunities to shine. And right now, Nitrix, Slim, and Major, they need a big game if they want to rocket themselves back up into the conversation.
I mean, and look at that loot that they have, but I think X, Paul, and Trix got the better of it. They got 2 chug cannons out of all of that. And at the end of the day, we've seen the 2 chug cannons, if you can get to that final zone, usually results in a victory royale. Moving over to Tuki, Lush, and Notch. They had a very hard run out of the zone. They're trying to find anything to loot. And this is one of the first times we get to see a legendary burst rifle on the cast today. And it's probably one of my favorite weapons.
Yeah, big fan. How you end up getting those burst rifles, it is the side grade option coming through there when you're able to kind of pick up those nuts and bolts either from one of the ground drops or the red chest to get it going through. It's a quick sat left inside. Not just Trio, now has the record for most elims through 3 games. So really good job on them. It was something we had kind of talked about at the beginning, how they're really not only were doing it through consistency, but they were showing up getting the individual elims. And I mean, we saw Lush have a great individual performance. We saw Tuki able to, I mean, each one of them has really stepped up so far today, and that's why they're in the position they're in. On top of being able to almost clutch out that final victory royale, I mean, they've just looked so good.
And a lot of people may not know, but Tuki played in West. He's played for so many years, back all the way to the World Cup warm-up days, the Scallywag Cup days. He has been around for a long time, playing with the S2 friend group back here in West, way back when that was around. And honestly, it's so good to see him perform so well, because we followed his journey many years. And so to see this performance, to find a trio that works for them, it is great to see. Over to Trix, Paul, and X. They have, at this point, they just have too much loot. You can see they don't really know what to pick up. They're trying to make sure they grab all these extra mats and make sure no one else gets them as well.
Yeah, I mean, what you want to do in this situation is just make sure you own as much of the space around one of these hovels, and then just drop everything in a cone, right? Have it under there, know where it is, make sure you mark it on the ground. That way you can end up going back and grabbing it. But in this situation, the best thing you can do is try and min-max what you want. If it's like making sure everyone ends up popping a pepper before you rotate out. But we should be going probably a little farther to the south and west. I don't anticipate we'll stay over lazy, just given the amount of space we have based off of what we're seeing in the bottom right-hand corner. The zone pull in the next 15 seconds is going to determine a lot in terms of what happens over the next 5 minutes, because a lot of people are investing assuming that where they are right now is relatively safe or just barely getting in around the outsides, which really isn't going to set them up for a positive circumstance. And sorry, I was a little shocked there for a second, because I looked over and Pearl, Cloxic, and Hyper, who were just getting waxed through the first couple of games out of Slurpy Swamp, are sitting on 8 eliminations so far.
They got Jelty's trio, I believe, and I'm not sure where they found the other eliminations coming through, but overall, great. Yeah. I mean, when you come onto a trio in third zone and you see 8 eliminations, that's definitely something we will want to see all those replays. And this is something interesting. We finally get to see use of the vending machines, but this is one of those malfunctioning ones, so you don't actually know what you're going to get when you do the goal.
You know, sometimes you just got to pull that slot, though, and see what ends up coming out. And the legendary submachine gun is fantastic in terms of these wall-to-wall pressure that ends up coming through there. As you can see, Funky Microwave just kind of hanging out on the low ground there. Doesn't necessarily want to get spotted out. Maybe somebody had some leftover tuna in there, and if you do that in a shared break room, you honestly deserve to step on paper clips or mouse traps or something else, because that is just really poor manners. As we can see, Hypercloxic and Pearl really trying to make a push on it, and to highlight just how rough of a game that rough of a tournament they've had so far. They have 31 points, right? They're sitting on 8 elims right now. That's 16 points, and they've already gotten the +5 for the top 24. So 21 of their 31 points have come in this match so far. So if they're really able to get going, I mean, they're not quite out of it, but also somebody who has stalled a little bit here after the first 2 matches, Chicken, Kytrex, and Mekta.
Yeah, they've gotten that extra placement point coming through, but you're right, they really haven't done a lot. I think last game they ended up being, I think, losing a placement point there coming into this one, and they're able to make that rotate come through, but again, playing very close to the edge of zone from them is typical. We've seen that every single time. But what I want to see this time is not this overinvestment of hard mats. I don't want to see them building up for that high ground in fourth zone.
Yeah, it's going to end up really coming down to how well they're able to gauge where they use their mats and then timing it effectively. Because as we've seen a number of times, the overinvestment on hard mats, particularly, well, I don't want to say necessarily in this area, because this area of the map, there's a bunch of rapid changes of verticality, but there's also a ton of excess wood and brick on the ground. Like every single one of those rock clusters nearby is nearly a 140 plus cluster, so you can so quickly refarm up brick. That's why you're seeing some of these teams not necessarily worried about heavily investing in that material.
And 6 seconds left. We'll see where that zone pulls. Is it going to pull towards Lazy, or is it going to pull over towards the Misty side? And the Misty side it is. Everyone's going to have to start swimming that's not there. And everyone on the other side gets to open up a couple windows and look for any tags Mekton to try to find a rotation. And I like this. If they're going to rotate around, this would be where I think they would go if they're not going to swim straight through the middle. They do have the pepper, so they have a little bit of leeway in where they rotate, but I do like a little wraparound rotation here for them. Oh, they've got the car.
Yeah, no, gonna hop in the whip and go skirt, skirt. But the one thing I was just about to call out, while they do have the agent car going through, if you go too early in this circumstance and nobody else is moving, you're just gonna get shot out immediately, which is what happened, because that's one of the sight lines we talked about, where as soon as you commit to dropping off the side of the mountain, every single person on the map has a sight line on you. From the area in play that's left, the circle, everyone else, you're basically in a basin once you've dropped down. That's why this zone is going to be so hard. So the players right now we need to keep an eye on. Symmetrical, Lithi, Frappi, Moni, Alex, and I forget who their trio mate right on top of them there. Solution Rodrigo, I apologize there. Wavy, Garrick, and Regulator. All of these ones who are on that northern side who are coming kind of off of that primary high ground, they're going to dictate the pace here because they have to move eventually. But until they move, anybody else underneath them doesn't really get the option to move because they can just rain shots down onto them. That's why you're seeing these teams who are kind of on this eastern side of the map now, Exy, Trick, and Paul leading the way. They're able to just slowly walk in because you don't have that same presence over towards the south side. There's one trio who's posted up on the high ground, and realistically, they have to move, but they don't have anyone to shoot at yet. Everyone else who's in the middle, they're already occupying their space.
And once again, our first place trio is set up almost center as much as they can. If they would, they'd be right there in the center of that water. But look at Lush gonna find someone with the spray. Honestly, by himself, their team was not there. They're gonna try to go for it, but just gonna get sprayed right on back. Tuki actually gonna get that helium there. They actually grab the knock. They bring it back. They're going for the pickaxe and the coordination shot there. They're gonna get that loot, and that's really, really great for them.
Yeah, getting the bonus big pots as well going through, particularly when that's what Lush ended up needing because he wasn't the one who got the knock now. And they're continuing the trend. 10 elims in the first game, 10 elims in the second game, 9 elims in the third game, already sitting on 4, and there's still 59 players up. However, look at that zone pull in the bottom right-hand corner. We're going about as far south with a little bit of an eastern pull as you could get. They do have a launch pad, and there's a pretty much about 75% of the lobby is still on this northern side. So the question is, do they opt to launch early or do they wait and see who can go? So now we get a look at the southern side of the map. Now this is where the half in, half out is, and that's where we're going to see players really try and posture up and own a decent amount of the space. But Temple, Power, and Biscuit, they need to be careful. They are 5 below Storm Surge right now, and they're a trio who has to do well today. And 2 insta-knock ends up coming through in the blink of an eye. They both got knocked between Storm Surge and the pressure on that side. Power and Temple just got evaporated. Biscuit, 7 HP, and a Dream, if it can create a little bit of space, that Dream might be able to blossom, but instead the nightmare continues, knowing that they needed a solid performance, and it's not coming out. As you can see right now, Deadshot, Antarax, and XDOCQ have a great position here over on the side. They are the current high ground priority, and they're just swatting down these launch padding players.
They got that knock on to Caesar. Can they find the eliminations? Keto going to go down as well. XDO will find that. That's going to be another elimination. Another tag there from Antrax on the backside. Launchpad going to come through. Called it out. The pings, they beamed that player really low. He accidentally landed on them, and they're able to actually get the loot, and a chug cannon going to come through. That, you know what that means. High ground with the chug cannon. They're set up.
Yeah, and honestly, the angle that Antrax had there was really unique. He had a ramp, and then it was like covered, which he had a teammate almost another layer above him. But he was completely covered and really didn't look like he was going to be pressured at all. But now, back over to the trio that we were talking about, who was just slaying out early on. Hyper is completely down. Quaxic is as well.
Elim.
Pearl, 4 HP, but yes, just about to talk about it. Pearl, 6 elims personally, 11 across the team, and honestly, they got the +3 from the placement here. They're going to be happy with this game regardless. They're walking out with a 30-point game currently with where they sit. If Pearl can get absolutely anything, which he has a decent chance of doing as Zone is pulling past him. He's got a pepper here.
Coming into this game, they were sitting in 30th place. So this is a great game no matter what. If you're in that bottom spot, one of those bottom spots, and you're trying to make a play to get up the leaderboard, Pearl is doing it right now. What can he do, though, on the backside? Doesn't have an epic shotgun in his inventory. He's going to have to try to find something. Doesn't have a lot of mats. Might have a launch pad there to recycle. Well above Storm Surge. Does not have to worry about that. Just has to try to find some sort of solo on the backside. Hopping into a duo, not the best choice, so he decides against it. Still running on through. Has a lot of time to play with, but cannot even take a second in the zone because they will go down. They don't have that extra little 11 HP or 19, if you will, to add another extra 10 on there. They have got to play this perfectly.
Yeah, it looks like he wants some of this too. It's not like he's just playing for a little bit of placement. He's trying to get the drop on somebody, knowing that a refresh is really the only way realistically to continue going through the game. But as I say that, Zone pulls directly back through, and he's in that same tarp. He ends up taking one shot, but because he has just enough of a shield, he might be able to create the gap. That's Dog, who's right on the other side of it, and he's just gonna get ran down. He put him on a leash. Jay and Dog, that reboot that we saw early on, the cheeky one, and Lazy Lake to give him just a running partner. Now puts him in a late game, but it doesn't matter. Tournament management mode initiated. Lush, Tukey, and Notch at 140. We might just welcome to the finals in this game here and now. Match number 4. Players are dropping like flies. The placement points are coming through. In the bottom right-hand corner, we got Symmetrical and History. In the bottom left-hand corner, it's Alex, Moni, and Rodrigo. And then the top of the screen, our current leaders, Lush, Notch, and Tukey. They hold the Elam record for through 3 games, and they're trying to keep that average up.
Sitting on 6 right now. Big Short we pop. They still have Fireflies to play around with as well if they want to get a little bit more hectic. They're looking for its high ground. Maybe a launch pad going to come out. Yeah, definitely a launch pad. It's going to get scuffed right there. You see the ramp and the floor being edited. They're trying to get as far in without using that many mats. And honestly, they could have just used all the mats. They've got 74 builds here with Lush. They are set up so well. Or Elam still has yet to look for them yet. And honestly, just getting ahead of the zone right now is going to do so well. Slim is now going to fall down. And they're focused, again, just staying alive.
Yeah, and I really like the use of the launchpad there, because particularly since we're going back over old builds, there's not going to be a ton of opportunities to use one vertically and horizontally. The zone has gotten so small that you're not going to get a ton of distance, so that was very well timed. Lush is going to opt to use one of their medkits. You can see him drop another one, so they do have the option for a medkit play late if it ends up going to it. And right now you can see Olaf taking out Balance. Paul also ends up getting taken down. Exit gets traded out as Wiggly goes down. Trix ends up getting confirmed, and we have our top 10 trios as Lush, Notch, and Tukey continue to just run through. But look at the chaos as we swing back on board. Alex end up getting a knock. Can he get the confirm on the other side of it? Looks like he's not going to be able to find it, as Rodrigo ends up getting taken down, but not before he was able to pick up an elimination. And Moni got one too. So now Kaplan trying to increase that solo impact score, trying to just push the points up, because they're right towards the top as well. I believe they're in second, aren't they? Or at least they will be now with that 124 score. Yes, our first and second place trios still up on their feet. Tukey end up going down, but the high ground control has just been given over as Lush and Notch trying to run it out as a duo.
You honestly just start throwing those Fireflies down there. They're going to be on wood. They're going to be right over the top of all these old builds. They're going to get shot down maybe as well. There the Fireflies go, but it's going to be right on top of Notch. They're falling down. They can't reconnect. Notch will find one. Nice shot there. It's going to connect. Will get that elimination. Entrak's going to go down. Will they find the chug cannon? He goes back for it. He drops some minis. Decides no. Going to pick him back up. The Firefly's going down to 2v2v2, but Jay's going to go down. Somehow Jay's reboot early on gets Dog to the final moments of this game, where he's going to have to try to 1v2v2, trying to get in. Does not have the heal off potential there. Nate's trying to go for it with Cube. They're trying to go for the high ground, but once again, Jay's team is going to play spoiler there. Dog is going to go down. Nate trying to find anything there. Not's going to get knocked down. No, they connect yet again. They're using the chug cannon, and I didn't think they had it, but they did. They pick up another victory royale, this time again with 10 eliminations.
10 elims and the victory royale. So their games so far, and first of all, congratulations, because they're through to the finals. That score is going to end up being good enough. That is a nuts first 4 games. But 7th place, 10th elims, or 10 elims. 4th place, 10 elims. 7th place, 9 elims, and then a victory royale with the 10 elims. That is a disgusting stat line. I mean, Zeke, Kelly, Panda, talk to us about it.
Okay, I made this joke in another region. Sometimes Sundown players are just built different. I don't even know what more I could possibly say on this, because my tiny vocabulary cannot properly emphasize how incredible what we just witnessed was. And so I don't know, Kelly, Panda, help. I'm just gonna sit here because my mind is literally blown. It's just sparks up here right now.
Listen, after that insane Lazy Lakes fight, I think all of our minds are blown right now. But look at this. Notch, Lush, and Tukey up on top with 168 points. Has there ever been a bigger separation after Game 4 than this? Absolutely crazy right now, Panda.
This is nuts to look at. 39 eliminations, 90 placement points with only 1 victory royale, putting them with 168 total points. Like, this is just insane to think about. Even with an Archrome Rex and Epic Whale dominant performance last week, you didn't see this kind of gap between first and second.
No, but a lot of these teams right now doing a great job. You actually see Symmetrical, Alethi, and Frappi jump up the leaderboard, currently sitting in 5th place. But, I mean, Sundown already said it. Notch's team is definitely going to be making it. Now it is a fight for 3rd, because look how close 3rd through 6th place is right now. Really only around 10 points that is separating them. Although, again, big shout outs to our 2nd place team, Moni, Saloon, Rodrigo, and Alex Kaplan doing a great job as well.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing a really good job of staying up on the leaderboard despite not taking a victory royale. And I mean, you look at it, right? The top 8, only one team has a victory royale. But moving on to the second page here, there's still so much going on, so much potential for these players to climb up on the leaderboard. And there it is, Rex, Dynamic, Zello, a team we've been watching very closely, finding themselves just outside of the top 10. A good game 5, a good game 6 could be all it takes for them to flip the script. That's what we need to see from these teams, especially a team like Optidog, who realistically, they have to have a good performance if they want to make it into the finals.
Oh my gosh, but the chaos that ensues right now, starting with Riversan's team, which I want to apologize to all the teams that I said, why would you try and challenge this team in Lazy Lake? Did you not watch Qualifier 2? Because clearly a lot of people did, and they wanted to be a part of the action. First off, starting with Jay, Macon, and Dog. That's right, Jay, a solo player able to somehow survive, and you can just see the players slowly start to roll in, Panda.
Yeah, you see him actually coming from 2 different angles here as the fight continued to ensue. And believe it or not, right down below is Jay holding on to Dog's card and just trying to survive as all of this ensues. Team after team shows up. Again, another team appearing here in Lazy Lake. Probably the craziest fight we've ever watched on the broadcast, because these teams just continued to show up. And this is not the end either. There's another team showing up here as they just want to get involved in this fight. And this is very interesting to say the least, because this is not what we would normally see here in the West region.
Big shout outs again to production for that car shot where you can see them pulling up right now, wanting to be a part of the party there. But you know what's even okay, so yeah, that entire fight started because it was going to be, oh my gosh, Riversan's team versus Jay's team. They go down to a solo player. Jay, able to grab Dog's card, gets the reboot, makes it all the way to endgame, getting a 3rd or 4th place finish right there after the insanity of what, 20 players, 18 players, all collapsing onto Lazy Lakes right there. And that's not even the craziest thing that happened in the game. Pearl and Hyper had 8 eliminations at Zone 2, which is easily a record. I mean, I don't know if that's just a record for NA West or for all the regions, but what is going on right now?
Look, I'm blaming Kelly for all those people coming there, because she did say, she was like, who's gonna contest Riverson? And then all of a sudden everyone showed up. Like, what? Hello? Listen, Kelly, listen, I'm telling Riverson. I'm telling him. I'm letting him know.
Sorry, guys. My brain just rebooted. I was still short-circuiting from what I just witnessed there. Wow, I'm getting worried. The battle bus, it done honked. So, as I collect myself, let's go back in the game. We got Clay Sundown. Please help. Send help. Send help.
Help is on the way, just like Trios were on their way to Lazy Lake last game. And with Tuki, I was about to say, Tuki, you okay on the drop there, bud? But no, he's not instantly taken down. The 50-50 coming through, but the trade out will be almost instantaneous. That's Triggy just going to go down on the opposite side of it. It's not really going to bother Lush, Notch, and Tuki, because like we talked about, with already 170 points, they're going to be through. No problem. But question is, can they get taken down here? As on the other side of that, he was able to trade out Triggy, but the pressure is on. No Shaka going through some great SMG shots, but unfortunately the trade not going to go, and Zarez and Hollyvro going to take him down.
I agree. Like you said, there's just no way it could be challenged that high unless everyone in the top 5 really put on the best performance that we've ever seen, gets a top 5. All of them have 8 elims each, and then maybe, but again, that's asking a lot. That's asking a lot. And we're back over to Lazy Lake. The fight's ensuing. Macon, Jay, and Dog are going to get the first shots there under Riverside and company. You heard the shield break. I like the Dog's just sitting here waiting. It seems like they may have done this before where they broke it in through the roof, and Dog's just trying to wait to get a jump on them. separated really badly, though. This may not go the way Dog and Company want it.
Man, this fight must be so grinding. I can't imagine being on either one of these trios, because effectively, like, if neither one of them moves, they will have spent the entirety of the FNCS qualifier round 4s just fighting drop spot, fighting at Lazy Lake against one of the other top trios in the region. That is 18 straight games of just grinding, grueling fights, and it is rough. As you see, Dog is able to actually get the drop onto Riverson there, the sneaky snake, but he wasn't able to quite get the confirmation. So now it's a 2v2.5 with Riverson down but not out, and Kenny's forced to no shield. You can see Macon able to push in and get the conversion. They'll take the 2 points to come through it. So now just a 2v2, and they have the HP advantage.
Trying to find something there with that shotgun, though. Not really able to hit a lot of shots there, Jay. Doesn't seem like he's got a lot to work with. Making out of builds. Luckily, he's going to find that big rock. That's going to give him a lot, as you see, up to 15 from 0. Can really make a lot of plays with this. Jay still trying to put some pressure and alleviate some at the same time. He's going to get to the top, but look, 20-44 is going to find at 3 players all the way up top. Does get, again, the damage is dealt, but has to immediately retreat. Jay goes all the way up. They kind of swap back, and now they're back together. This isn't looking good for them.
And keep an eye on the bottom right-hand corner as we start to see there's a magenta triangle trickling in. There's a lighter green, I think. I'm colorblind, so I apologize. But there's another different shade of color trickling in over there. And at this point, these duos need to start rethinking their situation, because we already saw over the last 2 times when you're posted up and trying to fight up on that high ground area, you're susceptible, whether it's a sniper body shot coming through, whether it's a couple AR ones taking the down away. I mean, this Lazy Lake fight has just been rough, and now we're going to swing back on over. Misty Meadows, Falconer, Reet, and Chris, not necessarily the start they would have wanted to see today. They've had a couple of okay runs. They've chained together a couple eliminations, but not really putting together the full 6 games that they would want.
Luckily for them, we've seen them in these qualifiers before, so should have enough on the series points to fall back on. But like you said, no one wants to fall back on the series points. They just want to be in that olive qualification spot. This time, though, they're able to make it out. I think it's a tall order for them to get into that top 3. I believe the bottom of top 3 was sitting at 109.
Yeah, it's not possible. It's not possible this week, I don't think. I mean, maybe if they racked off like 20 Elim VR plus 20 Elim VR, it would basically take a Slacks Jock and Acorn level effort from NAEs to qualifier 2. Like, that would be just absolutely nutty. And just another fun stat as we're keeping the run of it, there were 6 reboots last game, so bumping that average back on up to 5 reboots a game.
Yes, indeed. And I tried to do the math there with you, but like you said, I'm not doing any math on the cast there. Kenny's able to disengage away from this, was able to grab Riverson's reboot card there, but not able to get Extinct backed up. But like we saw, sometimes it's only one reboot card that matters. With example, the counterparts there, Lazy Lake, Jay and Dog, is medkit will be popped. They have a lot of time to really work. They have a good amount of distance away from Lazy, so they don't have to worry about that third party coming in from the initial. And as I say that, the third party's already happening in Lazy. Once again, the magenta-ish triangles have moved in, and Reed's actually going to be in a fight somehow. They went from being all alone to a fight. Falcon are going to go down. Reed's going to go down as well.
And getting just right into the thick of it there. As you can see, Kenny's just going on a nice little jog, trying to go hit up one of the reboot vans, but he's heading over to Misty. He's not going to necessarily like what he sees over there, as Chris and Co are actually taking a fight on there. We're going to hop into the back of the truck. Era, Alithi, Frappi, CLG, Symmetrical, just trying to roam around, seeing if they can't get any shots. We're over by Pleasant Park right now, and as we can see on the minimap, there's nobody really in their vicinity, so they're just going to check on out, see what's over at this over at the vending machine, grab a nice little rare shotgun, and get on their way. It's an upgrade from the pump to attack. Most players will consider that an improvement, so they're going to be a little bit happy. Got the Parasite on the back. It's the player who's the most exposed. So, honestly, in terms of their min-maxing, pretty impressed right now.
I mean, putting the player with a Parasite on the back so they don't get headshot, perfect strategy by me there. And it's not even going to come off when they go in the water because they're in the car. So doing a really great job. And honestly, that's my favorite vending machine to get, just because 50, I think it's 50 gold for a rare shotgun. Yes, please. Any day of the week, sign me up. And talk about solo performance, symmetrical, doing so well today, and has that epic tech and get them to where they need to go. They have jumped all the way up into 5th place. They're right on the edge of getting in.
Now they're right on the edge, and again, don't forget, we look at those points. Notch & Co. finally got shut down. The first game where they've had less than 9 eliminations, we're still able to trade out 1 at the start, but they have crested 170 points. That's, I think, been enough in almost every single region to end up going through, and they still got a game in their pocket, so they're not going to be sweating. Alex and his trio, or Moni and his trio, have been incredibly close. They're in that top 2 situation. They're right around, I believe, 130 points. I think they picked up an Elam to start this game to push them just above it. We'll have to check back in on them. But they're the line. If they're able to kind of get above that 150th threshold, we're going to start to talk about them maybe also being qualified in this game. After that, the 3rd place spot looks really dicey. Pretty much everyone between 3rd and 6th right now is right on top of each other, but everyone between 3rd and even 12th, upwards of 15th, with one good game, could end up propelling themselves into that spot.
And that's what we saw last week, is that 3rd place spot came up for grabs with a 1-point difference there. I'm excited to see it again. Mojo, Jagver, and Solution, they'll want to make it. That was the team we're getting shot at there. They're rotating into Holly Hatchery, one of my favorite POIs this season. And point that just because of the movement there, you can outplay so many different ways without having to build it. It's so beautiful. You get to see that kind of movement in Fortnite. And ooh, the Fortnite RNG is rewarding me. We get to see a Holly Hatchery rather mid game.
Yeah, we'll see it in the mid-game. Not necessarily sure the players want to be seeing that in the end game, as some interesting things end up happening when you're right on top of each other in those scenarios. But I did misspeak there. They have not crested that 130 point yet. Still sitting on 126. No points to speak of in this game so far, as this has honestly been one of the, I think, one of the less kind of dense games from NA West, which you typically don't see as we head in the back parts. Usually the opening will still be a bit aggressive, but it does tend to slow down right as we get to the first placement threshold, because everybody knows the value of just getting those kind of +5 points, as a bunch of teams have already kind of staked out control around Holly Hatchery, and I can't blame them.
There's a lot of good vantage points as well, and some interesting things you can do with the builds this season, like you see there. Because that force field actually counts as a build, you can actually build there on top of it and be fine with it. They do have a connecting piece there in case they need to go back down, but because it counts as a build in the way Fortnite works, you can build on top of it like there and be safe.
And as we talked about, it gives you a nice little gatekeeping angle. And we talked about gatekeeping. Well, the gatekeepers are the one inside the safe zone. The gate crashers are the one outside of it. And gatekeeping is just throwing a whole bunch of bullets, utility, whatever pressure you can towards that way. As I believe we just saw yet another reboot end up coming through. Nate, Cube, and Avail swinging right through Boney Burbs. And like I said, West is really all about it.
79, Huckle gonna go down. Players Formal and Rimuru, as we talked about, the pace kind of slowing down a little bit, picks right back up. And one of the few, honestly, I feel like today we haven't really seen snipers. I don't know about you, but I feel like snipers today, we've seen and heard them, but on a lot of players, we haven't really gotten to take a look at their sniper shots today. It's 31 above, now only 14. That's why they're popping the med kit right now, because they know why they have some moment to get it. They need to, because that's 14 above is not safe at all.
Yeah, things are going to get dicey, especially because 2 full trios end up having to go down here. You can see a little bit. No, get the alien artifacts. Come on, get the quest. Don't you want the quest? Like, oh, it's just like when people used to pass by XP coins, just not min-maxing efficiently. But Stormsurge Threshold flips to the other side. Now they're 11 down. You can see Coob trying to throw out some shots over towards the side there, but unfortunately ends up eating a sniper bullet to the chest. So despite them going 128 above, the Sniper Bullet's going to eat into a solid amount of their utility. I don't believe they have any of the big potions to be able to get that plus 50, and they're trying to just check their surroundings here and make sure they're not missing anything, as that could have ended up being a little dicey. Always make sure you talk to the NPCs, see if they drop you anything nice, and honestly, boom, that's a little bit of an improvement there.
Hey, I'll take that. 10 extra shield. It's a big difference when you have him like some of these players do. It could be the difference again between you going down and you making that rotation into zone. Sneaks is trying to do just that. And honestly, I'm calling it. I think we're gonna get another reboot from Sneaks. He's got both reboot cards. Maybe if any region did it, it'd be West.
Where? I'm trying to, like, there's nowhere that's
Holly.
Yeah, but like he's not gonna go back over to that group, right? Like it would be so incredibly hard. I mean, you can see he's even opting to like fish right now. Like I guess maybe, but we have the opportunity to potentially get one of those funky zones that we saw over in NAE. And as I say that, we could keep pulling all the way over to the west, but we're going just a little bit north of where Sneaks are, the Rainbow Cottages over there. One of the more interesting parts on the map, because when it comes to the outside of the map, and me being a connoisseur of the fishing routes, this outside of the map is actually really empty compared to pretty much the entirety other portion. Like both the northeast and southeast as well as the northwest have such a higher density of both just material around the outside and fishing spots, but Sneaks is able to kind of get to the one area around here that has a couple of fishing holes, and honestly he's not going to be too upset by that. The spicy fish are really effective in these late game rotations, but he needs to be careful as a number of cheers are rotating past this way. He has to hide like now.
Maybe able to get into that bush, but I'm not sure. Jelty and Chicken did lose Andy there a little earlier on, so they're going to be rocking as a duo. Isa, Wiggly, and Olaf sitting on 5 points. 86, my apologies there. Coming into this game, I believe they were in 10th place, so again, that placement point coming through put them up a little bit. And like you said, it's really up for grabs for that 3rd place spot, as long as Jagfair, Mojo, and Solution don't go down early. Because again, 1st place locked in, it's going to be Notch, Lush, and Tuki, and again, unless some weird miraculous play happens. So it's really the fight for 2nd and 3rd right now for a lot of these trios, and Wiggly, Olaf, and Izo know that.
Yeah, but you have to be able to put those games together. I mean, we talked about it in NA East and Qualifier number 2. Jack Slack and Acorn just had an absurd game number 5 and 6 to really push through and pull off what felt like a miracle qual. But Ollie Hatchery is in play here through some of the end games, so some potential interesting shenanigans going on, but I'd anticipate that the zone probably ends up pulling a little bit away from it just because of where the positioning is. There's a little bit more available space there. So, but I mean, at this point, it's honestly flip a coin. We'll see what happens here. There's Wiggly, Olaf, and Izo. They're posted up. Zares and Triggy, they're trying to get a little bit of space. Kytrex and Mekton have room, but they look like they're only a duo. See where Lithia's ended up posting up, as well as Temple and Power on the side there. Observer's doing a great job just kind of letting us know who's by who might be under a little bit of pressure, who's just kind of scouting for information, and who's throwing out the shots. As you can see, Chicken is actually just spread out away from them.
I've always been a fan of this, where you're a little bit further away from your teammate just to get those different angles when it's a moment like this and they've got time to do it. But as soon as it pulls away from them, that's when it becomes a little bit more risky, because you have to get back together to rotate. But Chicken finally putting the sniper in the inventory. I think this is the first time we've spectated him today that they've had a sniper rifle. As we talk about snipers of NA West, Chicken is, I think, the best sniper of NA West. Wasn't really carrying it around today. We saw Zone's going to pull a little bit out of Holly Hatchery. Still, again, with half and half out and moving could be in play, but moving out of those force fields will provide a lot of players a sigh of relief, because they are very difficult to fight in, but very, in my opinion, I love them. They're very fun.
Oh, I think they're incredibly fun. I think when you're ended up box to box, these players have such ingrained muscle memory that anything that's a slight shift in adaptation, if you feel like it hinders you, if you feel like you're not able to take advantage of it, it can end up being frustrating. With that being said, as you can see, the rotation is going to pull out and away from it. All the players are just trying to get whatever space they can end up occupying. Hyper Pearl and Cloxic, who were the first trio to end up having 10 plus eliminations, but not finish inside the top 10 the last match. Trying to make another run at it, knowing that those eliminations are worth the +2 points. As we actually swing right by a fight there, we also swing by Sneaks, who was able to hop in the bush and just do a little bit of bushwooking, try to get through and get whatever placement points he can as a solo.
Regulator is in a fight as well. They're going to actually shake down their player that they got and get that elimination, get that headshot for as much damage as they can. They get a good amount of refresh, but wait for the zone, still above 481. Only 37 below is that threshold, so people that are around that 150 got to be a little bit more careful there. 7 players will need to go down, and again, it doesn't, even though it's 7 players and that's an odd amount compared to trios, if your entire trio is still below, you're still going to be getting hit, so it could be at most 9 players as everyone is just launch padding onto everyone here. So many different players just went down from many different trios. Raph gonna get 2, Wavy Jacob gonna get 1, Raph gonna get another elim there as well. Everyone seemed to got a piece of the pie.
Yeah, and you can see Regular just trying to help Wavy back up, saying, all right, let's get in our spot, as now everyone is going to cram around the outside. Keep an eye on that bottom right-hand corner there. In 10 seconds, we will have that half in, half out. We should be able to tell kind of where it pulls based off of who's able to go up for height immediately. We'll see it there, 2, 1, there it goes, and we are going up to the north, so you can already see a decent number of trios who have established themselves over there, but majority of the lobby is on the south, so timing this rotation is going to be crucial for maintaining your position in this game. As you can see, Kytrax Chicken and Mekton, they have high ground, but they're also below Surge. So, and they are well below Surge. 171 is not something generally you're going to be able to make up by just spraying out AR bullets.
They've got to hop down. They're trying to get any tags, and they've had heals, but you're right. Going down on high ground to Surge is going to be very interesting if they're not able, and they're the only team below.
Yeah, they're the only trio below, so all the onus is going to be on them. Everyone is launch padding directly into them, and they get 2 above. It is 3 more than they needed, but then it flips right back on over, and as we see it, we see a key headshot coming through to get a shield crack on the other side, and they will flip back above, and this is the discipline. This is saying, hey, don't panic, pop your minis, take the shots you can on the high ground. If we have to leave here, we already lost. And that is a great call from the veteran Kytrax. I know he's in his mic. He's telling him, hey, just keep looking for your shots. We got plenty of minis. We'll rock it out, and we'll figure it as long as we hold the high ground. That's what they ended up needing doing. Storm Surge will turn off, and they survive. They don't convert on any eliminations, but they survive, and that's just as good right now.
And with a lot of mat as well. They had to invest a lot of ammo, but again, high ground's just all about having enough mat, which is not something we've seen from them in the past couple games. They invested a lot early. They got lucky this time around and were able to stay on high ground with a good amount of mats, but that is a little shocking to me that they still had enough minis to get the tags that they needed. A zone now will show where it's going to go. You'll see everybody start to move towards it in a minute. Back towards Holly we go, just straight east from here. Going over a lot of old builds and fresh builds at the same time. I'm intrigued to see what Kytrax and them do, if they're going to go for the reconnect or if they're going to go for that launch pad into building on top of whoever's there.
I think they'll probably late pad, just given their current location. And as I say that, nope, Kytrax ends up just single tarping out and then utilizing kind of the bait from that to allow Mekton to end up just spraying shots down. You can see everyone else taking to the skies. They do have a launch pad, so they could end up going late. You can see Mekton making sure he holds high ground all the way. So they are going to end up late launching, going through potentially, or just trying to tarp all the way. And you can see him actually pinging it up and looking to recycle the pads. And I always get a little bit of vertigo when players are dropping down like that. I pray that nobody just slides a cone out real quick and just is like, haha, gotcha. But we've seen those shots before as these guys are able to get together hip to hip. No more high ground advantage, but they are, I was about to say they are safe. And as soon as I say that, Chicken gets absolutely grilled, just put in the fryer there, tossed out onto the spit, whatever other cooking analogy you want. He's taken down, and it definitely wasn't boiled because it wasn't bland. There on the top part of your screen, there in the bottom right-hand corner, we got Wavy, Regulator, and Jay Rose is in the bottom left-hand corner. We have our second place trio who is looking to book their ticket right now with a solid performance. They're into the top 15. That means we're into the cascading placement points. Everyone got the +3 at the top 17, and they're just looking for more. It's whatever elims and placements you can get until you're in to that final group. And right now, Kytrex in the top is looking for an impact frag, potentially trying to drop somebody down, as him and Mekton have next to no HP between them. It's all on Kytrex, as Mekton is on just a sliver.
Can he find an angle to get a shot off? He's got enough builds, and they're doing really well at getting in his zone. That's going to be the elimination they need. They're going to get the knock there. Tricky going to go down. They are going to find the chug cannon. Kytrex has to go back. He does not have enough HP to let Mekton do it. They got to get together and use this effectively, and they are. Nice pathing there from Kytrex and Mekton. They are going to split up there for the moment, and that may be where Mekton goes down. He's got to get back with his teammate with 19 builds, now down to 12, has enough. Clockstick will go down. Kytrex going to get sprayed at 5 builds remaining. Can he make a play? Someone in his box. Chug splashes them, and that may be the difference of them going down. High ground going to go over to Foursquare. Rodrigo going to be the one back in zone trying to find anything to get in. We'll find the Peppers. Does have the chug cannon as well. They're looking really good so far. And we said first place is basically secured, but they want to fight for it. It's going to be a fight for first after all. Rodrigo Solution and Modi trying really hard right now.
Yeah, but on the low ground, I'm keeping an eye on Wavy, J Roses, and Regular. They have an opportunity to really push themselves into contention for that top 3 spot and make a name out of it. You can see right now, 118, 120, 121, the placement points, the elims they're taking over. Already up to 6 elims, as you can say. Jay getting a little bit of room, and when they're able to make it off here, no, this is another trio. Completely ignore me right now, as they're up to 6 elims. This is Jay, Dog, and Macon. Got confused given the Dog and Jay Rose's connection, but Jay ends up getting dropped down, hits a huge 157, but Dog not quite able to bail him out. Jay will end up going down, but Dog will get the conversion onto that knock here in a second, as Macon ends up getting one as well. That should push them up to 9 eliminations when all is said and done. But Wavy was the one who was on the other side of that, who's able to take him down. So the battle of the low ground going huge. But while all that is going on, our second place trio is still just waltzing their way into the top 5 and potentially a top 3 spot, and thus the finals.
Third place is still here as well. Shot's going to go through. He's going to go down. Dog taken down by Lithy. Macon will be able to do it, taking him back. As we see Jackveer trying to make something happen, running out of builds, does have the chunk in and going to have to dip into zone for a minute. Bodie trying to build for them, but there's a player right on top. Will get the 8 tag. That's going to be Macon falling down now, a 3v2. At this point, low ground, just absolute chaos there. Regular, that's our third place trio. Still here, still operating, trying to just close it out. And what we thought was safe at first place, all of a sudden, the gap is getting closed. Regular going to take down 1. Can they find any more on the other side? Nice shot there. Regular going to lose. Wavy Jacob going to go down himself, and now it's all up to Jay Roses, who has no HP in the zone. Jator with 9 eliminations.
He has 9 individually. They had 14 total, plus the victory royale. All of a sudden, a 58-point game. They put themselves into contention. And with 1 game left, what looked like a pretty definitive top 2, they're still up there in the top 2, but everyone else underneath, that was the patented NA West. Shoop right there, Clay.
Yeah, the winners were in 24th place coming into this game. So we know they're going to jump up, and we definitely need to send it over to Zeke, Panda, and Kelly to see exactly how close it got.
Okay, I wanted to do a Zekeism here, but I've done a lot. So what I want to do is actually turn this over to Kelly, because she brought up a very good point that this is a very unusual NA West, and we like this. Kelly, tell the Fortnite fan what you said to us.
I mean, first of all, we usually don't see this kind of early aggression that we typically do in NA East or Europe, but we've seen it in Lazy Lake, and we've seen it all around the map so far, where there was a team that had 8 eliminations by Zone 2. This is not a typical West competition. This is more like the Wild West right now, where everyone is kind of frantically trying to grab at these placement points, trying to grab the series points, because they know this is their last shot. They're either going to get top 3, or they're going to have to go through the gauntlet of the semifinals, and then heaven forbid having to go through the reboot round. But right now, I don't think it's too much of a surprise. The winners of game 4, Notch, Lush, and Tukey, still on top after game number 5, but that Shupening Sundown said it, 170 now to 162. An incredible performance from Solution, Kaplan, and Moni there, making it all the way into the end game. But now a new team jumping up into third, Panda.
Yeah, a new team indeed, and it is actually Wavy, Jacob, and Regulator working their way up into a third place spot after a really nice second place performance there in that last game. Look, this is all down to one final game, and with the points that I'm seeing right now in top 3, it's going to be very tough for any of these other teams to really climb into one of those spots.
Right now, I'm looking at Macon, Jay, and Dog, as well as Symmetrical, Alithi, and Frappi trying to take down Wavy's team right now, because again, this isn't a fight for first. This is a fight for third right now. And I think with that being said, we need to look at the 4th and 5th place teams a little bit deeper.
That we do, and we have brought to you a little thing we like to call the people that are trying to qualify. That's what we call it. I'm gonna be honest with you. So Frappi, Symmetrical, Alithi, this is a team that has not guaranteed or solidified a spot onto the grand finals, but they've been doing very, very well thus far. They were actually the prediction of Clay here going into the day, and they have not disappointed Clay, to say the least. They're doing a very good job of staying in the top 10, but going into this final game, will it be enough to take one of those top 3 spots?
Jay, Macon, and Dog, I feel like at least one of the teammates has been eliminated in all 5 games that we've been watching. They have had such a struggle making it as a full team to the end game, and I think that's why we keep seeing them. They've gone 3rd place twice, as well as a 4th place finish as well, and I think if they're just able to stay alive as an entire team, then maybe they would be able to grab that victory royale and claim their spot in 3rd place. But this might be because of that lazy lake fight that we're seeing, but we do have to talk about this team, a team that we haven't given too much focus for. It's Kaplan, Moni, and Rodrigo there. They've gone 5 top 10 games. That's right, everyone. We've only had 5 games. That means that they have placed top 10. In fact, they haven't placed below 7th place in all of their games, Panda.
Which is crazy to think about. And as far as early game elims go, they have 7. And again, mind you, early game. That early game elims, like, people aren't getting this many eliminations early on, and guess what? Kaplan, Money, Rodrigo, they're doing it. They're doing it well too. Eliminations versus the top 10, they got 16 eliminations on top 10 team players. Like, that is just incredible to think about, because the caliber of player that's in our top 10 right now is not an easy feat, to say the least.
No, not at all right now. And I mean, an incredible performance right now. That's why they're sitting in 2nd place, and why they've probably already stamped their seal into the the finals. But again, we just saw the 1st place team go down in 31st place. They're still sitting in 1st place right now, but a lot of things can change in just one game. Right now, though, we're looking at those bubble teams. They're no longer fighting for 1st. They're just trying to desperately make it into the finals, because you don't want to have to go through the gauntlet of the semifinals. And again, heaven forbid you make it into the reboot round. You want to make it right now.
It's looking bleak, Kelly. This is it. We got one last opportunity, one final moment here for these trios to do all they can to pull out all the stops to either make those top 3, or it's for some of these trios, it might even be to push into those semis and try and fight through that, right? There's a lot at stake here, but it is time. One last time here from the FNCS qualifier number 3, Sundown Clay. Let's get it.
Let's get it indeed. One more time onto the island here. 6 regions have completed their qualification. Here we are in region number 7. You can see Tuki, Nosh, and Lush again right off of the start. Looks like Lush was able to pick up one of the fastest elims we've seen so far, and yet Tuki then ends up eating a nice hip fire and will almost get instantly traded out. That's Triggy on the other side of it. They're trying to create a little bit of space. You can see Notch trying to offer some support, but right now Lush just throwing Tuki around inside the box. Triggy wants to get box to box to try and get on the other side. Lush will then end up on it. He does have that rare pump, and he's just going to blast away, and Lush picks up 3, and just like that, with 176 after a rough match number 5, match number 6, our current leaders feel great.
They wanted to make sure they got that overall victory royale here today, as Pearl is going to get taken down there by Andy. Hyper the only one remaining. They did get Jelty, I believe, on that knock. And Hyper says, you know what? Never mind. I'm going to launch right away because, again, they are still in contention. A shot's going to come through. They're not going to get tagged up that much. They could still be in contention for that top 3 spot. Again, it was at not too far off. Again, with 147 there, there's a lot of room. I think they're a little bit off pace now that I'm taking a closer look, but still wants to keep the dream alive.
He wants to keep the dream alive, wants to deny resources, right? Like, if you've been battling these guys off the spawn, you don't want to give them a launch pad, right? You don't want to give them absolutely anything. Like, they're going to come running either way, but Hyper trying to use that epic plasma rifle, and it's only a matter of time here. He's going to get chased out. He's going to get boxed in. Like the fish, the question is, will he then get flushed? Afterward, he even eats the big plot. He says, go find it. It's somewhere out there. I swear I didn't have one of these with me, but Jelty saw him running away. Tries to go for the resource denial. And since we were keeping track of it, 7 reboots in the last game. So we've just been pumping those numbers way up as they swing over to yet another fight in the Misty Meadows. Falconer, Chris, and Reet going up against Deadshot, Antarax, and XDOSQ.
Can they find the tags this time? And Exeos, and they did 2 points, have been doing really well, but the building is on fire. They're trying to break it on down. They're going to start getting hit by that. Reed, Falcon, and Chris, no stranger to using those gas cans really well. Chris going to get tagged in from behind, though. Third party coming in. Deadshot really, really low. Took a lot of unnecessary fire damage there. They've got a gas can of their own, but I don't think they're really going to be able to use it. And they build right there with the wood. An instinct, if you will, as the wall is going to get taken. Shots will go down low. They had him so weak. Falcon are going to get traded out. Reet going to take down one. Can Chris do anything on the backside there? Antrax trying to make something happen. Not going to find the shots to do it. The side jump is not going to connect. Over the top, they're going to find Chris now only up to Reet. Unfortunate circumstances. They look like Chris and Falconer had the game here for them today, but just going to go down.
And in the feed, we see Notch pick up another knock over on the other side, but don't count him out until Reet is all the way out. You can hear the shots still being traded out, but another trio has jumped in on the situation. And Antrax is saying, well, I'm going to put a little bit of gap between you and me there. Needs to be careful. Some of the fall damage from that inflatable will tick through. He's trying to get in the water, but he catches a snipe shot with his chest. It's a get down, Mr. President moment, but there's nobody who's protecting. Going to gobble up all of the fish. May even pop the second pepper. Honestly, I want to hold on to that, but he really just needs to keep moving. Nope, he's going to pop it, saying, you don't get anything. Reet will pick up an Elam on the back side of that. So the other trio who was there, he was able to force them away. Reet might have created enough space to be able to grab reboot cards there too. So we need to keep an eye if he can keep the trend rolling, as Antrax is just going to bounce, bounce, bounce. He's broken the line of sight, and the Moo Balloon will keep going to the moon.
Beautiful shot from the observers, tracking it through and able to get away, but we know that that lazy leg fight is going to come over here eventually, and you can already see the arrows starting to make their way on through. Andy is going to take down Sean. Deadshot will now get taken down there by Graham, and Antrax knew they had to leave their teammate behind, but it's always so unfortunate when your teammates left and you're able to get out and you just see them and you hear that little sound of them going down. It's unfortunate, but Antrax can keep their hopes there.
Yeah, I'm not sure there's a lot of hopes. He's just playing for serious points at this. He's not really going to be able to contest towards the top 3 because it's going to take a monstrous performance. But speaking of monstrous performance, somebody who put themselves effectively only in the conversation with that last game, Forswear, Jotzer, Fast Pump Flick with a 58-point performance in the previous game. 14 elims for 28 points. The Victory Royale for 30 points. Push them up to 97, and realistically, they're right there. Yep, quick stat left-hand side. Josh Stew moved up 15 places after their Game 5 win. That is huge.
That's a really big jump. I want to know what the biggest jump of the day is. Lush is actually going to go down the feed to Temple. Temple of Power taking down Tuki and Lush. That's a team that actually really needed to do well today again for the series points. So great to see them getting some elimination.
Yeah, they're going to want to get on the board, get as many series points as possible. And honestly, this game too, they're going to want as many placement points as possible. You need to be min-maxing if it's coming down to getting a qualification spot. But realistically, looking at the map, I don't think they've done enough where even if they're really able to push forward today. It's going to take a monumental effort here in the final game. We'll keep an eye on it, and we'll let you guys know what you need to be watching when who's going down there, because again, we talked about it, our first place trio, the one who's holding the #1 spot, they have been eliminated. However, we also saw that they were able to get, I believe, up to 172, should be more than enough. Additionally, our 4th place trio, Macon, Dog, and Jay, they are out. They have been eliminated. They cannot push into the top 3. They will go into the semifinals, play in the heats, and potentially the reboot rounds for their opportunity to get to the final. All the pressure now. Currently sitting in our 3rd place spot, you have J Rose's, Regulator, and Wavy. Then we're looking at basically 5th through 10th could all realistically make a push for it with a super solid game. But really, it's going to be on Symmetrical, Liffy, Frappi, Sneaks, Hawkle, and Senzeezer, and an outside shot at Avail, Nate, and Coob, who could potentially push themselves on the way through. So right now, that's one of the teams we talk about on that line, sitting at 116.
Hawkle's done it before for the trio, but can they get everyone there? Weeping Woods, what a fitting area for NA West. Surprised, I'm gonna be honest, that there's still any trees at all with Jagbir, Mojo, and Solution playing today, because we've talked about their strategy with the Fireflies and how they will use them to just burn down the entire forest all around, but they're still here. Slim XX, actually one of the players, again, that needs another great performance today to get to that series point qualification. Going to take down Extinct, who did win the fight this time around, but the rotation not looking too good for them. As we move back over, Lithy, Symmetrical, and Frappe, a team that needs to win this fight as well. Both of them fighting off in such a 12th place versus 5th place. An awkward spot to fight as Zona's coming in as well.
They need to win. They either need to win this fight or not take this fight. They're not going to be forced into it, but they can't be eliminated here. Currently sitting on 131. They're just behind that pace and being able to push into one of the top 3 spots again. Oh, and right as I say that, just the rip of bullets. So much flak being thrown towards him. Symmetrical eats 2 or 3 of those shots, but he's going to be able to avoid it. You can see right now the +5 points have already come through as we have our top 23 trios in the match, but everybody needs to get together right now. Regulator, Wavy, and J Roses are currently sitting on 152, so we'll need to be keeping an eye kind of on those point totals, because if you're not able to push up past this, well, you don't get a ticket to that dance.
Good disengage all around. Frappe is still very, very close. Has to get away. Has not secured that yet. They're still going, and I think at this point they've realized, hey, you know what, Frappe, we can try to make some moves towards you. We can try to get a snipe your way, but it's really not going to stop them. And as I say this, they may be able to come over the top, may be able to third party that 1v3, but Frappe is able actually to get away. I'm thinking inflatable it just a little bit. Lithy, I don't think they know they're here yet. Gonna hit the snipe. No, not going to. Just gonna miss it. Gonna go for it. Paul, Trix, and X trying to get involved. And again, if they could take out their competition directly in front of them and get the points on top of it, it'll be so good. But Frappe, weak. Symmetrical in the same box. It looked a little confusing there for them for a moment, but they've gotten out. They've gotten time. But only 11 builds remaining.
11 builds remaining. They're trying to get a medkit onto him. Symmetrical is doing the brunt of the fighting. He's able to push him back a little bit, but he loses pretty much the entirety of his shield. Olithia loses all of his shield and all of his white HP. He gets nearly insta-knocked there, not giving Frappe enough time to stick his medkit. And right as I say that, Symmetrical is on the other side of the pump, and it's all going to come down. Frappe with a medkit. He's going to try and get it. He could get back up to the effective 100, but they have to know he's here. He has the rare pump and the heavy AR and 4 builds. His X is going to find him on the low ground. Will get the replace, gets the box in, gets hip to hip, and it's not going to get mattered. They get put down and put away, and their tournament is over. See you next week in the semifinals. Good luck. We'll be rooting for you, but you're not getting a top 3 spot here. The 5th place trio drops. That's 4th and 5th out with no chance to push into the top 3, as we'll see another pretty southern zone. We've had pretty much 3 zones in the same area, right over kind of that Misty Meadows Lake-ish area.
Trying to get one more elimination. That's another 2 points here for Rexy, Dynamic, and Zoho, but players definitely making them work for it. They're just trying to run away. Whole trio is there, stalling as much as they can. Seems like they're going to find him any moment now. There's the tags. Still had shields, but again, we're near Sniper Swamp, so it's not that surprising. There's the shotgun shot there from Dynamic to pick up Raze. Again, just trying to stall out that fight for as long as they can to make sure they take as much storm damage and use as many resources. Because look, Dynamic, while they've got the elims, they only got 15 builds. They're going to have to farm quite a bit back up trying to make it into zone.
Yeah, luckily for them, there's plenty of materials that they should be able to farm over in this area, but these guys are also going to have to rotate away here in a second. Nope, I lied. Wrong mountain I was looking at. Ignore me. As you can see, of course, Jotter and Fast Pump Flick, they did have the 14 elims last game, but if they're able to win this fight here, win it relatively convincingly, they could potentially make a push. However, Fast Pump Flick doesn't even have a pump to flick fast with. Instead, he's relegated to the common tack shotgun, which is going to try and come up with some kind of other alliteration, and my brain just kind of gave up. So on the flip side of that, he's really going to want it. Like, he doesn't necessarily want to get wall to wall. Realistically, his best position here is playing as kind of the third band off and just trying to find an angle with that heavy AR, because if somebody opens a box and leaves themselves exposed without any damage fall off on those, that hits just as hard, if not harder, than that common tack in these box-to-box situations. As yet another trio has now piled in on top of the mountain saying, hey, what's going on over here, guys?
This is a very awkward fight to be a part of. You've got to watch every single angle, and if not, Forswear takes the brunt of it. Mojo going to take down NJ, though. That's going to be great for them. Again, this team jumped 15 spots coming into this game after that last one. Technique is going to go down there. 2 Kytrexes. The trio up above going to lose 1. The trio's down below not going to take that much damage. And the third party that entered this fight may have regretted it just a little bit.
Yeah, now everyone is kind of bogged down in this fight, and the fact that they have to rotate north and away from this high ground, like, that rotation is really going to be a pain, because even, like, you have to have a resolution to this fight. You can't just leave unless you're the first one to leave, and boom, this is a situation I was talking about for Fast Pump. Like, he's able to get back-to-back 44 tags, which just rips through the shields regardless. You're forcing somebody to eat a 50 pot and a mini there, which he's going to feel fantastic with. Definitely feels a lot better than getting into a wall-to-wall situation with that great tack. But realistically, I would love for one of these trios to recognize, like, hey, we got to go. And right now you can see Batman Booger and TT are already rotating away, but you can't get bogged down in this fight. And boom, right as I say it, you can see exit over through the side, not giving up the entirety of their high ground, but they're also going to be able to refarm the ski lodge here, and they're going to get a solid line. Everyone opted to disengage. So honestly, good decision making from all the trios involved in that little kerfuffle.
And I like that they're breaking line of sight again, just in case, because they don't know if that team's going to come over the top of them. There's a good amount to refarm back here, and luckily for them, kept a good amount of their hard mats still there in the metal, and able to help out each other and farming back up. This was, again, you said a great line, and it is. They don't have anybody contesting them coming through, but they got to be careful from around back. That's going to be Sneaks and company, who, again, are trying to break into that top spot, I believe, sitting somewhat nearby.
Yeah, that's the one thing you have to be careful around that side. Everybody loves to take what we call those dead side rotation, the less popular, the sparser side of the zone. And particularly when you're looking around kind of that southwestern corner, the zone kind of keeps pulling up those cliffs there. Everyone always wants to take that high ground early, but if you just kind of walk slowly up the hill, generally you can find a line that's mostly uncontested. As we see, Batman Booga does get unmasked there. That's Anthrax finding another elim there. Anthrax picking up a knock on the Hob as well, so he's really been putting in work with that assault rifle today, something that we saw earlier. Mojo will get knocked. He'll get confirmed over by Dioskew, and we will not have Storm Surge even for the 5th zone, as we have 50 players remaining here in the 3rd zone. We've nearly hit that 2nd placement threshold. 2 more trios will need to go down, but I anticipate at this point the game will get a little bit scrappier.
Especially if zone pulls to that northwest, even just a little bit, as Mech and Kytrex trying to get into zone. They do. Chicken's still there. Caesar, Hako, and Sneaks, who 6th place, are in zone, but a team right below them trying to make their run end right here. Hako took a lot of damage, and that's what they're going off of. They're trying to find the team above. That's going to be Chicken and Kytrex trying to make something happen as well. The shots continue to come through. Luckily for them, they build out of a lot of metal. It may hurt them in the end game, but here in the mid game, they are still fighting, still have a chance to get into that top 3, because again, in front of them, the only other person that can stop them is the 3rd place. So they have to take down that 3rd place in terms of points, and they're good.
Yeah, and the one thing I know too, looking at the leaderboard coming into the game, we talked about it, 4th and 5th dropped nearly instantly along with 1st place, but also a big innate drop-off from 5th place to 6th place. I mean, Sneaks, Hawkle, and Sensation, while they are in contention, they were 15 points behind even 5th. They're 36 points behind J Rose's Regulator and Wavy. And as long as kind of they're able to keep ticking over those placement points, like, they're not under any amount of pressure. It's going to take a victory royale and some eliminations to go, but they need to get that opportunity. And you can see that Kaichek, Mekton, and Chicken don't want to play Chicken there with that rotation. They're saying it's fine, we'll blink, we'll move first, we'll go and head on into the zone as our current second place trio, who will likely end up overtaking first, but they'll still end up with a ticket to the dance. We saw them posted up there as Jagvier, Moni, and Solution. You can see Observers doing another job, just kind of giving us a lay of the land. There's the current 3rd place trio, and the gatekeepers to that finals ticket right now are posted up, and they have a great position. That's a very, very solid natural high ground to be holding.
Been over though. Nice shots by Solution. Again, can try that first ticket. It doesn't matter with first place going out if you get 1st or 2nd or 3rd. As long as you're in those top 3, that is what you're shooting for. It doesn't. There's no seeding going into finals. You were just there. You get to claim your job, and you get to skip all of the semifinals, including that reboot round. That's what they want. That's what they're playing for. They more than likely have secured it going through. Again, the only team that can contest them really is 3rd place, but 3rd place knocking down 2nd place, so 3rd place doesn't really affect that. So they're just looking, again, tournament management, and what a zone we just have pulled.
Yeah, and the zone pulls right off of the side there, and 2 supply crates going directly down on top of the players on that northwestern side. So going down what is pretty much the one distinct change in verticality that was left on the map. So things are going to get very interesting, particularly if the moving zones go immediately back to the south or back to the east. Things are going to get weird, but now you can see Seexico trying to get an angle, but unfortunately ate a couple of body shots there from the AR, and they're also not finding the elims that they necessarily need. Like, while they don't have to rush it, there does need to be a sense of urgency if they're playing for the top 3 spot. If they're not playing for the top 3 spot and they just want as much as they can in terms of their placement points, fine. Totally understand that. But you're already going to get most of that anyway. And as I talk about it, Poffy ends up actually picking up and knocking Hawkle there. Everyone will end up getting the +3. Caesar ends up going down as well. Hawkle gets confirmed. It is just Sneaks left on his feet. But if Sneaks gets taken down, I mean, it's pretty much almost guaranteed at this point for Wavy, J Roses, and Regulator. I mean, they're so uncontested. Nobody looking at them, and you can even see him trying to open up a little bit of space. Wavy getting a knock onto Nate there. The rotation will end up coming through, but as we're into the cascading placement points and they're not under threat, they got to feel confident about this top 3.
Yeah, and with Nate going down, that 7th place that they're taking down once again will fall. This is just basically them securing that qualification. If they can take down one more member of that trio, they take down Nate, they take down Avail. They're just looking for Cube. Avail will fall. Nate now going to fall there as well. We'll just wait on that. And honestly, I agree. I don't think there's anybody left in the game that could compete for it.
Well, Sneaks is still up. Sneaks is still up. He hasn't dropped yet, but he's a solo, so
there's a chance, is what I'm hearing, but it's a very, very, very hard chance to do. And Cube is still there, so could happen. But again, for a lot of these players, there's still an opportunity to get into semifinals. There's still some players still playing for that at the end of the day as well.
Yeah, don't forget, it's about the series points. It's about every single little point you can get, because sometimes the difference of 10 or 20 series points will be putting you into the semifinals, and that ends up being the difference of just a placement point or an elimination, and you just end up having to hold on. And right now, that's what it's about. You can see Wavy, J Roses, and Regular all trying to get hip to hip and stay next to each other. 2nd and 3rd are still up. Them not going down and getting the first 2 rounds of placement points has effectively locked up that top spot. Additionally, nobody really taking the initiative on the lower end to go out and get all of those eliminations. But as I say that, Jotter still trying to go for it. You can see Sneaks in the bottom right-hand corner. He's trying his very best as a solo. 124, but he's not quite going to get it. Yeah, let's let it ride with him, because if he's going to do it, it's going to be pretty. And if not, we already know what's going down. So I like that call, observers. Sneak right now. Rare tactical shotgun, legendary assault rifle, and a dream.
Has a nice launch pad, and oh no, just barely gonna get caught. I was hoping he'd be able to make it over and go down to that low ground, because that's where they wanted to go. But 29 builds remaining, they can make a play happen. Again, you said if he's gonna do it, it's gonna be amazing. That's what they're gonna need. Some amazing gameplay right now. Nice layer change again, another nice layer change. Great protection from the high ground. We'll find the front of zone with a couple different hop-ups, and we'll get there safely in zone. Still has to keep moving though. Look at how many players are still all around. Jelty still trying to make a play. Chicken from Timbers all the way there in the back. Sneaks 127 points, now 129. We jumped up into that top 10. This is where everything gets a little bit more easy as a solo. You can make a little bit more plays. Everyone's a little bit more panicky in the top 10. Can they find anything though? Someone looking back? No, has to run in the zone. They've got a pepper though. This will keep them ahead of the zone. And as a solo, that's really, really where you need to be. Shots will go through. That's going to be a 36 shield tag though. Let himself be known. Is going to continue to get the tag onto this player as they're hopping to the box. They know they have to go for it. The shots will go through and they get taken down. Their aim was just not there, and that is it. Our top 3 have been finalized with Sneaks going down there.
Yeah, now it's just all about where they finish in the top 3, but it doesn't matter because the is the same. You're going to finals, and it wouldn't be a finals on West without Wavy Jacob and J Rose's regulator coming in as well. They played fantastically today, and they're trying to upset the top of the apple cart, but realistically, our top 3 has been the top 3 for the entirety of the day. Whether it was the individual performances being able to push through, the fact that Nosh, Lush, and Tuki were able to get so many eliminations, and then just the way that Moni, Jagbeer, and Solution were able to work hip to hip in these end games and consistently make it in. They really did separate themselves, and I wouldn't be surprised here if we saw Regulator, J Roses, and Wavy walk away with a victory around the final game. They're playing very disciplined. They're hip to hip. The only people who could really challenge them might be Ghouls, Paul World, and Keto trying to work top down.
Maybe able to get it here. The shotgun's going to come out here as the ARs continue to spray down from above. Regulator going to get one, going to get taken down as well. They get so many eliminations. Now they're dropping down. Andy trying to put up a fight, but everyone on top of you is just going to take him down. Ghouls, Power World, and Keto will finish with a great victory out, 142 points. But overall, the games have just been phenomenal.
Games were fantastic over here in West, and honestly, it looked like we might have had a similar script to last week, where the top 3, they go down a little bit early, but there wasn't any last-minute dramatics. Second and third, they locked it in right there, so congratulations to them. We'll be seeing you in 2 weeks in those finals, but don't forget, next week we'll have the semifinals with our round of heats, and then we will have the reboot round to determine who will join them. But thank you so much for watching. My name is Sundown, joined by the fantastic, as always, Clay Stelling. We're going to kick it back over the desk to wrap it up. Zeke, Kelly, Panda, take it away.
Thank you guys so much. Fantastic cast on the day. My goodness. NA West was just completely different today, man. I want to see this West. If we can just be this forever. Let's just dial that in. Okay, write that down somewhere. I'm down if you're down, okay, West? Let's make this happen. Kelly, Panda, how you guys feeling about the games today?
This has been one of the most fun days that I've ever been able to watch any kind of Fortnite broadcast from any region. This was just completely unpredictable, and that's kind of what you want, especially in the last qualifier, right?
Yeah, I mean, look, East, EU, you guys got some competition, man, because NA West showed up today to entertain this crowd, and it had not disappointed from start to finish. You see Lush, Tuki, and Nacho Burrito team put up a lot of eliminations, made it exciting every step of the way. Another team that may have not been as exciting today as we were anticipating, it was Riverson, Extinct, and Kenny's.
Here you have it. It's our top 3, everyone. Wow, stealing away first place. It's Alex, Moni, and Solution Rodrigo with 185 points, with Regulator Wavy jumping up again to take second place, and the team that held first for pretty much the entire competition moving down to third. But thank goodness they didn't drop down to fourth place right there. But honestly, there was so much separation between these top 3 teams and everyone else in the leaderboard that these 3 teams definitely deserve to be here.
Yeah, to say the least, right? You look at fourth place, 142 points, and then you look at third, 178 points. Like, that is just a crazy performance, to say the least. 44 eliminations. If I'm not mistaken, the trio with the most eliminations for the day, Nacho, Burrito, Lush, and 2 putting in work, getting the victory royale as well. But one thing I gotta point out, right? Ghouls, Keto, Paul World walked away with 2 victory royales, but they still weren't in the top 3. You've got to find that balance between eliminations and those victory royales if you want to be in one of those top spots.
You know, I think it's even beyond that. Their first and second game, they got 22nd and 32nd place. And we know that was because they had the contested drop spot. Obviously, it eventually worked out for them. From third all the way through the 6th game, they were able to grab 2 victory royales as well as an 8th and a 14th place finish. So it's one of those situations where, like, do you change your drop spot? Do you stick with it? And unfortunately, they made the right decision to stick with it, but it was just not enough right now. However, with their incredible performance that we have, because 4th place is still fantastic, we are definitely going to be seeing them in the semifinals, and I know a lot of people are going to be thinking twice about facing them.
Yeah, I mean, I'd think twice about facing them, to be honest. They were contested, and they still were able to walk away with a 4th place spot. Imagine if they weren't contested, where they would be on the leaderboard right now. But we got to talk about it. We got to break down all of the action throughout today, because it has not disappointed. Kelly mentioned it. It has been nonstop, nothing. The most exciting region on the day by far. And it starts off with Mecton, Chicken, and Kytrix taking that victory royale.
And it was such a great royale right there. But of course, we got to move on to game number 2. And who would it be? But yes, Seer, DL, and Optidog right there. They needed to get a great performance. And to start it off with a VR, it looked like they were going to do well and potentially collect those series points. But obviously, there was a different situation here, having Keto grab as a solo player that victory royale in game number 3.
And then, you know, Nacho, Burrito, Tuki, and Lush. The combination of the pressure from high ground on top of having the chug cannon, like, this is a really, really solid performance there from them. They held it together, they worked as a team, and ultimately walked away with the victory royale.
We got to go to the 3v3 combat. It was Moni, Kaipel, and a Regulator versus Jotter, and 9 eliminations for Jotter himself at the very end, getting a 14 elimination victory royale for the whole team.
Yeah, and look, here it is. Paul World, Keto, and Ghouls walking away with the victory royale, just playing that to perfection. Exactly what they needed to do as a team, controlled it from the high ground, and ultimately walked away with the victory royale.
It was so fun. Like I said, if you're just tuning in, you crazy games across EU and the East, and now West was bringing the heat. That's what you like to see. And this is almost like a little appetizer, right? Because next week we're heading into semifinals. Remember, that's another round of trying to place top, and if they don't make those exclusive spots to go right into finals, we're going to reboot rounds, and that's where we just take it from a 10 to 11. It is going to be absolutely incredible and crazy stuff that you don't want to miss. Now, we will have the series point leaderboard in just a little moment. Before we do say goodbye, do you guys have like a favorite moment from the day? Like, I just feel like this was so crazy. Like, and I don't want to even say goodbye because it means I'm not going to be able to see you guys for a week. But this was a great day.
I think I have 2, and it was the height steal that we got to see in game number. It was game number 2, the height steal, which ended up being their victory royale. But of course, that lazy lake fight with 5 to 6 teams, definitely the highlight of my day.
Yeah, I mean, the Lazy Lake whole engagement from start to finish was just a madhouse, to say the least, but it was so entertaining to watch from our perspective. We were literally behind the scenes, just like dying, trying to figure out what was happening in Lazy Lake. I mean, it really is exciting to watch that.
Yeah, I was trying to write every single name, every single team that I saw, and it was just my fingers were typing away. There were so many players that ended up showing up.
We can confirm Kelly was getting very excited and taking tons of notes. It was a great time. Yeah, I think that was probably my favorite moment as well. Like, it was just one of those things, like, we're like, oh, what are we gonna do now? Wait, what's happening? Wait, why is there this other team? Wait, there's another team? Like, super incredible. That was such a fun time. That is 6 games done, though. So remember, we're coming back. We've got semifinals, 6 games. We're gonna have reboot rounds. We'll talk about those and how many are per each region when we get there. And then the following week we have finals. 12 total games, 6 across both. It is going to be crazy. Now, before we go, we want to kind of like break down a little bit of what the series point leaderboard is, right? So remember, we have 99 trios, the top 99 from this leaderboard. They're going to go into semifinals next weekend, and you're racking up series points per every single qualifier, right? So even if you didn't make the top 3, it's totally fine because you're playing for these series points. So for example, we saw both of these chickens, the ultimate game of chicken, in this qualifier, right? Kelly, Panda, and I mean, look at these points right here. After 3 qualifiers, they are going to semifinals.
Listen, I always heard that chickens had a hard time flying, but these guys flew the coop right now, and they're sitting in 1st and 2nd place. But of course, we saw Ghouls, Keto, and Paul World 4th place, so close. Royales, but sitting in 3rd right now, you know, that's gotta feel good. Also, these are seeded semifinals, so to have the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd team be split apart, they're probably feeling a little good right now.
Yeah, feeling good to say the least. I mean, look, the series points, they're here for a reason. They're here to get these teams, these great teams who didn't make it into the top 3 in one of the weeks, to show us what they have in the semifinals. And I'm excited to see how these players ultimately perform. But on top of that, who's going to take away a win in the reboot rounds? That's what's exciting to me, and I can't wait for those moments.
Oh, that makes me so nervous. And we're going to have 4 reboot rounds because bless Arkham Rex and Epic Whale, they decided to give up one of their automatic spots. So that means that there is now going to be an additional reboot round. But 13th place, Falconer, Ree, and Chris. I couldn't imagine a semifinals in NA West without them. We have Trashy, FJAA, and Salvo, who didn't even make it into round 4 today, qualify through. A lot of incredible teams that maybe they just had a rough qualifier, maybe they just weren't able to break into the top 3, but they're gonna have another opportunity, another chance, and so many more teams here.
Yeah, I mean, look, if you made it, you one of the top 99 teams, that's what's going on here to the semifinals. And through those heats, we're going to see a lot of diverse action, especially after what we saw today, Kelly. I mean, I can only imagine it's going to be even more intense than what we just watched.
God, I can't handle that. I can't handle a more intense NA West games. I'm so excited, though, to jump into the heats and to especially see that reboot round, because that's really where things just go absolutely haywire. That's where the meta gets thrown out the door and everyone ends up living for so long that there's Storm Surge on 30 players. So I'm so excited for it next week. Gonna have the semifinals and the reboot round. But Zeke, it's been such a fun day today, and I'm so excited to be able to share it with you two guys here.
Oh, man. Well, friends, the honor is mine. And of course, Fortnite fam, thank you guys for hanging out with us. If you watched all day, you're a trooper. And someday I will meet you, give you a high five, and pass you a slurp juice as we eat popcorn together. Guys, also, don't forget, those series points leaderboards will be for the next few days. So if you want to keep up with what's going on, check out the social channels. We'll be posting final lists as we prepare for the semifinals next weekend. As always, please give these two a follow. Give Clay and Sundown a follow. We love all these human beings. They're absolutely incredible, and they make me laugh more than anyone else has. Fortnite fam, we love you guys. We'll see you next time. And as always, we'll see you guys on the battle bus.
Beep, beep.